X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep vaping with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. You guys are talking about how I'm streaming super early today, but like, I've been telling you guys I wanted to start streaming earlier. And I'm finally able to do it because I'm like settled down in more permanent residence. I don't have as much to do. I'm much less busy. Zan, your music reminds me of the Hightail music, is it? My music is literally Hightail lo-fi hip-hop beats to Craft/Adventure 2 by Slamma. Yes, it is Hightail music. Good friend of mine, Slamma, made this Hightail remix lo-fi soundtrack. So if you want to listen to it for yourself, go check out Slamma's channel. Slamma also makes lots and lots of other good music. And here is the link to the music I'm listening to now. There's also a link in the description of all my videos and streams. Hightail Thank Miss was lit. I was there in the chat for some of it, but I was super, I was a bit busy on the day it happened for reasons that you might now know. But yeah, like, I donated some money, and I was happy to hang out and chat. It was nice to watch. There's a lot of really cool, like, pre-recorded videos and, like, art projects. I liked the rap. It was good. It was a good year. It was a good year. Yeah, Ethan was super busy as well. Me and Ethan were both so busy, neither of us were on Discord that day. We had different separate shit going on. Hey Zan, before you'd start, I'd just like to say, I understand how you feel regarding the Keffels drama. I've had people do the exact same shit to me, and it feels demeaning when you can't defend yourself after being gaslit. Well, like, okay. Let me break down what, from my biased perspective, is the most objective, like, step-by-step play of what happened, right? So, we're getting a lot of misinfo getting thrown around. This little fun game of people who don't like me that have smelled blood in the water, and so they want to try and, like, discredit me by digging up old dramas that have had much of the context buried and force me to defend myself from dramas that, like, long ago happened and I was, like, unanimously ruled to have been in the right, such as the Shoe on Head versus Me drama. Apparently President Sunday and Lonerbox, and no doubt many others, are trying to claim that Shoe on Head never once even came close to pedo-jacketing me. And they claim it is in fact I and Demon Mama who pedo-jacketed Shoe on Head by me talking about how when I was a teenager, like a kid teenager, like 14, 15, 16, and I would watch Shoe on Head videos, she would be, like, on camera with her, at the time, fiancé, talking about their kink sex life. And I learned, like, a significant amount of shit from those videos just by the fact that she was making content to a relatively young audience, something she's admitted, and was also talking about some pretty explicitly sexual stuff in regards to kink. And I called that hypocritical. And they tried to accuse that of being pedo-jacketing. But here's the evidence they're so, like, convinced doesn't exist, by the way. This is from Shoe on Head's Wikitubia page, by the way. However, Xander Hall, look how famous I am. I'm on multi-million sub-YouTubers' Wikitubia pages, okay? I exist in the history of YouTube. Even if I, like, deleted my channel tomorrow, I have left an irreversible mark on the landscape of the internet. And frankly, that's the dream, right? However, Xander Hall accused Shoe of trying to incite gay panic because of the aforementioned post and tweeted Shoe on Head on her way to once again use her massive platform to provide the neo-Nazis in her audience with fodder they can use to justify the murder of gay people, but this time, the day after another anti-gay terror attack. For those that don't know, this had all happened the day after, like, a huge anti-gay terrorist attack that I believe there was a manifesto that specifically said they are motivated by the gay groomer shit. And so I see Shoe on Head's replies and her mutuals tweeting about, yeah, Club Q shooting, thank you. So I see, like, Shoe on Head's replies, which are all, you know, Nazis, and her mutuals, which are a bunch of Nazis, tweeting about how this is connected to Balenciaga's Pride Month celebration, because remember, guys, she did this during Pride Month, and it was the day after a terrorist attack that was planned to happen during Pride Month because it was anti-gay motivated, and her fan base was very predictably running with it, so I called it out. Shu later tweeted, "Too late, he did it, and unfollowed me, just like ContraPoints, The Surfs, Hunter Avalone, etc., all of them over pedo shit. Normal and cool. Not gonna stop me from talking about it." Mind you, the pedo shit in question is a literal conspiracy theory. She found a post from a Nazi named Brittany Venti, who was famously banned from Twitch for doing a quote-unquote African cooking show, where she was making, like, noises and making mud pies. I think she tried to, like, deny it by saying, actually, in Haiti, which I'm pretty certain Haiti is not a part of Africa, by the way. In Haiti, they eat these cookies that are made out of mud. But it was, like, explicit, like, all the comments are like, you're a top-tier troll, and it's like, okay, yeah, so it's very, very obvious. Yeah, friend of Shu's, by the way, yes, of course, yeah, Shu is friends with that person. And also, one of the people that's trying to claim that Shu never did this is President Sunday, who is, like, personal friends with Shu's husband. He has a very vested interest in protecting the legitimacy of Shu's husband supposedly not being a fascist, because he is personal friends with Shu's husband, and as someone who is so militantly progressive and virtue signaling as he is, being actual personal friends with a real fascist looks really bad. And of course, I do have the receipts that he claims don't exist about Shu's boyfriend, or I guess husband, being a Nazi as well. There's like tons of people posting screenshots in his replies, but the funny thing is, he refuses to respond to any of these. He literally, he'll like say, oh yeah, you've got evidence, show me, and then someone responds to the screenshot, and then he goes to argue with somebody else in the thread. It's really funny to watch. Anyway, here's one of the examples. This is Eudaimonia quote tweeting Natalie Wynn saying, "So maddening to have watched white nationalism spread from Stormfront to 4chan to YouTube to Steve Bannon to Tucker Carlson to the manifestos of multiple mass murderers, and not taken seriously because they're not wearing a swastika," I believe is what this ended up saying. And then Eudaimonia, who is Shu's husband, quote tweets to say, "Yeah, that would be crazy if it were actually happening." They were dating at the time, by the way. This is a like by Eudaimonia. Quote, "Replacement theory is a dangerous conspiracy theory, but also Texas is going to be blue due to immigration in a decade and Republicans will never win another election. Ah ha 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 ha." So he believes in the Great Replacement, and he doesn't believe that white nationalism is spreading insidiously and causing violence to occur. These are some takes that I feel like most people wouldn't get away with unless maybe being friendly with this guy meant you got to be friendly with a massive YouTuber who has a ton of clout. The fact is, I'm willing to nuke bridges with people that I literally nothing but gain from friendship from, like, publicly speaking at least. Like, there was literally nothing I lost, realistically, from being friends with Shu on Head, except for, like, getting a bit of shit for having to defend some of the shit she did. I just could not principally stand by what she was doing anymore, and I nuked that bridge, despite the fact that was a friendship with a YouTuber with millions more subs than me. I turned her from a friend that I could gain from to an enemy in a day, consciously and purposefully, because I did not want to stand by and just act as a enabler of the shit she was doing after she'd numerous times apologized, walked back, said apologies, and repeated the behavior. And I know it's definitely detrimental to my content, don't get me wrong, and my, like, ability to blow up as a creator, but I literally can't get rid of the guilt feeling I have, or I guess the ick feeling I get, if for lack of a better term, when I have to, like, think about, like, going against my principles. Like, I'm willing to work with people that I don't agree with in areas where it can tangibly result in good political change, but that's not what just being friends with someone in the internet YouTube space is, and making content together. Like, if we're part of an organization together, that would be fine. If we're part of, like, a political action committee, a canvassing group, like, I don't know, the Communist Party of America, whatever it's called. Like, if we were part of some, like, direct action group or, like, a volunteering group or something, I wouldn't have an issue with that. The problem is I'm not willing to be friends with her on a personal level, okay? That's where the issue is, alright? Why are you voting for Biden, Fivehead? Why did she ask that? What? Guys, do you really think she wasn't trying to go for gotchas when she asked me, okay, but why are you voting for Biden when he's doing genocide by funding Israel? At that point, I was just like, okay, so this conversation's pretty much done. All right. Okay. And I doubly thought that when she said, Zan, I don't think you have any friends. Yeah, that was fucked. Her stream names about you have been so loaded too. Yeah, she's hardcore drama farming it. Notice, by the way, I haven't even uploaded my streamed response to all this. I literally just wanted to explain my side of things without having Keffels completely control the narrative. But honestly, she did say to her audience not to raid my community and not to send hate my way. They've done it anyway, but that's not really in her control. I think she's realistically done everything she can to prevent harassment and, like, name-calling me. Or name-calling going my way, but she is hardcore drama farming it. And on top of that, throughout this entire drama, numerous times I've said this is not something that, like, it's not like an internet feud, right? Like, I don't hate Keffals as an internet figure now and, like, expect you guys to hate her too. Like, I don't expect you guys to unsub from her or to dislike her videos or to stop watching her. I don't expect you to see her as a bad person for this. Just that you understand how her standard of friendship and my standard of friendship are incompatible, and to at least see some reason in my cutting her off. We have been banning people in our community being cruel towards her, Xander Hall? Yes, we have. Yeah, we're not tolerating any of that. But the thing I've noticed in Keffal's chat is that she is allowing her chat to run rampant with accusations towards me of being an abuser, like insidious insults, and just the meanest shit I've heard about me since Kiwi Farms. It really is insane to see how much she is basically riling them up to hate me. Like, to see this as, instead of being like an interpersonal spat, as like some sort of moral failing on my part, because she's got, like, I've lost a few hundred subs from this already, for sure. And I'm pretty glad to see those people go, because if they're that, like, if that's what makes them leave, then good, I don't want them here. But at the same time, it's like, damn, it's sad to see how much her chat is just eating it up. She was literally gaslighting and lying to you while calling you an abuser? Yeah. Listen, I'll leave. I'm not going to say too much because I've been asked not to. All I'm going to say is, Keffals, to get at me and to hurt me because of this, has hurt some people behind the scenes that are mutuals of ours. And they're really not happy, and they're going to be speaking up with their side of things. And it's probably going to change a lot of people's perspective. She's really not. I saw calling out and banning chatters calling you a drug addict and shit. No, I don't think she was doing that to a very significant degree. Literally, one of her replies on her post is somebody who posted an image that's like an edit of me when I made chicken and steak fajitas, but then someone like edited it to be like super zoomed in and blown up spaghetti. So it looks like there's like some kind of giant worm or something in there, but then they also edited a crack pipe on there, or like a meth pipe on there, and they commented that in reference to the Lonnie thing, one of Keffals' fans, and someone replied, "Are you making fun of Keffals for her drug addiction?" And they were like, no, I was making fun of Zan because his ex was addicted to drugs. And then the other Keffals fan replied, "Oh, okay, that's okay then. Alright, that's fine." Yeah. Also, I'm not going to say who, because this is private, but one of the people who Illuminati fucked over, and, you know, with the sad milk thing, thanked me for my holding Lance to account for defending Illuminati, because that motherfucker 100 billion% has not apologized and is desperately trying to weasel out of it. And the people who Illuminati fucked over know that Lance did not apologize. They know he didn't. Yes, and respect anonymity, chat. Blair has ruined many lives, and none of you can guess who, exactly. Yeah. Trust me, guys, when I vaguely reference something, I am being vague enough that you guys literally cannot accurately guess who I'm referring to. So if you guys think you have an accurate guess and run with it, you're just gonna end up embarrassing yourself. Did you see Oz's GoFundMe stream? They blew past the goal? Fuck yeah, that's awesome. Dude, I'm so glad to see that they've actually gotten, like, this wave of long-lasting support that didn't just, like, fickly disappear when the Illuminati drama stopped being super clickbaity or whatever. I think I should do, like, a full recap of all of that. Like, here's how it started. Here are the people who defended her at different points and then stopped defending her. Here are the people who actually apologized. And then here is how you can help the people who got fucked over. All right. So for her fans to make fun of Zan for his ex being addicted to drugs is really sus. I don't really know how that's something to make fun of me for, considering I just immediately broke up with her. Like, even people in Destiny's community, and even people in, like, the commentary community, even people on the right, like, most people who would typically be primed to not like me saw that my response to finding out that my girlfriend was doing something behind my back was to instantly, mercilessly, and without a second thought to dump her, like, right away, and to not look back. They see that and they're like, oh, okay, you know what? I wouldn't expect that from a lefty cuck, you know? That's the kind of behavior they respect, so I don't really get a lot of shit for that from them, because, like, just the instant I found out what she was up to, I just dumped her ass, you know? And that's always been my policy. If I'm ever dating someone and I find out they're doing something bad, I will literally just, like, I have the ability, and I can do this when it comes to friendships too, I have the ability to go, like, emotionless mode for, like, a very short period of time to do what I have to do that I know is best for me, even if it's kind of hard to do, and then I can deal with these sort of emotional recoil later, right? Because sometimes you got to do something that's hard emotionally that you literally have to do for the best. Like, any of you who've had to break up with, like, a really bad partner know about this. Like, you just got to go into this, like, disassociated mode, do what you have to do, and then after it's done, you can kind of, like, reflect on it and feel bad about it once there's no going back and you've done what you had to do, right? Zan can shut off his humanity. Well, no, it's more sort of like just disassociating yourself from the situation so you feel a little less emotional, right? Trying to be as objective as possible, right? What's your level of bad you can't deal with? Obviously, any form of cheating. And, like, I would qualify cheating as, like, you guys might think it's weird, but up to, like, semi-flirty messages. Semi-flirty messages, like sending hearts, I think is really weird. Like, okay, there are some girls that I know that do this, and it's just because it's their personality, but it makes me really uncomfortable. Because one, I'm very much not interested in a relationship, and two, if, like, in this case, it makes me extra uncomfortable when there are girls that I know that are in relationships and they're super nice, and they have a tendency to send a lot of hearts and messages. And it's like, I know it's a platonic thing, but it still makes me feel a little weird, you know? I don't know, maybe that's just me. But, like, it makes me feel weird, so I judge it on the same standard, you know? As for, like, for the record, by the way, as for the whole Keffels thing, Keffels privately being friends with Shoeonhead, I don't necessarily think would have been a problem. Like, there is like, depending on what your definition of friend is, right? Like, I think it's possible to be on terms with somebody where, like, you're not necessarily buddy-buddy, ride or die or anything like that. You're not exactly bros, but you're not, like, antagonistic towards each other. You walk past each other on the street, you wave hello, you're on friendly-ish terms, but you can also recognize, like, this person's maybe done some fucked up stuff, right? And maybe there's, I don't know. Like, for me, for example, I've had cases where I'm friends with somebody, and someone else I'm friends with in this space fucks my other friend over, and that's objectively the case. There's no subjectivity to it. That is just objectively what happened, like with Shu pedo-jacketing me, and as it turns out, technically pedo-jacketing Contra, the Surfs, which is strange, because the Surfs is a group of people, which I've made this mistake too. Lance is the one that I take issue with. I don't know if everyone else at the Surfs is fine or not. But the Surfs and Hunter and me. I forget if that's ever... Yeah, Contra, the Surfs, Hunter, and me. Apparently Hunter and Shu have worked it out. I don't know if that's the case or not. Probably not. I actually, now that I think about it, because last I heard, Shu and Hunter weren't on the best terms, but I won't speculate. But, like... I've had cases where, like, friends will be at, like, odds with each other, and I'll basically stay on the sidelines and support the one who is in the right, and try to remain friends with both unless it is clear that the one who is in the right does not want me to be if one of them does not want me to be friends with the other, and that is obvious, they don't even have to say it to me. I can generally tell. I've got decent social skills. Then I will burn the bridge with the one that is in the wrong. Hunter, burn the bridge? Okay. Yeah. Like, if one of those two parties wants me to burn the bridge with the other, I burn the bridge with the one who's in the wrong in that situation. If both of them are fine, or either of them, or both of them are fine with me remaining friends with both of them, I'll maybe uncomfortably or tenuously remain friends with them both, but sometimes I'll choose not to, because it just bothers me. Or I think what they did goes over the line, and I'm like, yeah, that's a big red flag, right? So, I don't know. My basic conclusion is that it's not that I have these extremely high standards for my friends, and I don't hold I don't hold myself to them, because I absolutely do, right? Like, I told Keffels that it bothered me, and it changed nothing. And if someone tells me that my friendship with someone bothers them because here's how they unequivocally and totally fuck me over in a really bad way, then I would do the same for them. I'm leaving for a bit. Don't burn the channel down while I'm gone. I left the oven on, Cherry. Fuck. Okay. Anyway, that's pretty much all I wanted to say, honestly. I heard that Keffels did a streamed response to my, like, stream, which is just like... Why are you farming it? Keffels, why are you farming it? Why are you farming it? Oh, here's an example of some Keffels fans that are coming to shit talk me. Bro, go to therapy. Soft as fuck, bro. Yeah, so these are basically the people that have been in Keffels' chat whenever she's talking about me. Like, a lot of it is like this really bizarre, not like outwardly insulting, but like basically just demeaning. Like, he's being childish. He needs to go to therapy. This is the result of PTSD. It's just like really bizarre. Like it's worse than just baseless insults, because they're actually trying to insultingly analyze me. It's patronizing rather than insulting. Yeah. Oh, I dropped my vape. PTSD? I probably have a bit of that. Who knows? Who knows? I've been through a thing or two. Zan, sorry if this sounds sappy, but I'd like to say thank you for doing what you do. I'm not the most sharp tool in the shed, but I think you're pretty sharp. But watching your content has helped me with leftist advocacy and social skills. Oh, I'm glad. I appreciate that. Thank you. Unironically, gaslighting Xander Hall. That is what a lot of this has felt like. Yeah, I will admit. Yeah. The crazy thing is, the same conversation was had between me and Keffels back when this whole drama was fresh. Like, the Shuan head thing was fresh, and everybody on the left was like, very much it was fresh in their mind what she'd done and how awful it was. And when I when I talked to Keffels about what Shu had done, and I later found out she wasn't sober when this conversation happened, and I got reminded of that after I made my tweet the other day, and that's why I felt bad, because I realized maybe she doesn't remember our conversation. Because whenever I talked to her, I explained what Shu did, and her response was not good. She basically hand-waved it, like all of it, and the entire chat's response was extremely negative. Like, she had to end stream because she was like actively losing subs so quickly because people didn't like her response. But then, like, you go 9 months later and most of the left is forgotten and the context has gotten buried with time, and the same essential conversation, everyone has a different reaction because the bad shit is out of people's memories. But yeah, that's basically what happened. Also felt like she instigated the drama with Karl Marx because she asked him for a debate and lied about where she heard the term they fab. It was absolutely not used in an academic setting before around 2022 or so. I don't think Keffels lied about the origin of they fab. I think Karl Marx did. So, they fab does not originate on 4chan. You can look at Google search trends. It comes from before that. So that was a mistake on Karl Max's part. Karl Max did do some really shitty stuff towards me. Basically, when I was defending the idea of YouTube cracking down on ad block to start trying to make the platform a subscription service, because at this point, YouTube is starting to become such a money sink and such a... Google only, like, has YouTube because they want to have the monopoly on video sharing. At this point, there can be no competitor to YouTube made. To give you an idea, I believe it's a lifetime of human lifetime's worth of content is uploaded every 5 minutes onto YouTube. As in, like, if you were to sit down and watch every single video back to back to back without leaving or stopping it ever, you would finish, like, what is uploaded on YouTube in, like, 20 minutes to an hour in your lifetime of just doing that. That is how much video data is uploaded constantly and stored on YouTube. And much of it's in 4K. Much of it is, like, massive compilations and re-uploads and shit like that, right? YouTube is extremely, extremely expensive to run. So I made the defense that YouTube, if it's going to continue to be both a job for millions of people... Right? Maybe not millions of people, probably hundreds of thousands of people. No, it's got to be millions of people. No, yeah, 100%. Millions is not that many. Yeah, no. If YouTube is going to be a job for millions of people, while also being as huge of a money sink as it's going to be, it's got to make more money. And the entire internet is starting to move towards subscription services. And as much as I hate that, YouTube is at least trying to diversify everything. If you look on YouTube right now, you can watch so many movies and TV shows for free if you have YouTube Premium. Like, seriously, go look on your free movies and TV shows sections on YouTube Premium and see what there are. There's tons you can rent as well if you want to rent or buy movies. Like, you can just put down money and buy it, and you have it on your YouTube account now. And on top of that, with YouTube Premium, you can download it to watch offline when you don't have internet. I don't know. Basically, I said that more YouTube Premium subs means more money for creators. It means that YouTube is a little more sustainable as a platform. And unfortunately, no matter how much you want there to be, there will never, ever, 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 ever be a real competitor to YouTube due to how expensive it would be to even get it off the ground. So we are stuck with this. And the best we can do is look at the actual positives that exist in this, and the fact that YouTube is not stupid. They've got massive, massive teams of people that test these changes, and an entire board of people that know whether or not these changes are going to end up resulting in the platform's health being best in the long run. YouTube is bigger now than it has ever been, okay? Despite all the shitty changes, look where YouTube is right now. Massive as fuck, but still a money sink because so many people are blocking ads. Blocked ads make up for a lot of lost revenue, and it's not just the blocked ads, it's the fact that with the ads being as invasive as they are, more people buy YouTube Premium. Regardless. Karl Max, like, randomly brought up that my ex stole from me. I'd used the idea that creators would make more money, and that's, like, a plus side. Karl Max responded, well, honestly, if you need the money this much after your ex stole from you, then that's your problem with how much opportunity you've had to make money at this point. It's like, what? Why would you bring that up completely unprompted? And also, who said that I was, like, hurting for money because of that? And if I was, wouldn't it be even, like, worse to say something like that? Also, I'm gonna be completely honest, that's one of the most naive things I've ever heard. Has Karl Max ever had their identity stolen? Because when you have your identity stolen, it tends to affect this thing called your credit score, and you have to do this thing called call credit reporting agencies to try to get it taken off, and they're fucking annoying. They want you to, like, it fucking sucks, okay? Getting your identity stolen fucking sucks, especially when you don't pursue legal action against it, and you try to get it handled. Because when you don't have, like, court filings to show, as, yeah, look, I had my identity stolen, they're really hesitant to strike off that one big mark you have on your credit score. And it sucks, dude, because I had an amazing credit score, guys. Like, I was on, like, so many goddamn restricted cards that were paid off and completely paid up. and had no, like, just a perfect balance, a zero balance. So, like, I had a really good credit score. I never ever charged credit cards, and I was just always on untouched credit cards. So my credit score was really, really good. And then I had this one mark on it, and it took forever to deal with. But that alone, like, if I wasn't able to deal with that, like, if somebody has their identity stolen, if your credit score ends up being lowered enough from it, you can't rent a place. Like, you can't, like, buy a house in many cases unless you're able to, like, fork up the money up front. Like just not being able to get accommodation alone is, like, bad enough. Like, it just very clearly denotes how naive a lot of people on the left are when they're willing to insult a YouTuber, and it shows how little they understand of, like, economic struggles in this country. When it's like, yeah, you know that, like, people can't have a place to live if their credit score isn't high enough, right? Like, that's a thing in this country. Yep, it hurts your being able to get a job if you don't have a high enough credit score. Oh, YouTube won't go subscription only. The idea is that they crack down on oh yeah, the reason why I brought this up in the first place, by the way, was because Keffels brought that up, like, pretty poorly, because Gayfesh mentioned it in chat, and Gayfesh isn't necessarily the best at recalling drama. And Keffels basically used me as a bludgeon against Karl Marx, and not, like, very effectively. Because while, like, fuck Karl Marx for that, Karl Marx didn't make fun of my, like, financial troubles. Karl Marx, like, brought it up out of nowhere and, like, victim blamed, effectively. And it was shitty, but, like, like, Keffels kind of went around about it wrong, and I feel like she kind of used me as a bludgeon there. Just because, like, she didn't really have much ground to stand on in that debate, and then she saw something she could use. Like, oh, my friend got fucked over by this person. I can use this as a gotcha in the debate. And then she did, you know? As far as I know, only certain jobs check your credit score, like banks, etc. I guess that makes sense if, like, yeah, it makes sense for, like, a bank to check your credit score as, like, a part of your getting, but, like, sometimes getting your credit score checked can lower your credit score, depending on how it's checked. Like, yeah, it's complicated shit. It's not fun. I don't want to go back to having to deal with that. I don't want to go back to the time in which I was having to deal with that problem, okay? Like, I have pushed that to the back of my mind. It was a stressful time, okay? Hey, Zan, didn't know if you had seen Lance's video on H-Bomber Guy where he basically stole the content and added basically no commentary. Did Lance react to H-Bomber Guy's video? That'd be funny. In 2020 or 2021, I was in a Illuminati channel video that someone accused Illuminati of manipulating their friend. Oh. If it's a hard pull or soft pull, most background checks will do a hard pull, though, I think. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, applying for those jobs could potentially lower your credit score whenever they pull your credit score. I think it's called a hard inquiry, by the way, not a hard pull. God, you got me traveling back to that time and thinking about all of the terminology I had to learn dealing with fucking credit score shit. Lance's reaction.
Posted whips and included an alt-right weirdo. Jesus.
Leagues are specific real-life organizations that do not exist in the game. Philip's plagiarism avoidance technique.
Okay. Where is the bit where... I want to see how he reacts when Illuminati gets brought up. I just want to see how he reacts when Illuminati gets brought up for the first time in the video. Yes! Okay.
Like as if that would make it okay? This is just plagiarism, but with a shitty excuse in her back pocket to create...
That's just, like, that's bad.
Child patients with blood. And to give proper credit to the people whose idea...
Oh, his face! His face during this bit.
You're gonna provide all... Oh, okay. The drama So because haste,
whose years of diligence, you think that you should effort. The scripts have obvious here. The plagiarism is just a symptom of the direction.
get some.
Whose years of diligent journalism are basically why we know what we do about Andrew Wakefield. His 2004.
Yeah, I'm already getting vibes that she did the exact same thing that she accused Legal Eagle of doing. If you don't know the context, by the way, so this is where the fall of Blair.
Oh, he's pretending like he's super outside of it. He's trying to pretend like he was like super outside of it all. Hey, for those of you guys who don't know, as he pretends like he wasn't a part of this or anything. Oh god, I have to make sure this screenshot follows him forever until he actually apologizes to Illuminati's victims, because he's claimed that he has, and I know for a fact that he hasn't because I know them. So like, yeah, he's just completely full of shit, and I'm not going to stop haranguing him about this because I know he's full of shit, and anyone defending him is falling for abuse apologia. Why does Lance look like Tyler 1 here? A much less jacked Tyler 1, to be clear. Here, let me bring it up. I got my fucking timeline flooded with all the Keffels drama. Here it is. He very quietly deleted this video and has not acknowledged its existence or contents at all. He refuses to. And in response to me calling him out for it, he made multiple videos accusing me of, like, being obsessed with him and calling him out for anything but this. He will not admit that this is what I called him out for because this is a silver bullet career ender for him. Illuminati debunks the malicious claims from former Sad Milk Team. Parentheses. Her receipts are insane. He is such a slimeball. He is so desperate to pretend like when Illuminati made her video, he wasn't still defending her. He didn't make a whole video attacking the people that she fucked over. I hate to even call them victims because that's such a demeaning word, but like, I guess technically it's true because Illuminati is an abuser, and one who receives the abuse of an abuser is an abuse victim, technically. But victim has this, like, you guys understand what I mean. Survivors, yes. The survivors of Illuminati, right? Like, it's not just that he defended her. It's that he attacked them. That when she was trying to fuck over their lives in every way, down to trying to make them homeless, he was attacking them, and now he's completely covered it up. Pretended like it hasn't happened, and I still to this day get people telling me, Zan just needs to let it go. He apologized for the whole Lance and Legal Eagle thing, or Blair and Legal Eagle thing. What? Why are you still falling for it when he says it was over Legal Eagle? Look at this. This is what I'm responding to, by the way. He been apologized and admitted he was wrong. This just makes you look petty. I've got 9 likes, and these comments were countless. And lots of them were getting likes, like significant amounts of likes, a fair amount, you know? And so it's really, really bothers me when people fall for Lance's narrative here. I'd randomly tweeted this just because I thought it was funny, and he quote tweeted me, and I didn't even see it until days later. I really enjoyed the new H-Bomber Guy video and thought the call out for the Legal Eagle fiasco, which I've also apologized to him publicly for, was great and deserved. The rest of the video on plagiarism is required watching for anyone to do, so do check it out. He's trying to pretend like the only thing that he got called out for and that I called him out for was, like, joining sides with Illuminati against Legal Eagle, which he also did. And then, of course, you've got Ryan Beard, who I've recently gotten a little bit more friendly with recently, so I tried to explain this to them. Said, kudos for not being defensive and taking accountability. Ooh. We should all be encouraging growth instead of labeling people as irredeemable when they make mistakes. I replied, he's not. He's lying about what I criticized him for, so you don't know about this deleted video. And I linked the screenshot. He said, he is? I would assume that apologizing for the legal eagle fiasco would include apologizing for this deleted video. Sadly, he refuses to acknowledge in any way that he said this and deleted the video quietly. Watch my vid on his Illuminati defense video, and then his vid responding to me, and it's actually insulting how dishonest he is. If he's still doubting or doubling down on being against Illuminati's employees, it's not that he's doubling down on being against them, it's he's doubling down on this never having happened, because he's too scared to take accountability for it. And instead, to try to, like, hide the fact that he did it, he tried to redirect his audience against me. Lance is like an actual garbage human being.
Truly, like, started to just accelerate rapidly, and she was still at the time, you know, one of the members of the leftist mafia. She sends us all this information, these screenshots and stuff, saying that, like, hey, members of her team had just found out that, like, Legal Eagle was copying her style and stuff like that.
Dude, I'm not even opposed to the idea that Lance was manipulated by Illuminati. That happens. But Lance needs to actually suck it up and make a public apology to everybody that Illuminati fucked over, take accountability for what he said for that video, and stop pretending like he didn't say it. And he needs to tell people that they were wrong for saying that it's petty to hold them to account for this. Because that's the worst part. Lefties telling me it's petty to hold abuse apologia to account. He watches minutes of this video without commenting. It's a pretty long video, but yeah, I'm going to be honest, guys. When it comes to reactions to videos that I agree with, I much more lean on the idea of just kind of like skimming through to watch certain parts and heavily adding on to it, being the way that I do it. I don't think it's necessarily wrong to do a full reaction as long as you add enough to it, but I prefer my reaction videos to people that I agree with to more so act as advertisements, like a taste of a good content creator that you guys should go check out, not as like a replacement for that video, right? Like, I want to give you guys a taste. I want to give you guys like a little bit of a lick of it, you know? Now, obviously, the same standard doesn't apply to people that I completely disagree with and I'm debunking. But if it's someone that I like, I want my, like, reaction to them to hopefully bring you guys into their audience. And certainly not take away viewership from the original video. For me personally, I never try to do a video over 1 hour because I usually quadruple my watch time on top. Yeah. Anyway. Dog, I don't know what you're spamming in chat, but it's not in English, so I'm gonna have to ban you. I'm sorry. You could be saying anything in those runes.
And there was always some pushback, being like, well, I don't know if this is 100% rock solid. She was consistently claiming it was, and she was like, I have more and more evidence. There's more evidence, and I'm going to be presenting it, and you're going to see how, like, Legal Eagle was actually...
I thought her receipts were insane. According to your video title, her receipts were insane. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know, man. What a fun day. What a fun last couple days it's been, guys. Lance gets his ass kicked by mooses. Okay, all right, I guess so. Canadian. I mean, I think a moose would kick anybody's ass. I don't think anybody could kick a full-grown moose's ass. No human. Pepper T21, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Sent me a YouTube link.
Does Lightning McQueen flash his nipples? Let's say hypothetically you meet an anthropomorphic car who's famous for racing. It'd be important to know whether or not he's exposing his calcium cannons to you. In Cars 1, there are two cars named Mia and Tia who flash their headlights, which is supposed to parallel flashing in our world in which women or men expose their milkies. The security guards pushing them back confirms that this is indecent exposure and that they have bared their yiddies to Lightning McQueen. Now in the first film, it's revealed in a Rusty's promotion that McQueen's nips aren't real and that they're actually just stickers. But in Cars 2, before he races against his rival Francesco, he gets some headlights installed. Usually he has a pose where he flexes a sticker on a person and says his catchphrase ka-chow. But in this film, Lightning McQueen is seen flashing a headlight at a party and a second time when he beats Francesco, meaning just like Mia and Tia, he's been exposing his breast every single time. So yes, Lightning McQueen flashes his nipples. But the true question is If the headlights are boobs, does that mean everyone has their yiddies exposed at night?
Yeah. Yeah. Lightning McQueen has been canceled for exposing himself in front of an audience of underage go-karts. Thank you for the $5. Fantasy Jorts, thank you for the $15. Very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Support is always appreciated. I did just move, and moving's expensive, and living's expensive. Those two things being expensive together equals little money, very little money. Says, I feel like even disregarding this instance, the original chatter message of Shu backstabbing easily was a pattern before any Balenciaga stuff. Keffels knows how to do deep dives, so this is discouraging. Listen, guys, Shu on head, what's either going to happen is Keffels is going to end up finding her place in the politics sphere really start to shift as she's forced to defend the kind of shit that Shu does as being a public friend of Shu's. Because the fact that Keffels is publicly friends with Shu is, like, now a thing. Like, if anything came out of this drama that people are going to remember, it's that Shu on head and Keffels are now publicly friends. And Shu on head is going to continue doing what Shu on head does. Keffels is going to be forced to answer for it, just like I did when I was friends with Shu. And eventually it's either going to result in Keffels having to literally move her politics in order to justify her friendship, or she's going to have to burn the bridge herself, or Shu's going to burn the bridge over disagreement, and Keffels is going to end up being like, ah, shit, you know? Like, I think that's what'll happen. Keffels is friends with Shu? What? I'm out of the loop here. Well, I mean, I guess now you know. You've got a lot to catch up on. I'm no longer with friends with Keffels over it. I saw that someone tried to kill Hunter Avallone the other day. Pretty crazy stuff, man. Yes, it is quite unfortunate because for those that don't know, both people who were attacked there are my friends. Obviously, I've been friends with Hunter for a while now. But Holly, who's Hunter's girlfriend, not wife, it wasn't Hunter's wife that was attacked with him. Hunter's girlfriend has also been a friend of mine through, like, Twitch and my gaming friend and whatnot, like a mutual friend of ours. And so I've been friends with both of them, and then they started dating, and I was like, oh, that's such a coincidence. And then they get fucking attacked. It's very, very scary. It really could have gone worse, which is just what I keep telling myself to kind of, feel better about it. But yeah, it was very bad. It was very, very bad. Vash's coverage of what happened was a bit misinfo laden, simply because he's not very filled in on all the info. But I had I knew what was going on with that stuff before it went down to that degree. So, like, when it did happen, I was like, oh fuck, this happened. And so it was stressful. I'm glad they're both okay. But yeah, a lot of people are giving Hunter shit because, like, he didn't shoot the guy or whatever, but, like, they did everything right. Nobody who's giving Hunter shit for that owns a gun, and if they do own a gun, then they shouldn't own a gun because they've never had any form of formal training. I'm literally licensed to conceal carry in 2 states now. I think 3, actually, technically. I think my conceal carry license in this state also applies in like Ohio or something randomly. And I think if I get my conceal carry permit and, like, there's another state, it also applies. 3 states, thank you, yeah. So I think it also applies in, like, if I get my conceal carry permit in another state, I forget which one it is. It applies in, like, 12. So yeah, I've taken a couple classes on this. In all of them, they say, if you have a gun and you are put in a situation where you may have to use it, you need to do everything in your power to make sure you don't have to use it. Because no matter what, if you are forced to shoot somebody in self-defense, you are going to have a bad fucking time. So if you can just escape, that's what you need to do. And that's what they did. And that was the right thing to do. And I have no doubt that Hunter has had that training, and he did exactly what was correct. Exactly what he was trained to do. Which is call 911 and fucking escape. Don't run in and try to be a fucking hero. You're gonna get yourself killed. Florida's applies to all red states. Wait, really? I didn't know that. Wait, does my Florida concealed carry permit apply to, like, all red states? No shot. No shot. No shot. Is that real? If that's the case, there's a fuck ton of states I can conceal carry in. Like, if that's real, then I can conceal carry in most states in the country. From what I understand, yeah? Really? All red states apply to all red states for their permits? Huh. I knew that was the case for at least one of the red states, but okay. Yeah, that's a double check. Like, I'm going to double check if, like, obviously if I'm going to go to a state and I want to conceal carry there, I'm sure, like, a Florida conceal carry permit would work in Texas. Mostly because if I showed it to a cop, the cop would probably be like, well, you go on with your day, sir. But, like, yeah, I don't know. Frankly, the last thing you want to do is to, like, end up talking to a cop while you have a gun on you regardless, you know? Like, that's just the worst situation to be in, you know? Like, cop pulls you over for having a busted headlight and asks you, do you have any weapons in the vehicle? You keep those hands fucking planted on the steering wheel and you say, I am a concealed license carrier, and yes, I do have a firearm in the vehicle. What would you like me to do? While, like, keeping your eyes on the officer and your hands firmly planted on the wheel. And you start it by saying, I am a concealed carry license holder. And then you say you have a gun. And then you immediately, before, like, any reaction we had, followed up with, what would you like me to do? That would be terrifying. Well, that is what I have been trained to do in that scenario by the classes that I have taken. So that's what I will do if I ever get pulled over by a cop and I'm concealed carrying. I know there are many states where a concealed carry permit does not apply because it's just straight up illegal to have a gun on you, such as, like, New Jersey. Dude, oh, holy fuck. Listen, this is something that the more pro-gun types in the audience, I feel like, will appreciate me talking about. Because this is, like, a real fear for people who are, like, let's say you go hunting and you fly across the country to go to your hunting grounds with your gun, because tons of people do that. God help you if you have a layover in New Jersey. Okay, so this video is from Armed Attorneys. This is an attorney video, and it's called Flying with a Gun, TSA Rules for Traveling, Carrying, and Transporting a Firearm on an Airplane. And I'm pretty sure they'll have a whole section here about New Jersey. Let's see. Oh, yeah, okay, it'll probably be in this section.
Interesting issue, because this happens. What happens if you get rerouted and, you know, you already checked before that first step Emily talked about, where you know you're going to a state that's legal to possess. Let's say you're flying from, I don't know, Texas to Wisconsin, and you get rerouted in Illinois, or you get rerouted to, I can't imagine, but what do you do?
Yeah, this is a big concern. You know that you are legal in your in-state. However, all of a sudden you find yourself in New York or New Jersey because your plane's been rerouted, and it happens. The only thing we can recommend is do not take possession of that luggage. Go to the airline. They
will let you claim your gun from the TSA at luggage, and then immediately a cop will arrest you. They let you go and accidentally pick up your gun thinking it's allowed, and then they arrest you right on the spot. They don't tell you, no, you're not allowed, that's not legal here. They let you do it, and then they immediately arrest you.
them know that you want your luggage forwarded directly to the end destination without taking possession, that's really the best you can do. And speaking of
Why? Because fuck gun owners, that's why. But because the Democrats are not effective at fighting against gun crimes, so they negatively politicize gun owners, forcing them to feel as though the right has a monopoly on not only their culture and their hobby, but also on their very rights to have a gun. That they have to vote Republican if they just want to be able to own guns, period. Like, they may be in favor of Democrats on every issue, but on guns, that's a big wedge issue for a lot of Americans.
airlines, I think we should note that you really do need to call your airline before you fly with that firearm if you have never done it before with that particular airline. Some of them have their own.
I can attest from my own experience that Alaska Airlines is pretty good when it comes to flying with a firearm, although I will admit, I mean, I have my case right here, actually. I can show you what they fucking did to it, dude. Even though it's completely illegal for TSA to even try to do this, here. Okay. Even though it's illegal for TSA to even try to do this, you can see they literally tried to, like, wedge something into the crack here to try to, like, wrench it open. Because even though I locked this thing up fucking tight, it's an Apache case, even though I locked this thing up fucking tight, TSA still tried to get at it. And it is illegal in an airport for someone who is not the owner of the gun to have access to the gun. So when TSA does this, it's against the law. And not only that, but when they do something like this, if they really fuck up your case, you can call the airline and they will replace the value of it. They'll pay you back or they'll replace it because the airlines hate TSA. TSA is an implementation of the government that actively disturbs the business of the airlines. If the airlines could just have their own private security, they would do it. They do. Airlines do have their own private security. But the TSA always has to be there, and the airlines fucking hate it. But yeah. So, like, they absolutely will try to illegally get into your fucking gun. Or get at your fucking gun. It's really shitty. It's really, really shitty of them, and completely illegal as well. But they do it, and I have evidence of them doing it. Look at my case didn't have that very obvious someone wedged something into that little area and tried to wrench it open mark there before. And, like, it went straight to TSA. I carried it from my mom's car, into the airport to TSA, immediately checked it in as like a declared firearm. TSA took it. I watched as they put it on the conveyor belt to go onto the plane, and then I got it from TSA when I got to Seattle. And that's when it had all the marks. The big case that I had for the rifle, holy shit. It's upstairs, and I don't feel like carrying a fucking Apache rifle case downstairs, but it looks like they took an axe to the hinges on the back of it. They really wanted to get into that one. They really wanted to see what was in that rifle case, because they took an axe to those hinges, is what it looks like. That one had the most damage. I wish I could show it to you, but it's all the way upstairs.
Own restrictions. Richard was talking about the ways in which you can fly with ammunition. It's worth noting there are some airlines who say, you know, we go over and above the TSA. You can only fly with ammunition in its original manufacturer's packaging. So
yeah, any ammo that I took, and I took like a few boxes of ammo, it had to be completely unopened.
check with that airline, make sure you've got everything correct, or else you could miss your flight because you're taking a firearm back home.
Yeah, the other kind of special rule that I've seen is maybe they want to lock.
Yeah, if you fly with guns, take pictures of all your luggage before you fly, and then pictures afterwards, because it very well could be used to sue the TSA, or at least like make a claim with the airline to get the value replaced. Both the TSA and the DEA either need to be abolished for their corruption, or they need extreme reforms. Dude, DEA agents are some of the biggest pieces of shit in the world. Okay? they're actual pieces of shit, okay? All I'm going to say is I knew a DEA agent who was corrupt. I was a kid, and I knew him by association. I don't know him anymore, but that motherfucker had so much opulence. That motherfucker had so much opulence. I don't even know the guy's name, frankly. But, like, this guy was doing some sort of money embezzling. I don't even know. But, like, he was somehow stealing money or like, funneling money. He didn't have as much money as he should have had, okay? He was doing some shady shit, and it caused him to have money. I don't know all the details, but all I know is I think he ended up getting in a lot of trouble. I think he ended up getting caught. I don't think he's at large. But yeah, DEA agents are some interesting people.
Through, you know, when you have your clamshell case, you know, maybe they want to lock through every place where a lock is capable of being placed.
Yes, you have to.
Because they don't want your case to be able to be pried open. Or
play it safer. Like, the airline literally has rules for how much you have to secure your gun from TSA. That's how insane it is. Like, it kind of makes me understand why, like, pro-gun people are so anti-government when you, like, learn these things. That the airline, for the safety of everybody there, has rules that require you to lock down your gun so that TSA can't break into your case and get to it. Because that would be dangerous for people. It's fucking crazy, dude. It's absolutely insane. Like, I really can't fault people who are conservative because guns for being conservative, not because they're conservative because they want to have guns, but because when you are a gun owner, there are so many areas in which it seems like Democrats are fucking idiots. It actually makes, like, you'd have to be convinced to vote Democrat despite these dumb things. God, my facial hair is getting way too long. I might wait until January to cut it. I'm curious if I should just let everything grow out until the end of the year and then just kind of buzz it down to my nice stubble that I prefer at the beginning of next year. I remember I was literally walking to get vapes the other day, and I noticed that, like, it's very cold out. So I was like, my face was really cold except for everything here. And I was like, you know what? Maybe through winter I should keep this going on. You know, there's a little bit of utility I'm getting out of this. It's annoying, but when it's cold and my face is cold, it's kind of nice to have all of this kind of covered a little bit of like an insulatory layer of air, you know? Oh, it's so itchy, dude. I have, like, curly ass hairs, so it's like, it's itchy. Might be a good idea to think about getting some kind of beard oil stuff. Yeah, that could be nice, yeah. I've never really allowed it to grow out this much. Imagine Zan with a Chuck Norris facial hair, like mustache. Yeah. Chuck Norris beard. Zan, you're gonna love my thumbnail for today. Oh, hell yeah, Ethan. Oh, yeah, for those that don't know, oh, shit, yeah. What is it, like 3 hours away? Yesterday, me and Ethan were playing Lego Fortnite. You see, Ethan's actually one of my imaginary friends that doesn't exist, according to Keffels. Me and Ethan were playing Lego Fortnite the other day, and I think it was yesterday, right? And he got into an argument on Twitter with President Sunday. I have President Sunday blocked, so I don't see any of the dumb shit he's posting about me. But Ethan was arguing with him because it was just... Ethan likes arguing with dumb people online. Like, it's actually a passion of his. And he asked me, oh, shit. He says he wants to bring in people to debate him on this, on whether or not Shu pedo-jacketed you. And I was like, oh, cool. And he was like, can I go on and do it? And I was like, yeah, if you want to, sure. Like, I mean, you know what? You should use it as, like, a good starter for, like, getting into, like, the online debate space. Because I honestly think Ethan definitely has what it takes to get to be a big content creator online. And I've been telling him this for years, to just start making content hardcore, and he will be big in a year, minimum, or maximum. He'll be like sustainable as a YouTuber in a year. But yeah, In a couple hours, he's going to go on. He's going to debate President Sunday about this. Less so like as a way to defend me, and more so because he likes to bully dumb people online, and he doesn't like President Sunday. I've gained 400 subs in the past week. Shit was wild. Hell yeah, Pillow. I love seeing that. For those of you guys that don't know, a Pillow is a good friend of the channel. You should really go send some support their way, because they make some great content. Ethan as in Pethan? No, just my friend Ethan. Goes by RK online. And John Stryker on Final Fantasy XIV. Doxed. I doxed your FF14 character. It's Jover. No. For those of you guys that don't know, Ethan's the leader of my Final Fantasy XIV free company. I'm taking a bit of an extended hiatus from FF14 because I'm a little disappointed by it. Not gonna lie. I think many of you would like it, but people talked up the Dark Knight questline so much to me, and then I found out it wasn't voice acted. And my soul was fucking crushed, dude. My soul was fucking crushed. I rage quit the fuck out of FF14 when I found out that the Dark Knight questline wasn't voiced. I'm sure it's great storytelling, but the disappointment, because I expected it to be voiced, just kind of hurt me bad. But I will return to the game. I'm going to play through Shadowbringers and Endwalker entirely on stream, and it's going to be like me giving FF14 the final chance and the final verdict. Because, like, Shadowbringers and Endwalker are current FF14, and it's what people judge the game by primarily. So, yeah. I will give it another try. Pepper T21, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the link. Said,
Basically,
what is this? Shaggy commits tax fraud. Hey, you guys know that the, Chad anything for views guy is, kind of racist, right? For those that don't know, like, one of his pastimes is hanging out with, like... He's been banned from for racism from Twitch by, like, multiple times, but on top of that, one of his pastimes is, like, hanging out with Ice Poseidon and Only Use Me Blade and, like, those, like, YouTubers who are literally, like, killing themselves live on stream. Like, not even joking. Like, Only Use Me Blade, if you don't know who he is actively, like, he's got a hole in his foot, I think, that is, like, actively melting from necrosis. He is, like, blackout drunk every stream, and every stream is just him getting, like, blackout drunk and then screaming the N-word. Like, that's, like, the shit that he hangs out with in his free time. Let me see if I can find the video of that one friend that was in the friend group with, like, the edgelords. She was a black woman, and she talked about how she would get called the N-word all the time by anything for views. I've showed it before, but it seems like the kind of video that, that might not be around anymore. Oh yeah, here it is. So, this is from the channel Woke Video Stay Woke. This is like 5 years old and it's been pretty buried. But, this is the video in question, and this is anything for views in the background. And after this clip, is a clip of her talking and explaining, like, after no longer being friends with them, like, what it was like when this shit would happen.
Black, chicken, niggers. KFC and whatnot. East LA.
This was pretty much YouTube culture in 2016. This was YouTube culture in 2016. Was just, here's like an ear rapey dubstep remix where someone says a racial slur when the beat drops. Ha! What is this? Oh, a pillow. This is evidence of anything for views Chad from Cold Ones being racist. At least back, like, 5 years ago, but he's been up in this, like, space being, like, a weirdo, hanging out with, like, Ice Poseidon and Only Use Me Blade as recently as, like, 2 years ago. So yeah, prepare yourself. Trigger warning going into this video.
Welfare office.
Welfare.
She's not amused.
Grape soda. Niggers.
Wow, the N-word. How funny.
God.
That was just, and this is her talking about it after no longer being, like, part of that friend group anymore. So this is her actually, like, giving serious testimony. Like, people could argue this was just like, yeah, she's joking with them and pretend, like, maybe she's playing a bit. Here's her absolutely 100% not playing a bit, talking about it.
I think Chad is legit racist. I can't see it in, you know, there's a way where you can be racist and it's like satire, right? But to me, it comes off as, this motherfucker is a racist. Like, there's satire, and then there's just straight. You know, when I'm sitting there at the bottom bunk and someone comes over and is like, oh, there's the two niggers, and starts kicking me. Come on, bruh. No, but seriously, that's like, that's rude. That's beyond anything. So.
This is what.
So hopefully Twitch doesn't, like, go after me for that, but I mean, you know, Twitch has very, very fuck standards. So yeah, basically this is a clip from Cold Ones, and the Australian guy you hear talking in this clip, like the guy who sounds like this, I'll point him out when he talks, is the guy who she's referring to there that's racist.
We want an animation.
This guy. The guy who's talking currently, yes. This is the guy the Chad guy that she's referring to.
Basically, we want an animation where Scooby walks in the room and it's Shaggy, and he's sitting at his desk looking through files, and he's crying, and Scooby goes, "What's wrong, Reggie?" And then Shaggy replies with, "Jinkies." Like, Scoob, I'm getting investigated for tax fraud, man. Ruh-roh, Reggie, Rex fraud.
Okay, this is like 2019 internet humor. I don't know. Is this recent? 2 years ago. Okay, that's more forgivable. Yeah, this is definitely like a 2020, 2021 meme, okay? I'm being arrested for tax fraud meme. Why was that a meme? I don't know. It just... I guess it's like the idea of being, like, edgy. I don't know. It's very Reddit humor. Anyway. Larry Banks 78, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $5 dues. I feel like the tax fraud like thing stopped being funny when the completionist thing happened, and everyone was like, "Oh, wait, people do tax fraud and it's real and it's bad and it's not funny because like wealthy people avoiding taxes isn't good. We need those." So I think, like, the completionist shit probably took a lot of the wind out of the sails of that meme. At least for me, it did. Reddit only has two good uses, art and piracy. Art and piracy, yes. Yeah, pretty much. Although I guess it is useful for tech advice. Like, if you search tech problem I have, Reddit, that's how you get the best responses on Google. Like, that's how you get the best results. Just absolutely. Reddit. Anyway, Larry Banks 78, thank you for the $5 donation. Very kind of you as well. It really helps a lot. Thank you. Said, I remember that Anything for Views had a ringtone of Keemstar saying the N-word with a hard R over and over and over again. It was loud enough for a black woman to hear it nearby. Yeah, like that. Back in 2016, people just saw it as memes and jokes, but, like, when you've got people who are part of the friend group being like, yeah, I think he's actually legitimately racist, he is, you know? And the fact is, like, he's pretty much untouchable. Like, if I was to ever try to, like, bring this up against him, or the left was ever to try to bring it up against him, it would absolutely fail. Like, you shouldn't try to use this against him, because it's just a losing battle. At this point, like, having said and done that kind of stuff and been that racist is not, like, a career ender online. It's not like... it's not something that's really gonna hurt you. He's untouchable because of his connection to Joji, yeah. Zan, that, you know, sounded so Canadian. Oh, did it? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. I didn't mean to. Okay. I think I'm gonna be okay. Canadian. You see, the first red flag about Keffels was that she's Canadian. Another reason to be Fredo-phobic. Water jerry can? Dog, I love drinking out of a jug. There's nothing more manly than drinking out of a jug. Also, if I drink out of jug, less plastic go in turtles' throat, so that's good. I don't like plastic going in turtles' throats. Makes me upset. Cherry, no! Wait, you're gay. Okay, you can call me that. What us tour thoughts? What is your thoughts on Chudpocalypse? I don't know what Chudpocalypse is. We can say the F slur if we're queer. I mean, if you're like if I know you are, like I know Cherry is LGBT because I know Cherry very, very much so. But you guys could be lying. You guys could be stealing LGBT valor for the sake of woke points in my chat. Yes, Apillo, I know you're LGBT. And you're allowed to say the N-word with at least the soft A because I know you're actually black. I know, like, anyone in chat could say they are and try to get away with saying it, but I know you are for sure, so you can say it, but not with the hard R because that's maybe a bit too. That's a bit too, like, much. I feel like if I see that in my chat, it's gonna be like, you know, it's gonna kind of like, I'm gonna react to it visually if I see the hard R in my chat, and it's gonna, like, startle me for a second and derail my thoughts. But the soft A, I think we can let slide as long as we know. Xanderhall, you know that the F-slur and fascist have the same root, fascies. Ron DeSantis is both. That is actually true. I love that. I love that copy pasta, by the way. I've seen that around. What if they are quoting To Kill a Mockingbird? What if they are quoting their favorite character from a, what's his name? Fucking Quentin Tarantino movie? I saw a YouTube short recently, and I don't know how I feel about the take in it. It was a clip of Samuel L. Jackson commenting on claims that Quentin Tarantino, you mean himself, on claims that Quentin Tarantino is racist. And he said, well, I will admit this quote is really funny. When I first got the script, he was really hesitant to tell me I wasn't going to be playing Django. And I asked him, who am I playing? And he said, well, you're going to play Steven. And he said, well, who's Steven? And he said, just go ahead and read the script. And so Samuel L. Jackson reads the script, and he's like, Quentin, you want me to play the most awful, horrible, evil black man to ever be portrayed on the screen. And he goes, yeah. And he goes, I'll do it. And he then says, and people ask me if I think Quentin Tarantino is racist. And he says, even, like, when I got the role of Steven, every time I get a script for a character, my character is the most intelligent character in the entire movie. And I thought for a second, and I was like, yeah, he's right about that. That's definitely true. Like, every time Samuel L. Jackson gets a character in a Quentin Tarantino movie, he is not only the best character, and, like, the most well-rounded and fleshed out character, but also the wittiest and smartest character. And the least, like, parody of a character, you know? Even in the Western one in the cabin, he's, like, pretty smart in that one, too, and everyone in that movie's dumb. So, like, yeah, I get the argument there, but also I don't know if that is proof that someone isn't racist. But I also don't think that, like, using the N-word in a script is racist either, because, like, I would not want depictions of racism in our media to get whitewashed and to get, like, sugar-coated. Because racism is gross, it's disgusting, and it's uncomfortable. It should make you uncomfortable. Depictions of racism should always make you uncomfortable. That's a good depiction of racism if it makes the audience feel uncomfortable. Obviously, there needs to be more to it than that, because there could be depictions that make the audience uncomfortable and not good. But, like, yeah, I don't think the fact that there is discomforting depictions of racism in media itself is racist. I think it's honestly, arguably, a good thing, because we shouldn't try to make it seem like something that it's not, which is disgusting and something that should make you feel uncomfortable when you see it. Enough that you act and speak out against it, perhaps. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, there's a difference between being like, all right, I gotta say the N-word for this role, and being like, oh, can I? Ooh, please. Oh, also, do you guys want to see this shirt? This is the best shirt I own. It's exactly what you think it is. Yeah, it's exactly what you think it is. I couldn't even find this on the internet. I saw this on the shelves of a store, and I've yet to be able to find it online. It might be one of a kind. I wear this to the dispensary every time I go to get weed. The highest fuck dispensary employees fucking love it. They love it. They laugh so goddamn loud when I take out, like, unzip my coat and show them my shirt. I was like, hold on, you gotta see my shirt. And they're like, hold on, why do I gotta see it? Wow! And every time, that's how it goes. Aren't those the guys from Fortnite? Dude, you're not even wrong! All four of these well, except for Morty, all three of these characters are now in Fortnite. It's true. Yeah, 3 of those characters are in Fortnite. Geralt of Rivia's in Fortnite. Dude, I gotta do a segment one of these days where we literally just watch a PlayStation Grenade video that breaks down the entire Fortnite lore up until this point. Because so many of you guys in chat were surprised when I booted up Fortnite Lego when I started talking about the Fortnite lore and how it takes place at the center of the multiverse. And that all the characters are people who've been pulled from different universes and locked in this place called the Loop at the very center, that's, like, surrounding the 0 point, which is, like, the origin point of the multiverse, and, like, different forces are trying to gain its power. The Empire from Star Wars, for example, shows up. Star Destroyers and all. We got to use lightsabers. Mr. Beast, yeah, Mr. Beast got pulled into the Loop. Yeah, Mr. Beast is a skin. The Lord of the Rings crossover is gonna go so fucking hard. Dude, Sauron showing up on the island to try to claim the power of the 0 point. Sauron's, like, powerful enough that he would be, like, Darth Vader tier as far as Fortnite lore power. Maybe more. And, like, the popularity of Lord of the Rings, it's possible, like, there could be... I hope we get a whole season of Fortnite where Sauron's the villain. That would just go so fucking hard. Dude, we got a Attack on Titan crossover in Fortnite. We could totally get a Lord of the Rings crossover. Master Chief, Sarah Connor, the Terminator. Like, you could like, half the list of characters from the ultimate showdown of Ultimate Destiny are in Fortnite. Like, think of the big list of characters that fight in the Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny. They're in Fortnite. Like, Fortnite is becoming that music video. Honestly, surprised Shaq isn't in Fortnite yet. He's coming. The Space Jam, like, crossover will happen. Fucking hell. I've never seen Space Jam. I know. It's a sin. I've never seen it. Literally all I know is the fucking scene in Rick and Morty where they kill the versions of themselves that were in Space Jam 2. That's all I know about it. I'm sorry. I know it's a sin. There already was in 2, but with LeBron. I literally know nothing about Space Jam other than the Rick and Morty crossover. And the fact that Rick and Morty that were in Space Jam canonically get murdered. Have you? I can't play the clip. It's so funny. It's so funny. Wasn't Space Jam 2 just a crossover fest? Like everybody's in it? Don't think Shaq was in either Space Jam? I heard that somewhere. I'm sorry. Maybe it's a Mandela effect. Actually, it is a Mandela effect. That's literally a Mandela effect in Internet Comment Etiquette's video. How did I hear a Mandela effect and then like never have thought it, hear that it's false, and then commit it to memory as fact? It's like that one study they did where they got a bunch of people together in a theater to watch a documentary on World War II, told them that everything in the documentary they would hear was false, and then quizzed them on it afterward, and they answered the quiz with answers with knowledge they learned from the documentary they were told beforehand was false. It's literally the equivalent of that. I just did that. I just did the phenomenon that study was made to study. There you go. I'm gonna be real. I don't get the thirst for Lola Bunny. Like, if you took Lola Bunny's, like, figure and frame and, like, made her a human, now we're talking. But, like, I don't get furry shit, and I never have. Maybe it's because, like, the media I grew up with didn't really do the furry thing. Like, something that I've noticed that, like, is really weird is that a ton of dudes who grew up watching, like, a lot of Disney movies have a massive crush on Nala from The Lion King. And then dudes that age, a lot of them name their, like, their golden retriever dogs Nala. And it's like, Why are we talking about crushes on lions? Because I was talking about how I've never gotten the furry thing. Oh, yeah, it's that's the Mandela effect. It's because Shaq was in a basketball movie called Blue Chips in 1994, and so people mix it up. Dude, the Mandela effect is so interesting. Because one of them that I really get is the cornucopia around the Fruit of the Loom logo. I had a lot of clothes from Fruit of the Loom growing up, and I could have sworn there was a cornucopia on that fucking logo. I could have sworn there was. And I don't know what the source of the, like, assumption that there was comes from. Because, like, with a lot of the Mandela effect things, it's like, okay, here's where the confusion comes from. Like, for example, Luke, I am your father is not the line. It's, no, I am your father is the line. So, like, there's been a lot of parodies where they make it Luke, I am your father. So that makes sense why people would remember it that way, and people have quoted it incorrectly in movies and whatnot. But, like, that Fruit of the Loom one gets to me, because I remember that logo having a cornucopia, and that one fucking bothers me. Yeah, Mirror Mirror on the Wall being wrong, but that one has a much, like, more reasonable explanation. The Shrek parroting that one, and that coming from Shrek makes a lot of sense, because a lot of us watch Shrek. I watched Shrek a lot when I was a kid, so yeah. Yeah, no, I think it was always the Berenstain Bears, because one thing that I specifically remember when I was young was reading the Berenstain Bears title and struggling to read Berenstain, and wanting to read it as Berenstein because it came off as more correct. Like, Steen was a word I knew, and Stain just didn't sound right there. It just sounded weird to me, and so I wanted to read it as Berenstein. But it was I remember my teacher correcting me and saying it's Berenstain when I was reading it out loud. And so I very much know for a fact it was always Berenstain Bears, not Berenstein Bears. Man, we've gotten stun locked this stream. What the fuck? I'm already hungry for lunch. No. Okay. We need to get into topics, okay?
We're more than a...
Whoa! No spoilerinos, please. Thank you. Okay. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Okay, everybody. So, how many of you guys in chat are gamers? Because I'm a gamer. I play a lot of video games. And one of the games that really evolved my gamer hobby into something that it never was before was a game called DayZ Standalone. Now, I initially heard about DayZ when I was about 11 years old, scrolling through YouTube, when a Frankie on PC and 1080p video came up in my recommended. It was for Arma 2 DayZ. Now, Arma 2 DayZ was a mod for Arma 2. It was extremely laggy, buggy, barely playable. Not saying DayZ now isn't all of these things, by the way. It was really just not even worth picking up if you didn't have a supercomputer. And so his videos and the way that he made them so high quality and high production value made it such an attractive game to a young Walking Dead fan such as myself, right? But I wasn't able to play DayZ until I was able to buy DayZ Standalone and finally actually run it. And I've had the game since 2013, and DayZ Standalone continues to disappoint me. It is practically only worth playing on modded servers at this point, which is such a shame because I feel like they really should have done a lot more by now, but the lead developer, what's his name, Rocket, I think, literally left the company and went and climbed Mount Everest and just fucked off, so they don't even have a team lead. I don't even, like, the guy who made the mod is gone. Like, he just fucked off with the money. So, DayZ's basically, like, all but an abandoned project. It's still updating, it's still getting stuff added, it's still getting refined, but, like, it's not in a good state, and if you told 11-year-old me DayZ Standalone would be where it is now in, like, more than 10 years, I would be so upset. So goddamn upset. And as you can imagine, this genre of game where you just have this open world and there are big hordes of zombies filling up towns and cities with large amounts of country in between, and like a decent number of players out there in the world that you can potentially run into, talk to. You can either ally with them and build up a base or a camp with them, or you can, kill them and steal their loot or capture them. Like, DayZ offered a lot of these things, but it did so in the worst ways possible. DayZ has such an amazing premise, but its execution is dog shit. and pretty much anyone who's played it will agree, that we are just begging, the gaming community is waiting for the concept of DayZ to be executed at a AAA game quality standard. And a few years ago, 2 years ago I should say, a game was announced that seemed like it might be just that. And I've talked about this before. Check out this trailer for a game called The Day Before.
Welcome to the short gameplay demonstration trailer for The Day Before, an upcoming open-world multiplayer survival game. The Day Before features a huge, stunningly detailed post-apocalyptic world destroyed by a terrible virus.
Running out of fuel. Great, man. Awesome. We'll look around here, I guess.
I'm getting into all of it, Avalon of Babylon.
Shall we split up?
Oh yeah, Corvus,
Yep.
I'm talking about it.
I'll find out what's in the skyscraper. Okay.
This is
I'll
the
look
most
around here.
wish-listed game on Steam, or at least it was before it got taken down due to a copyright dispute that they did end up winning.
Let's see what we have here. Alright, alright, alright. I have found a great cowboy hat. Tell her everything's alright. And there aren't any more guns in the valley. Easy, cowboy.
Very cringy dialogue between these two people here.
Listen up.
Almost sounds like AI voices, doesn't it?
If you can hear this message, it means that we have opened our doors for new survivors. We
It's
can
'cause
give
it's
you
AI.
food and shelter and ensure your safety. Here are the coordinates.
Did you hear that? Yep, I got a message too. Great. Maybe I can sell my junk there and get myself a better rifle. Let's find some fuel and go.
Yeah, these are
In
supposed
the
to be two
Survivor
people
Colony,
talking over
you can sell and buy
like,
any
in-game
items,
voice.
as well as
Let's see.
cooperate with other players.
So basically, skip through. They do some looting inside of a building, very calm atmosphere, but then some other players come in.
Got company. Could use some help now.
The things are about to get heated.
Over here.
This doesn't feel right. Yeah, your instincts are already kicking in. It looks like The Last of Us. Like The Last of Us level quality of combat, movement, looting, and everything, but in a massively multiplayer open world. That's what they're promising it as, at least. They advertise it as an
there's too many of
MMO,
them.
open
I
world,
gotta go upstairs.
survival, base building.
Okay, I'm running toward you.
The snowstorm is starting right now, and the temperature is falling fast.
I also want you to pay very close attention to how the dialogue sounds like Google Translate English. Pay really close attention to that because it becomes relevant later.
Remember that when you shoot and make unnecessary noise, it can attract unwanted guests even more terrifying than other players.
ChatGPT didn't exist in this trailer.
The world of The Day Before is teeming with hungry hordes of bloodthirsty infected, ready to
Hordes.
tear you to pieces.
Whoa.
Phew, that was close. I should have seen this shit.
It seems he dodged a bullet. Now he's crafting a bandage so he doesn't die from bleeding.
Hey, are you upstairs already?
So, me and my friends saw this trailer years ago, and we started. Oh, I see the face there. And we started questioning whether or not this game could really meet the expectations that are being promised here. Because even if it's half as good as they're showing it off as being, if it's better than DayZ standalone, it's pretty much only competition in this respect. As far as performance and content and quality and promise for the future, then at the very least, it would be a better, like, it would be a side or upgrade from DayZ standalone, right? And that was the hope, right? However, as we got closer to release, things started to look really, really fishy. Stuff started to come out about this company that just didn't seem right. And we're going to get into that in a little bit when I put another video on in a second that kind of goes a little deeper into it. But the game launched a couple days ago, the same day as Lego Fortnite, by the way. and I was able to get my hands on it. I wasn't able to play it, not before I got my refund, that is, but I will go into more detail about my review of the game from what I got to play of it, quote-unquote play, whenever we get to the point where we talk about what ended up happening. You see, a lot of controversy started to come up. People started to speculate as to whether or not this game is actually real. You see, the game continuously got delayed. The devs were very unwilling to show anything that wasn't obviously heavily edited and scripted gameplay. That might not even be gameplay at all, because look at this. It almost looks like it's just a render in engine. And there was no creators or like big figures confirming that this was a game that existed. Not to mention the studio itself has a really shoddy history. The highest quality game they've ever put out is Prop Night. But besides that, their history is very bad. They basically have a history of straight up scamming their the buyers of their games, but like in a way that you could honestly say could be due to incompetence in making games. Like maybe they're just too new of a studio to really make good games, but they always sell off their game after a few months after release, once the player count drops to nothing. So this studio has a really bad history. And me and my friends were basically betting, are they going to be able to pull through? Because Prop Night, to be fair, was pretty successful, and that was their most recent game. Is Prop Night a good example of what the future of their games is going to be like, and they're going to use the money from it to make this game, and it's actually going to be good, and or at least meet some level of the expectations? Or is Prop Night just a fluke, and this is just going to be a massive scam? These claims got even more exacerbated, and I covered this in my previous video, when we noticed that a lot of things in the game are straight up asset flips. Notably, a gas station we see in one of the trailers, which didn't make it into the game, by the way, appears to be the exact gas station that they stop at in Life is Strange 2 when they're on the road outside of Seattle. Like, down to the colors, the cobble used in the side of the building, the pumps, like, all of it, the sign. Like, it's just the same gas station with very, very tiny tweaks. So things looked really fishy with this game, but a couple days ago, the entire map is a $500 asset flip. Hey! Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. Anyway, they're charging $40 for this game, and it is the most wishlisted game on Steam. On launch day, it had over 30,000 people playing it. This is Force Gaming, one of my favorite gaming coverage YouTubers, talking about the day before and its launch, and what a disaster it was. My experience was, I bought the game, optimistic, hoping to try it myself, but knowing that no matter what, like if I hated it, I was not going to play over 2 hours of it, and I'd keep an eye on the play timer so that I could still refund it and get my $40 back, right? So I bought the game, installed pretty quick despite being 50 gigabytes. I thought, 50 gigs is pretty big. 50 gigs is pretty big. That could be content. 50 gigs is a big game. Like, that could actually have some content in it. Or it could be a very poorly compressed game, very badly optimized, which is what ended up being the case. Boot up the game. You make your character. There are no options to change settings. This becomes important in a moment. You have to actually be loaded into a server in-game, able to walk around and pause the game to access your settings menu, to change video settings, to change audio settings, so the music is just blasting the whole time, and you can't change that outside of like changing the audio dials in your computer itself. And then you go to the server list. Now, they advertise this game as an MMO. We come to find out each server holds 32 players, and there are 152 servers across all regions. 30,000 people are on the game trying to get in. The game can only fit 4,000 people online. There are no server queues. You can only spam click join on servers hoping to get in. And every time it does a slow fading black screen to make you think it might load you in, then says there's connection problems and tells you to try again. It doesn't even tell you the server's full. It tells you there were connection problems. And of course, When I finally did manage to get in, thankfully under 2 hours, I was able to get in. Most people were not. They really were trying to get people to play the game longer than the 2 hours that would make it so they can't refund. Interesting, huh? I finally managed to get onto a server, and it crashes. Because I don't have enough VRAM, apparently, despite the fact that I have a 2080 Ti. There was no lag in the starting screen, so I know for a fact it was just because my video settings were incompatible with my card. And unfortunately, you have to actually get into the game to change those settings. So at that point, I realized, wow, the game is literally physically unplayable for me because of this. It also has no widescreen support, so if you have a widescreen monitor, fuck you. I immediately refunded the game then. That is where my experience playing the game ended, about an hour and a half, almost hitting the 2-hour limit, trying to get into the game. I then found out, just so happens, the tutorial, before you actually get out into the world to experience the game, is just under 2 hours long. So even if you did get in right away, chances are, before you found out what the game really is, you've already gone over the 2-hour timer to get refunded by Steam. Now let's find out about the disastrous launch of the day before. I'm disappointed. The company shut down, by the way? Is that their announcement today? No way. No way did they announce today they shut down. No shot. No fucking shot. No way. Official statement. No fucking way. Oh my god, we did it. Wait, this is the good ending. Today, we announced the closure of Fantastic Studio. Unfortunately, the day before has failed financially, and we lack the funds to continue. All income received... This is bullshit, by the way. They absolutely... I don't believe when you get refunded from Steam that the company loses money. Is that even, like, a thing? Does the money get charged back from the company that you bought the game from when you get a Steam refund? Today... the day before has failed financially and we lack the funds to continue. All income received is being used to pay off debts to our partners. I know for a fact this is bullshit. We invested all our efforts, resources, and man-hours into the development of the day before, which was our first huge game. We really wanted to release new patches to reveal the full potential of the game, but unfortunately, we don't have the funding to continue the work. It's important to note that we didn't take any money from the public during the development of the day before. There were no pre-orders or crowdfunding campaigns. Yeah, because your scam relied on dropping it on release day to an extremely anticipating audience and to lock them in to not getting refunds. What they didn't expect was Steam opened up the refund window. Steam opened up the refund window because of all the controversy, and that's, if there is actual financial issues going on there, that's probably why. We worked tirelessly for years, pouring our blood, sweat, and tears into the game. At the moment, the future of the day before and prop night is unknown, but the servers will remain operational. We apologize if we didn't meet your expectations. We did everything within our power, but unfortunately, we miscalculated our capabilities. Creating games is an incredibly challenging endeavor. We're grateful to everyone who supported us during these difficult years. It's been a fantastic journey over the past 8 years. 2015, opening of the studio. 2017, release of The Wild 8, failed game they sold off after like 2 months when the player counts dropped because it was a scam. 2018, release of Dead Dozen, scam game that they sold off after the player counts dropped to literal dozens of people. That was the joke, is Dead Dozen, there's a dozen people playing it. 2018, release of Radiant 1, same case. It was also just a mobile game. 2021, release of Prop Night. Literally a one-hit wonder. It literally died overnight. No one knows what Prop Night is anymore. And then 2020, also, it was literally, like, trying to ride off the coattails of the success of Fortnite with that name. Come on, they're very unoriginal. And then 2023, the release the day before. Man. I'm liking and retweeting this tweet. We won. We won, dude. So yeah, basically the game was so bad and such a massive scam, they just shut down the studio today, 4 days after their massive release. I think they're taking the money and running, by the way. I think that's what this is. This was their big ploy. They're going to drop the game and a week later take all the release money, shut down the studio, file for bankruptcy, and run. It's 2 brothers that were responsible for this, by the way. Just 2 guys who are brothers from Siberia. Anyway. Does Steam still honor refunds? Yeah. Yeah, I got my game refunded. Anyway, let's find out how the launch went and how bad the game truly, truly was.
All right, so the day before is finally here. I played all day yesterday, streaming it for a few hours and then playing for several more off-stream myself. And I gotta say, my first impressions are not good. Things immediately began poorly. As I was downloading the game, Liam managed to finish and get in. First thing that happened after making a character, he fell through the floor, infinitely falling through space, forcing him to reboot. I thought, okay, yeah, that's kind of funny, but he's probably just unlucky. So I clicked on a random Twitch stream because I wanted to watch some gameplay while I was downloading, and the exact same thing was happening. The guy's stream that I was watching made a character and immediately fell through the floor. Like
I forgot to mention, by the way, do you want to know what the crash error said the game was called? Whenever it crashed, when I finally got into a server. Unreal Engine Survival Game is what the game is called officially in the files. Like whenever Minecraft crashes, it says Minecraft.exe has stopped working. This says Unreal Engine Survival Game has stopped working. Because guess what, guys? The entire game is an Unreal Engine store asset flip. Down to the every single item, building, the map, everything. The UI, all of it. Every single bullet type and weapon type has no difference. All of the guns do the same amount of damage. All the bullets do the same amount of damage. None of the body armors or anything have any effect whatsoever. No helmets have any effect whatsoever. Everything is just meant to look like a game, but once you actually look at it, it's not. Down to the extent of, dude, they baked in constant sounds of gunshots coming from different directions. So it sounds like there's people constantly shooting zombies in the world, because that, to make you think that's why there's no zombies around, because there's no zombies. Like there's like 1 or 2. But like you're supposed to think, there's no zombies around because there's players everywhere shooting them. That's where all the zombies are at. I got to go towards the gunshots. People found out by digging through the files, those gunshot noises are baked in. So that when you first get into the world, it sounds like you're in this really populated, massively packed world full of players. Anyway, I don't want to steal the thunder from this guy.
I literally couldn't believe it. But, you know, whatever. We'll just give it a shot ourselves, right? So I got in, booted up my stream, and the adventure began. Now, after making a character where you select from a variety of visual and class options, you wake up in Woodbury. Now, fortunately, I didn't end up falling through the floor and was able to progress, being introduced to what is essentially the game's main town or social hub full of NPCs and other players. The prologue takes you through all the major vendors and stations.
Yo, Zan, you should check DMs. I sent you my stream thumbnail. You'll love it. Hey, Ethan. Yeah, you should stick around for this. We're talking about the day before disaster. Ethan was my friend who we were, like, really watching the day before to see if it would be good. Because of the oh my god, that's so good. That's so I want to play the clip on stream. I want to play the fucking clip it references on stream. Oh my god. Everybody needs, like, I'm playing it. The implication. Cherry can cut this stun lock out. And I'm fine with this getting copyrighted.
Yo. Hey, buddy. I got some turpentine, some wax, and some high-gloss boat paint. This shit is really expensive.
Oh, dude, yeah, you're telling me. I picked us up some new slacks and docksiders so we could have the right look, you know, and fit in and everything. We're running pretty low on remaining dick towel money, though.
Plus, we gotta fill that thing up with gas.
I know, man. We gotta pop by the department store, pick up the mattress. And I want to get a nice one, too. You know what I'm saying?
The what? The mattress? What do we need a mattress for?
What do you mean, what do we need a mattress for? Why in the hell do you think we just spent all that money on a boat? The whole purpose of buying the boat in the first place was to get the ladies nice and tipsy topside so we can take them to a nice, comfortable place below deck and, you know, they can't refuse because of the implication.
Oh, okay. You had me go in there for the first part. The second half kind of threw me.
Well, dude, think about it. She's out in the middle of nowhere with some dude she barely knows. You know, she looks around her. What does she see? Nothing but open ocean. There's nowhere for me to run. What am I gonna do? Say no?
Okay, that seems really dark.
No, it's not dark. You're misunderstanding me, bro.
I think I am.
Yeah, you are. Because if the girl said no, then the answer obviously is no.
No.
But the thing is she's not gonna say no. She would never say no because of the implication.
Now, you've said that word implication a couple of times. What implication?
The implication that things might go wrong for her if she refuses to sleep with me. Now, not that things are gonna go wrong for her, but she's thinking that they will.
This is It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Why aren't you understanding this? She doesn't know whether she wants to have sex with me. It's that that's not the issue.
Are you gonna hurt women?
I'm not gonna hurt these women.
Okay.
Why would I ever hurt these women? I feel like you're not getting this at all.
I'm not getting it.
God damn. Well, don't you look at me like that. You certainly wouldn't be in any danger.
So they are in danger?
No one's in any danger. How can I make that any more clear to you? Okay, it's an implication of danger.
It's so good. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia is a show that I don't watch often, but when I do, I am literally never disappointed. But that's what Ethan's thumbnail is referencing, that scene. That's really good, Ethan. I like it. Spam the fuck out of me when the debate starts and send me the link so I can watch it, okay? Because I want to see it. I want to react to it live. All right, we're going to continue our coverage of the day before disaster. A couple hours? Okay, we got a bit. Cool. Branding channel and stuff? Nice. Everyone go sub to Ethan. You can spam your link here however much you like, Ethan, by the way.
There's a doctor, guns, and ammo, storage, and a workbench. All the stuff was actually fine. Woodbury is a cool looking location and has the standard vendors you'd expect, and it was neat seeing other players running around. After about 20 minutes, I am then directed to the homestead. This is where they have the game's player housing. Now, having left the confines...
I don't know if he gets into it here. The player housing, once you've built your cabin and you place the cot, which is the tutorial, everything else is disabled. As in, like, it doesn't matter if you have the coins to buy, say, a couch. It's just a red outline and you can't place it. The player housing doesn't exist. Has no features beyond the 2 things you do in the tutorial. Everything else that it shows is like, you can do this if you have enough money, is completely fake. It's just there to make you think there's progression waiting for you when you're doing the tutorial. So you don't know that you should be closing the game and immediately refunding it right now.
Of the instant social hub, however, my frame rate immediately...
The run animation is absolutely ripped right out of The Last of Us, and people have done breakdowns of how many of the locations are just asset rips off of the Unreal Store, and how many of the trailers they've made are direct recreations of other game trailers shot by shot. Because there's not a single original feature in this entire game. There's very little features to be spoken of, but as far as like the window dressing they do have to make it look like a real game, it's all stuff stolen from other games. The aesthetics, the ideas, like it's basically meant to be like evocative of like other games that we know, right?
Immediately tanked. Oh, that was really... Why is that so choppy all of a sudden? Ooh, jeez.
Oh no.
What is happening? Hey guys, how's the stream, how's it running for you right now? I was getting, I don't know, about like 10 frames per second at this point. Now things did smooth out after about a minute, but this was not a good sign and turned out to be a bit of a performance foreshadowing. I proceeded to build my base, selecting from various templates. You're able to place down buildings and other stuff basically. So to start, I had access to this tent, a camp cot, and a few decorative items. And I thought this was neat. Like it seemed fine. Although in all my remaining playtime, I have not once yet revisited this area, as there hasn't seemed to be a reason to do so. But so far, not so bad. Like beyond the frame drops, a few awkward dialogue choices.
All right, you're a speech organ.
Pay very, very close attention to all of the voices. No voice actors are credited in this game, by the way. Every voice in the game is very obviously AI voice. It's so obviously AI voices when you listen to it.
My speech organ and the unlucky people.
Yeah, and there's also really weird translation things. Something I've noticed is like really weird about the marketing of this game too from the company making it, Fantastic. I know there's a bit of a language barrier because they're Siberian, and it's like two Siberian brothers that like run the company, but they use this term constantly, over and over again, excessively in all of their marketing. Kindness. They're like, we want to promote kindness in our community and kindness in the company, and we have a very kind work ethic. And they use the term kind in like as a synonym for any other word that could mean good. So like imagine a case where you'd use a positive synonym, they use kindness. And it's weird because then you get into the game and all of the characters you meet are really weirdly kind to the extent that they have no personality. They just immediately trust you. They're immediately like, here's some money. You can use me as like, welcome to Wood. Like, yeah. Also Woodbury, the name of the fucking colony that's like the central hub you go to is literally stolen from The Walking Dead, but it's spelled differently. And on top of that, they lied about it being an open world MMO. It's an extraction shooter. It's straight up a Tarkov-style extraction shooter with none of the depth that Tarkov has to its fights, looting, and progression that makes it good.
People who start out falling through the floor. This introduction 30 minutes or so was fine. Not my preferred way to start a game. I like getting into the action and not talking to NPCs for 30 straight minutes, but ultimately nothing aggressively bad had happened at this point. Well, that all changed as soon as I left the social hub and headed out into New Fortune City, or to put another way, once it was time to actually start...
The reason why I brought up the kindness point, by the way, is it feels like the studio behind this that was scamming all these people thought that if they were like super nice and they were over the top nice, that would make people more trusting of them. So they just use the term kindness over and over again, because how could you be mean to the scammers if they're so kind and they love kindness so much? But then there's also like the weirdness of like the language barrier there. Yeah.
Playing the game, things immediately took a turn for the worse. This has just been a pretty awful experience. All around, I think this game is really, really not good, but let's talk about the reasons why. For starters, the gun feedback is bad, with there being quite heavy delay on...
By the way, there's no universe in which this game wasn't made by less than 10 people in less than a year. This game is said to be in development for 5 years in total at this point, and has had multiple delays. Besides just everything being put into the world from Unreal Engine Store, there is no programming that's been done. Like, no programming was done here. It's just drag and drop. So this game was almost certainly just, like, hyped up for 5 years to get as much investor money as possible. They churned out something that looked like the advertisements, and now they're taking the money and running because they just announced the shutdown of the studio on Twitter.
Shooting effects and hit registration. Many times it'll be hard to tell if you've even hit anything after shooting or how much damage you did. So for that reason, in most cases, you'll just keep shooting, hoping the thing you're aiming at dies. Now, a majority of the time, what'll happen is you fire a shot and...
By the way, fuck IGN. They still have the trailer for this game and all of its advertising up on their YouTube channel and their promotion of it. They still promote the game by not outwardly calling it a scam like it is. Like, a lot of gaming outlets are... Like, this is an example of the lack of integrity in gaming journalism that I wish Gamergate was actually about, is the fact that IGN has not put out a public apology already for even promoting this game in the first place, not doing their due diligence.
There's at least like a 1 to 2 second delay before you see that shot register or before the animations of your target being hit end up.
There are no hordes in the game, by the way. This is the, like, you will run into 1 or 2 zombies, maybe 3 at the most, and they're massively bullet spongy. And there are some boss zombies that take, like, a lot of bullets. Now, a limited zombie world can work, okay? Look at the Last of Us games. There's not really massive hordes of zombies in that game. It's actually, like, pretty, like, minimal as far as the amount of infected you run into. But the gameplay services that. One zombie can fuck you up, and the way that plays out is really cinematic and fun. But they don't execute that well here. It's just a city of very sparse bullet-spongy zombies, which I guess technically they do that better than DayZ, but DayZ has actual depth to it, and is an actual open world with a like nearly 100 players on some servers. This is a much smaller map with 32 players, and it's an extraction shooter.
Showing. But even worse is that in some circumstances, and this especially seems to be the case in PvP, when you're engaging with another player and dealing with their connection from their PC to the servers, and then from the servers back to you, and back and forth. When you're fighting another,
like you will literally just, the desync was, it's not even like optimized in any way for playable gunfights. Like there are people whose heads get like blown up to the size of a building due to a bug you've already seen, and if you shoot that, it's a perfect headshot and you kill them. So they think they're behind cover, but on your screen you can see their head because it's like the size of a building. So you just go boom, 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 and they're dead.
The player, this is even more exaggerated. Many times you'll unload an entire clip into the player, and then several seconds will go by. They'll run around a corner or take cover or...
For the record, there's no bleeding mechanic in this game, so they're not bleeding out after getting shot here. It's just that it takes like 5 seconds for them to die after getting lethally shot.
Go into the street, move through a door, whatever, and then after like a good 4 to 5 seconds, they just drop dead on the floor. In fact, this exact thing happened.
So yeah, basically what happened there is that guy killed him. He lost that gunfight.
Go by. They'll run around a...
So this gunfight here, he lost it, but he didn't die until after he killed the other guy.
Corner or take cover or go into the street, move through a door, whatever, and then after...
This guy has already killed him. This guy has killed him. And this is how long it takes for the death to kick in.
After like a good 4 to 5 seconds, they just drop dead on the floor. In fact...
That is every gunfight in the game.
This exact thing happened when Liam and I were in Discord chatting. We happened to be on the same server, and I ended up killing him. That was a real fight. That's a real gunfight. Is he dead?
The zombies don't really move.
Oh, did you kill me?
You?
Yeah, I just died.
Wait, that was you?
Yeah. Did you get my stuff?
Also, 50% of the time, you kill a player and their body instantly disappears and you can't loot them.
Absolutely loaded, dude.
There's no grouping up either.
What's hilarious about this, beyond
There's no way to join with a friend and like make sure you can group up and stuff.
Fact that happened was you can see I unload into him. He then runs around the truck and ends up falling dead several feet and a few seconds later. Like, it is the registration of these shots happening is super bad. In addition to that, I would say the sound effects in this game are not great, but I'm not...
Yeah, the sad part is too, with these bones, if you put this into the hands of a decent studio, they could actually make it into something serviceable. The problem is, Ethan, most of the stuff we saw in the trailers just doesn't exist in the game, particularly like in terms of the map. The map is roughly... The map is smaller than the amount of the Lego Fortnite map we've explored. It's small. It's the city, and then a much smaller area than the city of, like, country area. And it's just an extraction shooter. There's 5 extraction points. You go in, you do missions that give you 1,000 coins each, you loot what you can. It turns out there are working vehicles, but... They drive, but the second you hit anything, they fall through the world, including players. Like, they ramp off of... There's no collision with them, so, like, you can't run over a player or zombies or anything. And they fall through the world once they hit, like, any, environment. And they cost, like, millions of coins. One quest gives you 1,000 coins. Loot is worth, like, dozens of coins. One person's managed to get a car, and it's broken as fuck. They are just there as window dressing. Everything in the game is just there to look cool. Nah, Fallout 76 is miles better than this. Yeah, it's so much better. Like, dude, modern Fallout 76 is pretty fucking good. You can straight up get the NCR Ranger armor in Fallout 76 and go and build your fucking town. It's good. Fallout 76 nowadays is actually good. Like, if you want this effect, but good, Fallout 76 is gonna achieve it. Yeah, Fallout 76, despite its launch issues, is an actual game. Zan, want to play it? I'm down to play it, yeah. My internet's fast as fuck. I can install a game in, like, 20 minutes. So if you ever want to play a certain game, yeah. Fallout 76 also has in-game voice IP. So, like, if I'm raiding, like, a supermarket and, like, killing all the ghouls inside and another player rolls up, I can be like, hey, what's up? And they can be like, yo, how you doing? And we can have a conversation in there after slaughtering the ghouls. It's actually pretty fun.
Even so much talking about the sounds of the gunshots themselves. Like, do they sound like guns? Whatever. But it's how the game handles positional and directional audio that appears to be quite poor. The distance and direction of gunshots, or really any sounds in the game, seem terribly inaccurate. So you'll hear something that sounds like it's just next door, like maybe a few feet away from you, but it ends up being around the block or even streets over. Gunshots, player sounds like footsteps.
Oh, for a little bit of like reference, by the way, this is the first game I have ever refunded.
Zombie gurgles, alarms. Oh, and did I mention the alarms?
Oh, the alarms.
They are omnipresent, aggressively and hilariously so. I basically need to go back to Woodbury. Oh, sorry,
They're so
guys.
loud, too.
Just have to run by this alarm. One of the 100 alarms triggered right now.
So the alarms are a mechanic that was supposed to be in the game. From the trailers, it was like you would go into a store, and if you didn't like immediately put in the code to turn off the alarm that would go off, zombies would start hoarding up on the store because of the loud noise, and players would too, and you'd have to quickly loot and get out of there. That's the idea. A cool idea. In action, though, there's no zombies, and there's no real players out in the world, so it just ends up being loud alarm playing everywhere, and no one turns them off. So like everywhere you go, you just hear these blaring alarms, and there's no zombies being attracted to them. There's no hordes running around. So it's just like loud alarms that you can't turn down because the game doesn't have individual sound settings.
These are just constantly going off all the time, everywhere. It's super loud, and as far as I could tell, there was no way of shutting them off. I couldn't shoot them. I couldn't interact with the pads to turn them off.
So in the trailers, they show it as possible to interact with the pads and turn them off. I've seen 2 streamers be able to like actually interact with these pads, but most of the things in the environment that look lootable are not lootable. Like about 10% are, but they're like the same assets, but half, like 10% of them are lootable. Like there's these exact duffel bags, and you'll see them in the environment, and 10% of them are lootable. And on top of that, once something's been looted, it shows as the same as something that's not lootable. And then on top of that, there's input errors where things that can be interacted with just don't have the pop-up.
Off, as we had seen in preview gameplay footage. Now, I was told by people that you needed to actually pick a character who basically had the perk that let them shut off the alarms.
Oh,
apparently, I didn't, so I was just constantly listening to alarms blaring everywhere from basically every shop, every door that you could walk into. Besides the larger buildings, all those small stores.
A horrible mechanic that doesn't interact with anything and is just annoying, but a mechanic at least.
Along the roads appear to have an alarm, and they were just constantly being triggered. It was super annoying. I don't know what else to say. I'm also fairly certain that the game pumps out fake gunshot sounds. Now, this sounds very
100%.
conspiratorial, right? But
this has been confirmed by looking through the game files.
It's like, oh, they're putting out fake gun sounds to make it sound like there's players playing when there actually isn't. I'm not accusing them of doing that, but I do think they're just putting fake gun sounds in there just for the heck of it, or it seems to be the case if this isn't some sort of a bug. So what happened is I was walking around the city and I kept hearing shots nearby. So I would move towards that sound's location. It looked to be like it was inside of a building, but I couldn't see the entrance. So I would like walk around the entire perimeter of the building looking for an entrance, looking for the source of the sound, but there wasn't any. This was one of those building blocks that had no actual storefront or entrance to it, but I kept hearing the shots and I kept running around the building. There was never a source of those shots other than them just being generated. There's also things like, you know, the zombie AI in this game isn't very good. It doesn't make a lot of sense most of the time.
It's worse
Sometimes
than
it won't
Daisy.
see you when you're right next to them, or you could be sprinting by them and
it's
nothing will
somehow
happen.
buggier
Other
than
times they'll
Daisy.
be hyper aware of you. It's just
And as much as those like destruction physics look cool, like the heads popping and like the zombies getting like their limbs blown off, that is just it's just taken out of the Unreal Store. Like you can literally just go on the Unreal Store, boot up Unreal Engine, port in these zombies with these like mechanics and ragdoll physics and destruction physics. It's just literally copy pasted in from the store. I believe that Asmongold did a full accounting because his fans like really dug through the Unreal Store and found every asset they could that's used in the game, and they found the game cost roughly $3,000 to make. They charged They charged $40 for it on release. In early access, by the way. That was their try to get out of jail free card, was it's in early access. So yeah, they spent $4,000 on the assets for the game, copy pasted them in, made this in less than 6 months, I would bet, and took the money and ran. I don't know whether or not the refunds get charged back from them or from Steam, is the one who gets charged back, but I hope it's the company. It's probably Steam, though.
Very inconsistent, really. Animations also of these zombies, they are very few animations. The ones that are there aren't very good. They don't actually sync up with the hits and the movement of the character. Everything is very glitchy and buggy. Speaking of bugs and glitch, dude, lots of them. The ones that we've seen personally so far are things like zombies being stuck in vehicles or on the terrain, players getting stuck in terrain. We saw players locked behind fences, the falling through the floor that we mentioned at the beginning. There were many instances of players just not appearing. For example, when in the social hub, you would see just like the data pads, the tablets floating around. There would be a player kneeling looking at it, but you just didn't see the player, so all you ended up with was a floating data pad. And in fact, if we want to go back to the gunshot thing, maybe it's the case that the shots were real, but I couldn't see the players, because we've seen that there can be invisible players. We've seen all sorts of issues with animations, bugs, and glitches. We know that invisible players are a thing. It's happened in the social hub at least.
Yes.
So
everything is aesthetically meant to look like stuff that's at least vaguely familiar. They did a trailer where there's this like woman that's the character, and she looks very close to Lara Croft. Very close. They're very shameless about it. Like it's the Woodbury is the name of the survivor colony hub. Woodbury is the place in The Walking Dead. Like everything. Also, the mall from the game, while it is a real mall, is right out of Spider-Man Miles Morales. The mall in New York, the big one that's all done up for Christmas. Yeah, it's exactly that. Just ripped straight from Spider-Man Miles Morales. Yeah, they were shameless.
So maybe the gunshot sound thing being fake isn't the reality, but maybe there's just invisible players running around shooting.
They're probably
that we just
getting
can't
sued.
see, but we can hear them. That's a possibility as well. Many, many, many instances of character animations glitching out. One frequent example that we saw was instead of like seeing a player running as they would be on their screen, we would see them in a kneeling position, just sliding at sprinting speed across the floor, just not moving, as if they were crouched, like looking in their inventory or looking at their data pad. They were in that position permanently, but sprinting at full speed. It's just buggy, glitchy. It's not good. And then yes, those alarms constantly going off. If that is not intentional, maybe we can file that under the bugs and glitches side of things. And then, as alluded to earlier on,
like,
the performance.
It's so sad, because I feel like if you just handed this game off to a competent studio in its current state, in 3 years they could make something that's actually like a real competitor to DayZ. The world, with some expansion, could be really good. Some optimization. The graphics aren't bad. They're better than DayZ. The performance is just shit, and worse than DayZ. And the zombies are buggy and worse than DayZ, and there's no actual features or content. No weapon, like, the weapon you get when you start out is as good as any other weapon. Every rifle is as good as every pistol. The bullets and all the bullet types do the same amount of damage. Helmets and body armor do nothing. They're just cosmetic. Cars don't work. Base building is nothing but placing a tent and a cot. There's no in-game voice IP, by the way. You can't talk to people over voice in the game. There's only in-game, like, text chat.
Has not been good. All around, I would say this game performs very badly. Now, I have a decent PC. I'm not ultimately the
We just want well-optimized 3D Zomboid. That's what we want. I love Project Zomboid. At least one of the devs of Project Zomboid, of which I believe there are 4, is a fan of my content. But, like, I love Project Zomboid, but I want it to be what it is, right? Like, I want there to be isometric like zombie survival games. They're great. It is a completely different genre, though, when we talk about 3D survival games. If you take the amount of content and functionality of Zomboid and put it in a 3D environment, it's a completely different genre, and it's one that we need to see fulfilled. It's like Hytale and what Hytale is going to be for, like, the block game building RPG genre. Like, fulfilling what it's meant to be. Thank God Hytale has literally zero chance of being a scam like this game. They've got the oversight and funding of Riot Games, and Riot doesn't fuck around. Also, they've already added the Quebec from Hytale onto the Riot launcher, next to, like, the Valorant and the League characters. Like, Riot is part of their brand, or Hytale is part of Riot's branding now. Like, Hytale, it's gonna be big. It's not just legit, it's gonna be fucking big.
top of the line, but I've got an i7 11700K. I've got 64 gigs.
I have no doubt. My bet is that Hytale's release date is going to coincide in terms of its announcement with the release of Arcane Season 2. That's what I believe. They used the release of Arcane Season 2 or Season 1 to hype up Hytale and released a trailer for Hytale alongside the celebration event for Arcane Season 1 that Riot did. I think for Arcane Season 2, that's when they're going to, like, around that time, as part of, like, the hype, they're going to announce the release date for Hytale, or at least the release window.
Gigs of RAM. I got a GeForce RTX 3080. For me, the game ran like garbage. Frame rate was all over the place.
A pillow that's already in the works. Have you seen the Necrit videos? Like, Necrit has seen it, and he says it looks fucking good. It's set in Runeterra, and we are going to play as our own heroes, but, like, it's going to have multiple expansions, and yeah, it's going to be fucking awesome. Yeah, a pillow, you don't know? Like, that's been in the works for years now, and it is, like, one of Riot's biggest projects that's in the pipeline. Like, they are trying to beat World of Warcraft and FF14 with this shit. Like, it's being called the Runeterra MMO. It takes place in the world of League of Legends. It's not the League of Legends MMO, it's the Runeterra MMO. It takes place, and due to the new, like, changes Riot's done, it takes place in Arcane's canon. Arcane is now canon. And they're doing all one single canon for League's lore. So from here on out, everything they release is part of the same canon, including Arcane. So this new MMO will take place in Arcane's universe and world. Yeah. Yeah, you can go Zonite. You're going to be able to be a Zonite, or from Piltover, or a Noxian, or a Shuriman. It's going to be really cool. It's going to be really cool.
Very inconsistent. The only thing that was consistent was the stuttering that would happen, in addition to hitching that would regularly occur as you move through the city, presumably because the game is loading in area.
Nope, Riot recently, as of like 2 months ago, announced, I'm going to make an Ionian Catboy. Nice. As of a couple weeks ago, it was 2 months ago, Riot announced that from here on out, including Arcane, all League content exists in one singular canon. Obviously, the Summoner's Rift and the battles aren't canon, but League lore from here on out will all be one concise, consolidated canon. No more alternate universes and stuff, besides, like, the KDA stuff, I think. Besides, like, certain skins, right? Like, I think the skins thing will continue to be alternate versions of those characters, but as for, like, the mainline characters, that is their lore. That is the mainline League lore. And Arcane is canon.
Areas causing these little mini hitches as the loading happens, but the frame rate, the performance was just bad across the board. Now, at first I thought that was because I was streaming, but this persisted outside of the streaming. When I was no longer streaming, when I was no longer recording gameplay, just running natively on my PC, which has those settings. Again, I don't have the absolute beastiest PC, but that's not bad. RTX 3080, 11700K, 64 gigs of RAM. My PC generally runs most games pretty well, even at a 2K resolution. This ran bad. I played around with all the settings. I lowered the visual presets. I tried to...
You can't access this screen until you've finally gotten into a server. And because of the default resolution settings, I could, like, my game crashed instantly upon getting into a server. So it was impossible for me to play the game. So I had to instantly uninstall and refund it, because there was literally no way for me to fix this problem without going over the refund timer. Because I'd been, like, trying to get into the servers for an hour and a half, and I only had 30 minutes to try the game before it was time to refund. By that point, I was watching some streamers in my side monitor, and I was like, this isn't looking good. This isn't looking good. Yeah.
Different DL.
This is the day before.
DLSS settings, low latency mode, nothing seemed to cut
it's a scam.
it. If anything, it appeared like the longer I played,
wait,
the
Ethan,
progressively...
were you here for that? Are you here, Ethan? Fantastic just tweeted out an announcement they're shutting down their studio today. They claim that they didn't make enough money off of the launch. I think they took as much money as they could, and they're running away with it, and they're going to file for bankruptcy. Not personal bankruptcy, they're going to file the company for bankruptcy, those two brothers. I'm going to show you guys those two brothers in a minute and tell you guys what I think the story. I'm going to tell you guys my theory of what happened behind the scenes with this game. And it's going to be, I'm going to be very, very harsh. What even was Prop Night anyway? Basically imagine Prop Hunt, but a standalone game. And it was fairly well executed, but apparently according to people who actually liked it and played it, they ruined it. And it's been unplayable for like years now. They basically abandoned it. As they do all their games.
I don't know if this is issues with caching. I don't know if this issues with memory leaks, but yes, for me, performance of this game has not been great. Now, I know for some people, it probably is fine because that's just the nature of PC gaming. Performance can be all over the place, but judging by Steam reviews and from a lot of at least the anecdotal,
this is now in the top 10 most negatively reviewed games on Steam of all time now.
Accounts that I've heard, it seems like performance being an issue is pretty widespread. Anytime that there were more than a few zombies nearby, which wasn't very often, but whenever there were more than like 2 to 3 zombies, that also seemed to cause some massive FPS drops, which actually kind of leans into my suspicion when they early on, prior to release, announced that this game would focus on PvP and that the zombie side of things wouldn't be a major emphasis.
He said he's playing this on a 4080, right? This is how it runs on a 4080.
That might be due to the fact that maybe they want fewer zombies to help with general performance of the game. I thought that was a possibility.
That is not
It seems like that might be the case, or at least, again, in my personal anecdotal experience, whenever there was more than like 2 zombies nearby, performance definitely took a hit. So yeah, performance is bad. There's bugs and glitches all over the place.
At least in buildings,
and just generally, I didn't think the game felt good to play. The shooting, also the movement, I would say, felt really kind of sluggish and lethargic. That's the best way I would describe it. For argument's sake, let's just say they fix all of that. All of these issues get resolved. They improve the gunplay to make it feel better, the hit registration, the animations and the sounds. They fix the bugs and the glitches, and performance is ironed out so it doesn't run so poorly. And the latency problems, let's say they get addressed in a few days or weeks from now as the launch rush dies down. If we were to snap our fingers and all of those issues were resolved, what we're left with is still a shallow content and pretty features lacking game. What kind of game is this, by the way? We've not yet touched on that. Well, originally, and still today even, The Day Before is described by the developer as a post-apocalyptic open-world MMO survival game. It is not that, and I actually can't believe that they are still calling that. So go on their Steam page, it's
just
labeled
false
as
advertising.
this open-world MMO survival.
Yesterday, they changed the tags on Steam. You can look through this sort of like API list of updates to a Steam page for a game that the developers have made on their end. They changed it from multiplayer to single player in the tags because they finally admitted that when you're out in the world, there's no other players. They changed it from base build. So like they got rid of the open world and made it extraction shooter. They got rid of survival. They made it single player, then removed the single player tag again, and they removed base building as well. So they actively removed a bunch of tags. It's gone from overwhelmingly negative to mostly negative, and on top of that, they've paid for positive Steam reviews. This is a more recent development, but if you look at the subreddit for this game, which is just all about exposing the different like scammy aspects of all of this, way more stuff than I could list is in that subreddit. There is a big fucking wave of positive reviews the game has gotten to change it from overwhelmingly negative to mostly negative, and they're all the same line of text in Russian. Siberian Studio, by the way. 2 Siberian brothers run this company. So they're trying to review Positive Bomb, their own game, with bots that are very obvious, to try to make this get out of being one of the most overwhelmingly negative reviewed games on Steam. It's in the top 10.
Game. This is not an open world MMO. It's not an MMO at all, and I would barely call it a survival game. This is an extraction game. You pick what gear you want to have equipped, you then load into the map, go around scavenging for items while navigating the zombies and other players and trying to escape alive.
At least there's not a timer.
If you die, you drop most of your stuff. Structurally, this is like most other extraction games, but
conceptually, this is what Tarkov is supposed to end up being in the long run, but they didn't execute it with zombies. Tarkov, like whenever it's finished its development, like right now there's like 2 maps they have left to add. Then after they've added the last 2 maps, the goal is to break all the barriers between them and make it one big open world with no timers, just instanced lobbies. And you would go in and you would have to like gather your loot and like they want to make it a much more long form experience for the raids and have you go from like interchange to customs and fucking like they want you to make like lots and lots of travel through the world and extract across the map, doing missions and stuff. And the idea is that your hideout will be a place you'll physically explore and build up. But for now, it's like a little more bare bones. But Tarkov executes all the concepts this game promised way better. Tarkov is an actual game, and it is good, and it's actually pretty well optimized, and it's addictive as fuck. There's progression. Like, you go into, like, dorms and you find a graphics card and you're like, oh, fuck, I need to hoard this, so I need, like, 6 graphics cards to make my Bitcoin miner. Because you can make a Bitcoin miner in your hideout, and that generates Bitcoins you can sell to some of the traders, which gets you a constant, a source of income, which is really important, because in Tarkov, you can just go broke. You just straight up go broke and not have any guns in your stash and have to go in with nothing but a knife and hope you find a gun and raid.
Then it's severely lacking in a lot of what you expect. For one, there are barely any zombies. At most, I would see groups of 2 to 3, but very rarely. I could walk blocks and only see a single zombie in the streets, while also, interestingly enough, not coming across many other players. For a post-apocalyptic zombie survival MMO, as they call it, the zombies are but a footnote here. Just in general as well, there is not a lot going on, not very much to see and do in this game. Loot seems few and far between, and mechanically, besides shooting, looting is all there is to do. Even the quest system is just looting. Every single mission that I have seen so far was just a fetch quest. It would direct you to an area and tell you to loot specific items found.
I've been playing Tarkov more recently, so that's my opinion is based on how Tarkov is like as of like a month ago.
Within a certain vicinity. There's just not a lot of things. It's also very mechanics and features lacking. You can jump, you can run, you can loot, you can...
There's no vaulting, which means there's air, because the map was just like asset flipped. It wasn't made for the game that it is. It wasn't made. The map wasn't like designed for the features and movement abilities the characters have. So in many areas you can just like slide up into environments and go to places you're not supposed to and break the game. But in other areas you can fall into, say, like a little pit, like a little trench, like a gutter on the side of the road. And you'd think like, oh, in a well-designed game that's at hip height, I could just vault over and get up onto the street level. Wait, why is there no vaulting button? What? Hold on, let me look through the controls. There's no vaulting button. Let me try jumping. Wait, the jump's nowhere near high enough. Wait, am I just stuck? And you're actually just stuck. You have to wait for someone to come kill you. Zombies can't do it either because zombies don't have the pathing or AI to jump down from any form of like drop. And so you're stuck there, and you have to wait for eventually a player to come kill you so you can make a new character and start all over again, having lost all your stuff. It's not a game. It's not a game. It's just a playground of nothing that they put out that looks like the trailers, so people would be distracted long enough for the 2-hour timer to be expelled and for people to not be able to refund. They were really banking on people not... And that's why they released so few servers. So many people would just be hyped to be in the game, waiting to get into a server for more than 2 hours. Or maybe less, but then the tutorial's so long that by the time they realize the game's a fake, they've been in the game for 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 hours.
Shoot. That's all you need, right? But there's a lot of extra layers of things that should be in here but aren't. There's no mantling, which absolutely blows my mind. This is a UE5 game. I'm pretty sure you can just buy mantling from the Unreal Engine store. I'm being very reductive, but I can't believe there's not mantling in this game. It should definitely be in here, and they better add it. There's also no melee in this game, which is extra perplexing because I swear we have seen melee in preview pre-launch footage. There was melee, there were melee weapons. There's no melee system in this game. You can't even butt with your weapon. There are no melee weapons from what we've seen. There is no environmental engagement beyond looting, occasionally opening doors, although you need keypads for any doors that can be opened, and I guess there are elevators that you can call and start as well, but very little engagement with the environment. Things like, I don't know, being able to climb ladders, for example, that's not in the game. Again, no mantling system in the game. Engaging with the world, not a lot to it, which is part of what leads to it feeling very, very static. There are no events in the game as far as we can tell. Things like horde modes or loot drops happening, things that you might expect from an extraction game, none of that is present here. There doesn't appear to be any bosses or bigger zombie enemies for better loot, again, from what I've seen. Maybe this just requires more playtime. There's also currently no progression in the game, although that was alluded to even in the character creation screen. It mentioned something about progression. You picked classes with different skills, but no progression seems to be in here. And also no VoIP, which as difficult and frustrating as it can be listening to other players in these games, it definitely does add to a lot of the charm. But
I don't want to play the whole video because this guy's videos are really, really good and I like them a lot. And I want you guys to go check out his channel. He's done some really good coverage of the wait for Hytale, by the way. If you guys want to get like more of a breakdown of Hytale's development and the news coming out of it, he doesn't like he does a lot of research and he's got the sources and everything. And he's probably the most reliable source of Hytale info besides Quebec Corner. His name is Force Gaming, and of course, here is a link to the video. His coverage of the day before, by the way, has also been very good. Me and Ethan have, of course, been sort of like hovering over this game, wondering whether or not it's going to be a scam when it's released, and sure enough it was. I was hoping I'd be able to experience the game itself and find out that it's a scam via playing it, but unfortunately it was just so impossible and unplayable to get into the game via just many different shortcomings the game had. I couldn't even get into the world to experience how bad it was myself. I had to watch streams and videos. Which really sucks, because, you know, I wanted to at least experience the disappointment for myself, you know? But really quickly, let's hope that we can get to this before they take down their channel and delete all their videos. Oh, no! They've done it already! Oh, they've taken the money and ran. Dog. They were so fast with it. They were so fast. Is their website still up? Hold on. I want to see if their website is still up. I bet it's already down. Yeah, boy. Across the fucking board. Published December 12th. Ah, yes. December. Hold on. Can I get... Where's my... Ah, yes. December 12th. I wonder where they posted this from. Dog. That's so shameless. Oof. Hold on, let me, oh, I need to check the replies on the tweet, dude. I need to check the replies on the tweet. Dog. Where do you think you're going? Refund those people now, then you can say goodbye and never come back. This will go down in the gaming history books and videos as one of the worst run scams of all time. Refund everyone who bought it too. You sold a long-term gas and you're shutting it down after less than a week. Game as a service. Scam. Y'all taken the money and made and are running from your scam. You false advertised the day before for years and put out a game nothing like what you advertised. We all know you aren't shutting down because you lack funds, but because you're taking the money and running. Oh wow, you guys are actual pieces of shit. I hope someone puts together a nice lawsuit. The game has failed financially, and you say that 4 days after release? At least wait a whole month instead of just lying. Closing a studio 1 week, less than 1 week, after a terrible release is sus. Sounds more like thanks for your money, we're closing now, don't contact us, see ya. Yeah, because all the money was going to come from the release. The scam was to take the money and run. Do not buy this game if it's not already obvious. Holy shit. This was an absolute scam from day one. This game should be delisted from Steam and you should never be involved in the industry in any capacity ever again. Fuck off. Good take, Big Fry. I strongly advise players to report... I already reported this game on Steam, by the way, myself. I reported this game to try to get it taken down. I strongly advise players to report this game on Steam and seek immediate refunds. It's an appalling scam. Falsely advertised and shutting down just 4 days post-launch. This is a grossly deceptive practice that must be addressed. By the way, they had a bunch of unpaid interns in their Discord server like promoting the game, saying over and over again it's not an extraction game, because people theorized it might be, because like the idea of what they were promising is really ambitious, and we thought they might cop out and make it an extraction game, which was, you know, as long as they achieved a good extraction game, it would have been okay, but they had these guys keep on lying. And the head mod, the one guy who's still in the Discord advocating for them, I'm curious what his response is to the studio shutting down. His name is Levi Tate, put together to be Levitate, and he banned me from the Day Before Discord like a year ago because I made fun of him for being an Andrew Tate fan. Last I saw, as of a day ago, he was still defending the game and the company because he's that bought in the Discord, and still banning people who say anything negative about it in the Discord server. Yeah. That's their, like, volunteer team. They also said the game was developed by volunteers. Now, would you guys like to see the two people who scammed everybody? Bro, they've wiped so much of their stuff. The first guy's name is Edward Gotovitsev. And this is him. Now, there's something about this guy. This is one of the brothers. Now, there's something about this guy you might notice. It's very clear in this photo. It might jump out at you. That I noticed in the promotional material when they would talk about the game in the development for the Day Before. He is not AI generated. He's a real person. But there's something that stood out to me. The braces. Now, call me classist, but braces are typically something that if your parents can afford it, they get it for you when you're young. And if you can't afford it when you're young, and you don't get them, and you grow up without braces, and then you suddenly, as an adult, come into a bunch of money, getting braces is commonly one of the first things you do. Because you've got, like, a shit ton of money, and you're like, all right, I want a, like, good-ass smile to match it, because I couldn't afford this when I was younger. Yeah, braces sucks, but it's better to get it over with, right? The sooner the better. And I noticed that both brothers had braces. I'm going to try to find the other brother, too. Here's the other guy, yeah. This is the other brother. In all of their promotional material, they're there with very uncanny smiles, showing their braces on beaches. And on top of that, I noticed that, like, these guys clearly didn't really have money, right? Like, these guys probably didn't grow up with money, and then suddenly, with you know, this game coming along, they suddenly have a bunch of money. And something that what I realized was these two brothers basically had a genius scam idea. They're in fucking Siberia. Like, I think Siberia is part of Russia, right? I'm pretty sure it is. Russia, everything that was once a Soviet satellite state is now part of Russia, so I assume it's part of Russia. I don't know much about Russian geography, to be honest with you guys. I'm sorry. These Russian brothers decide, holy shit, we can scam these gamers by putting together an Unreal asset flip that is exactly what a massive portion of the gaming community has wanted forever. A game that is currently, without a massive AAA studio and funding behind it, literally impossible to make. And then we can literally run it on, delaying the game for years and years and years to build up hype, get a bunch of people to buy it on launch day, make it so they had no idea the game is a scam until it's too late to refund, then we shut down the studio after a week and take the money and run. I think that's exactly what happened. These two brothers, I think these are the only two people involved with any of this. And claims that there are more than these two people involved with this are all lies. I think these two were behind everything. They came up with this idea, they took the money, they're going to file the company for bankruptcy, and they're going to retire. Anyone else having Streamlabs issues? No, Ethan, do you need some help? I can help you out. That's the one area of expertise I have where I could help you with a tech problem, potentially. If it's a real problem and something you should always do, Ethan, always open OBS Studio. And do not use Streamlabs OBS, by the way. Do not use Streamlabs OBS. Use just OBS Studio, and always launch it in admin mode. Always right-click and launch in administrative mode. Otherwise, it has limited processing power for some reason, and particularly when streaming games, I notice that there's quite a bit of frame loss whenever I don't open OBS in administrative mode. Siberia's full name is the Soviet Siberian States of the Russian Federation. Cool! Anyway, yeah, they basically went on, like, tropical vacations, and you could see they were on tropical vacations and all of the promotional material, like, they weren't even at an office, and, yeah, the game was supposedly also made completely remotely. I wish I could bring up their, promotional material so we could see all of the, the lies. Here, you know what? I think we could find a video responding to their promotional material. I know this is going on for quite some time, but I'm passionate about this. I've wanted a game to dethrone DayZ for so long, and I wanted this game to not be a scam. I really wanted it to not be a scam. But wanting something doesn't make it real. I think Big Fry might have done a good video covering this. Oh yeah, it was called Life at Fantastic. Oh, it'll give you the best idea of how weird and, red flaggy this studio was from the start. Hold on. Life at Fantastic. I wonder if there's a re-upload. Okay, here it is. Here's the video that they've taken down, but it's a reaction to it, so we're going to try to see how much we can get out of it, right? Here's Edward Gotovskev on a tropical beach, not in Russia, clearly, because he's enjoying his tropical vacation and brand new smile after, scamming a bunch of shareholders, no doubt. A bunch of people, Mytona probably just got scammed as well.
Today we are going to show you our office at Fantastic and how we work on the day before. The most anticipated game on Steam Digital Store. Let's fly to Singapore!
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to
They had a supposed studio in Singapore.
Pathfinder Plays, and I just finished watching Fantastic the day before development team's video, Life at Fantastic, and I gotta say, I don't know what I expect. Well, I do know what I expected. I figured I would have seen some video.
Here, this is bits from the thing here, but I want to...
Hated game on the Steam Digital Store. Madam's working, washing women at work, laughing at. You actually click on description, and the only thing in the description is the words download continent, and then the link to the continentapp.com.
They announced... So for those who don't know, this video, Life at Fantastic, was hyped up as a big announcement for the day before. They dropped it. And nothing about it had anything to do with the day before. It was just a video about how these guys are having fun with the money they've gotten from doing their partnership with Mytona. So in hindsight, this is a gloating video about what they're doing with our money. And then on top of that, when you look, in the description, it was actually an ad for this continent app that they made, which is like a calendar app or something like that, which is now shut down. It doesn't exist anymore. They shut that down too. They took the money on and ran on that as well. It's literally what they've always done with every game they've made. It's been a pretty long-running scam these two brothers have been running.
Might as well have just put Life at Fantastic, hashtag sponsor, hashtag ad. That's what they should have done. It would have been a bit more honest, but then again, they were using the clout that they gained from the Steam store and the wish list and the wants of the public to fuel the viewership onto this video. Now, that may be slightly deceitful, but honestly, that's like any YouTuber ever whenever they get a sponsorship of some kind, so I can't really blame them with that one. But then they also did show some new hardware that they got, ThinkPads, RTX powered machines, and they did say that a lot of this was used for the development of their games. Now, they
scammed Nvidia, they scammed Mytona, they scammed everybody, they scammed Steam. I really hope there are lawsuits to come out of this, but judging by the fact they're Russian, based in Singapore, there's a pretty good chance nothing comes of this, and they're pretty much immune. They're definitely blacklisted from the gaming industry after this, I hope. I hope that, like, if they ever try to start this up again and their names are brought up, that their names, those two brothers' names, and everyone else who is a part of this, their names need to be attached to this scam forever. But yeah, I think at most it was those two brothers and a group of friends got together, had an idea to just grift money off of making scam games, and thought, you know what, this will be the big one. Let's make the game DayZ was supposed to be, but it's fake, and it's a scam, and we take the money a few days after launch day and run before the refunds have all rolled in. You got it. And that's what they did. It's exactly what they've done. So disappointing. Well, guys, I feel like that segment came out pretty damn good. It went a lot longer than I was expecting it to, but I'm actually pretty, I'm pretty passionate about that topic. Learned a lot? Hell yeah. Well, hopefully none of you guys get fooled into buying that game, because it is a massive, massive scam. 1 hour remains? Hell yeah, Ethan. Something you can do, by the way, is you can schedule your stream. Go ahead and call me, by the way, if you need help with setting up OBS, and I can walk you through it. But also, you can go onto YouTube and schedule the stream, add the thumbnail, title it, and put it in like a, you can feature it, and you can also put it in a playlist, like what I do for my streams. I feature it as like the featured video for new viewers. And then you'll be able to send the link, and I'll be able to have it open, and audio will start playing when the stream starts. What's in 1 hour? So yesterday, President Sunday started getting really upset about my, like, breakup with Keffels, if you want to call it that, friend breakup. And so, I guess he decided, because I don't think Keffels and President Sunday are even friendly. I think it's just because President Sunday hates me. I blocked President Sunday recently for no other reason than I found out something that he just didn't want me to know. Apparently when President Sunday first started streaming, and he was getting a lot of shit from Destiny fans, oh yeah, that's part of it too, Ethan, but I'll explain that in a bit. Apparently when President Sunday first started streaming and he was getting a lot of shit from Destiny fans, he assumed that because I came from Destiny's community, I hated him, and so he said a bunch of, like, rude shit about me in, like, response to somebody asking what he thought of me, not knowing that I'd literally never even heard of him, and certainly wouldn't have had a negative opinion of him at that point. And I didn't find that out until, like, maybe a couple weeks ago, and so, basically, when I found that out, what he had said and how he was now pretending to be friendly with me, I just blocked him because I knew he was a snake. And ever since then, he's been really mad about me, and I guess he saw this as, like, a good opportunity. He's also personal friends with Shu's husband, and really needs to defend the idea that Shu's husband's not a Nazi. He's currently, like, really, really harping in on my claiming that Shu's husband is a Nazi. And he's like, where has he ever been anti-Semitic? Where has he ever been anti-Semitic? I don't know if that's how he actually sounds. I've actually never heard President Sunday talk. Where has he ever been anti-Semitic? And it's like, I would say, like, the clips of him saying the the tweets where he says the Great Replacement is real, and, like, white nationalism is not a dangerous ideology spreading into the real world into shooters' manifestos in response to ContraPoints. The fact that he's an anti-vaxxer, and so is Shuonhead. Shuonhead admitted on one of her alt accounts that she has on Vash's subreddit to argue with people that hate her. That's real, by the way. I've had that confirmed. She's admitted it to people that have told me this. and sent me said posts, and they're like hardcore defending her, and in some of them they're like admitting things that they shouldn't know about her unless it was her, such as like people were speculating about a tweet where Shu implied she's anti-vax, and then that commenter says she is anti-vax, but there's nothing wrong with that. Like anti-vax for the COVID vaccine, maybe not anti-vax everything, but yeah, it's just like, dude, why are you being this pedantic? It's because he's friends with Shu's husband and has to protect his reputation in order to defend his own. So basically, President Sunday started calling me out and trying to claim that Sean had never pedo-jacketed me because he doesn't understand the concept of heavy implication. It's barely implied. It's barely implied. Like, calling it just implication is pretty much a stretch, because it's basically outright saying, I am defending pedophilia, is what her tweet is basically saying. So, yeah, she pedo-jacketed me, but now President Sunday and Lonerbox, of all people, are trying to, like, dick ride Seanhead and her husband and claim that I lied about all that, even though all of this happened publicly, and everybody agreed and took my side when it happened because all the context was fresh in everyone's minds, and these guys are fucking vultures trying to prey on the fact that it's been like a year and most of the context has been buried, and they can like dig this up and try to use it against me, but for me to respond, I have to like go back into my logs and dig up receipts to respond to it. They're basically just trying to like siphon clout off of old drama that's been like, we're really not that far off from the sex cult drama getting brought back up again as a serious thing. Like, well, were Xander's debunks of the sex cult drama really that compelling, actually? I did a bit of a deep dive, and, you know, in the couple of tweets I saw, he didn't really do a good job debunking it. And then, like, all of a sudden now I've got to dig up all the tweets and all the screenshots from that to re-debunk it. I guarantee we are not far off from that shit happening. Lonerbox seemed cool. Apparently he decided to do like a big like research stream to try to find out if Shu really called like pedo-jacketed me. Saw the tweet where she says, Zan unfollowed me over pedo shit, normal and cool, won't stop me from talking about it. And thought, no, he can't call that pedo-jacketing, even though her audience then proceeded to go harass me, call me a pedo, and send death threats. The most death threats I've ever gotten. I'd say the meanest comments I've ever gotten have been from Kethel's community since the falling out with her. But like the most like violent hate comments have been from Shu's community. Is the TYT gas leak spreading? Maybe. Also, Cherry, am I okay talking about the thing that we talked about? Wait, Ethan, what do you say? Yo, want me to call now? Yeah, sure. You can call, Ethan. Here, let me adjust my Discord thing so that's capturing your audio, because I've got like separate audio lines. There. Go ahead and talk.
Hello. Can you hear me on stream?
Oh yeah, perfect.
Okay, cool. How's it going?
Pretty good, man. Stream's going well. I'm having a fun time. I'm really sad that the day before ended up being a scam. As you know, we were really excited for that game, and we're hoping for the best.
Her name is Dayworld, actually. I can't believe they actually got sued, though. I think the funniest part is that the one thing, the name thing was real, that they actually got sued.
Yeah, they actually did get sued for the name. That is pretty funny. Dude, it's crazy they've already shut down the studio.
Yeah, exit scam as fuck. Cherry, by the way, important thing in chat.
Oh, you can't talk about anything I told you? There is a lot I need to tell you after stream. Gotcha, Cherry. You got top secret info. Cool.
Worst case is you talk about something before it's ready and then you're like lacking context and embarrass yourself. Fuck that,
Yeah.
I'd hate to do that.
Yeah, it's always the worst. Yeah. It's not necessarily like anything that spicy. It's more so that like I don't want to talk about anything that I don't know enough about and then like look stupid and ruin my credibility because I talk about something without all of like the context, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, you're gonna end up getting into the debate world today.
I don't want to. I mean, I think it's hellish, and I think most of the people in like the debates here are fucking insufferable. But like, This one guy is just fucking intolerable, man. I don't understand why he's digging his heels in for this one. Because even people who respect him are like, dude, this isn't even a reach. It's just straight up not true. I don't know what you're going on about. But he put out the tweet of like, I'll be doing call-ins tomorrow if you want to challenge me, and it's like, you aren't as slightly intimidating as you believe yourself to be. Okay, I'll do this. So I texted Zan. I was like, hey, Zan, you cool with me talking about this? Because since I'm Zan's friend, I'm in some way an extension of himself, despite being my own person. So I got to make sure I'm not talking on his issues too much. And he said it's cool. He's cool with it. So that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah. Me and Ethan are of the same mindset that, like, those that you're friends with are kind of a reflection of you, right? Like,
yeah, obviously.
Sorry.
The Keffels thing is so fucking stupid. Anyone who's against you on that has like shit friends and needs to do a little bit of self-reflecting. Like you are under no moral obligation to not be upset at Keffels talking to someone who pedo-jacketed you. Sorry, stuttering a bit.
Yeah, no, it's all good. You definitely want to warm up your speaking before you go on to debate, though. So it's good to have this talk now.
Yeah, dude, my fucking ever since I got Bell's palsy, man, I've had to like relearn how to use my mouth to speak. It fucking sucks.
Oh yeah,
it don't work.
I forgot about that. Yeah, do you want to tell Chad about that?
Oh yeah, chat. So be me, right? Coming back from Germany, I had to bury my grandfather. It was a whole big ordeal, and I'm like, oh, finally, everything stressful in my life is done. And then I got Bell's palsy, and half my face like got paralyzed, and I was like, did I have a fucking stroke? It was the scariest moment of my life. And then turns out it's just Bell's palsy, so it's just paralysis that'll go away over the course of like 6 months to a year. So I look like Uncle Ruckus right now.
It's rough. It's a rough scene. It's a rough scene, my friend. But yeah, I mean, has the pain started to subside more?
So the thing about the pain is it's never gotten like better. So it's just gotten like less frequent, if that makes any sense. Like when you get Bell's palsy, there's this horrific fucking like migraine feeling you get in like the back part of your jaw and skull in your bone. It's fucking awful. But it's not the biggest deal, and it's not been happening as much. But when it does happen, I have to just go lay down and stop doing whatever it is I'm doing. It's debilitating. Shit sucks.
I feel like you need weed.
You always feel like I need weed, man.
I feel like you could get a medical card.
Oh man.
I feel like you could get a medical card with Bell's palsy, right? Well, you're in a state that probably doesn't do that. Yeah.
Well, actually, Texas does do medical weed, but I can't do I couldn't do that for Bell's palsy because Bell's palsy isn't usually a painful thing. It happens. It's just not the it's if I had to make up a statistic based off what I've been reading online, like 1 in 4.
You know what you could get? Delta 8. You can literally just go to a gas station or a vape store and get Delta 8, THCO, Delta 9.
I'm not smoking Texas Delta 8.
Dog, hold on.
The
as long as you're not getting like the crazy shit, like research what brands there are. Like when you go to the store, look at what they have, and then just like bring up your phone and like Google them. See if any crazy scandals come up, and if it obviously looks sketchy, like Cart Night, don't pick that up. But like,
dude, I'd smoke Cart Night though. Cart Night goes hard as fuck.
When I was in Florida, like I was using Delta 8 vapes, and they don't share a tolerance. So like you go in, you show your card, you got to be like 18 years or older. It's literally younger than for weed, and then you just like take a hit, and it really doesn't share tolerance with weed. I was not expecting to like cough and be as high as I was after hitting that thing. It really hit.
So. Can I tell you a story? A short little story, okay? So when I was like 11 to 15, this is gonna sound lame as fuck. I used to be really into vaping. Like I used to vape a shit ton. Not like one of those like teenager who's trying to be cool, but just like sitting in my buddy's room hitting a vape for days and days and days on end. And this was back remember when vapes were like big fucking bricks in your hand?
Yeah. Well, it was a vape mod. They still make those, but yeah. The disposables have gotten more popular. Those are like, you buy an expensive vape mod, and then you get a tank, and it's like a 3-piece part with like the coil, the like mouthpiece, and then a little like ceramic piece that like is clear and holds in the goo. And you replace the cloth in the coil every once in a while because it gets burnt up and it gets like all gross and gummed up. But you refill it from the top with like bottles of vape juice, and you just recharge the batteries or replace the batteries in the like big brick thing. And it's like, instead of a disposable vape you get from the store, you use it, it dies, it's empty, you throw it away. It's one that you like continuously refill and replace the coils on. And people get like expensive ones that can make like fat, thick clouds for like doing tricks.
Okay, so mind you, I had vaped like forever ago, right? I haven't vaped it in like 5 years. I don't ever intend to again, right? And my little brother comes in my room. He's like, "You want to hit my strawberry vape?" And I would always say no, but I was like, "This is a funny interaction. I'm just gonna do it." It knocked me on my ass with just how much came out from the lightest hit ever. It's like a genetic, like evolution arms race, dude. What the fuck are they giving to kids these days? That shit's crazy. I didn't know it got. Yeah, it was, dude.
Yeah, those things are like hardcore high concentration salt nicotine. So I imagine what it felt like is all the skin on your forehead turned into like, it felt like you had goosebumps, and like you probably felt like very lightheaded, and like your whole body just kind of got shivers and chills. That's how nicotine highs affect me.
Yeah, and it's not even just that. It's like the light little hit in of itself put way more fucking smoke in my lungs than I would have ever thought it would. Like way more.
Yeah, those vape mods are
weird.
Well, that was just a Juul. Yeah, those are really hardcore,
dude.
They have different modes. They have like a hard hitter mode that's like really dangerous and burns the coil. They're really dangerous.
Fuck
Juuls
that,
are bad.
dude.
I think Juuls should
Fuck
be banned.
that.
These little flume pebble things I think are pretty nice. I don't think these should be banned, but Juuls were like, not only is it like made for kids pretty much, but like, yeah.
Yeah, regardless, I have no intention of ever doing nicotine again. I'm so good,
Me
dog.
too. Yeah, whenever I quit, I'm excited to finally be able. Like the goal is, and has been for a while. I've told you about this for like years. Once I move and I've got like my established residence and I can save up enough money that I can take a few weeks off of streaming. Because from what I've heard, it takes about 3 weeks for the really rough aspects of getting off nicotine to pass. And I can take and afford to take 3 weeks off of streaming and have like plenty of videos going up and everything. Then that's when I want to quit, and I want to be able to just take 3 straight weeks off stream and just like put myself through my own nicotine rehab and suffer through it, because I can do it. I literally just for fun like go through caffeine withdrawals. I would go from like 3 monsters a day, run out, be like suffer through like two or three straight days of barely being able to keep my eyes open, and then just like be like, oh, I'm back to normal now, time for a monster.
Yeah.
Like I've done it many times. I've gone through like withdrawals and handled it. It's rough, but like I don't think I can't do it, you know?
Yeah, I think you could.
Especially if I just throw away all my vapes, then it's like I gotta go walk to the vape store.
Every time you talk about like getting off vapes, I think about when I was in rehab and I watched a dude tweak out so hard he ate his nicotine patch in front of me. It was funny as fuck. Crazy situation. He's a funny guy. I liked him.
Based. Zanny masochist? I don't know. It's not like that bad when it comes to caffeine withdrawal. It just makes you tired for a couple of days, and sometimes, like, I don't really, I can't afford to do a grocery order, you know? Like, I'm far from a grocery store, and I don't have a car, so I have to order grocery delivery, which means when I order grocery delivery, because delivery fees are high, well, the bigger you order, the lower the delivery fees sometimes, but, like, because the delivery fees are still so much extra on top of the food itself, I try to get it as I try to get as much of my groceries per trip as possible, so I do it very uncommonly. And sometimes it's like, well, I finished my monster, but I don't need groceries for another week until I finished literally everything off. So guess I'm going through caffeine withdrawals, because I'm not going to make an order just for monster.
You know what's crazy to me? Even if you don't order your groceries are so fucking expensive right now that unless you're eating the barest of minimums, you might as well just eat fast food. It's like
no,
it doesn't feel cheaper to cook for me, at least here in Texas.
Maybe Texas is really bad because Republican state, but Biden, like, I don't know if you've heard about this, but like Biden's economy has actually been really good. Especially in the last few months.
Food prices don't necessarily determine the economy at all. It's just that food is expensive. Like groceries are expensive right now.
It's being arbitrarily set, and it's arguably. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some shady shit going on with a lot of these companies, maybe being paid to increase the prices of the groceries during the Biden presidency.
I mean,
so people think that like Democrat president equals more expensive groceries, maybe.
I mean, there's nothing shady about saying that like grocery company, or there's nothing even hidden about saying grocery companies artificially inflate their cost. Didn't like eggs get busted, like the entirety of the egg industry or something get busted for that a while back?
Sounds familiar.
Like that absolutely happens where I live.
People are saying it sounds like a stretch, but some people say they did. Okay.
So I wouldn't be surprised if it is a bit of a stretch to say it's necessarily Republicans doing it to defame Biden, but like food companies like absolutely do artificially inflate their prices. Like their prices are not entirely dictated by the current economy.
Oh yeah, of course. And then of course there's tons of other things that go into it, such as the amount of perfectly edible food that just doesn't look, shelf perfect, getting into landfills and not going to people who would really love to have it. Plus stealing trash is illegal, so it's like, fuck. Yeah, literally stealing trash is illegal. So basically, yeah, I don't know. Basically, in every other way, the economy is doing a lot better. The thing that is not recovering is the average American working class person's savings. It takes a while for an improving economy to then have the result of the average American having an improved economic state, right? Because you have to it's delayed, right? You have whatever changes are made have a delayed impact on the economy, and that delayed impact on the economy has a delayed impact on people's finances, right? It takes a while to build up savings. It takes a while for people to recover from a recession. And then a presidential term can only be up to 8 years. Sometimes, the election comes around when things are looking really bad, and it's been really common for the last 3 election cycles now, I guess, for a Republican president to inherit a really good economy from a Democrat, for people to attribute that good economy to the Republican, much to said Republican's, acceptance, and then for that Republican to do things that absolutely decimate it, from obviously trickle-down economics to the handling of COVID-19, and then for a Democrat to inherit that shit economy, get all the credit for said shit economy, and then be forced to repair it.
Oh, dude, I just remembered something. If you want to know just how fucking evil grocery retailers can be and whatnot, so I live in Texas, right? I live in the Houston area, and you guys know that that little area in the Gulf of Mexico gets hit really hard with hurricanes all the fucking time.
I'm on the other side of that part. That's where I literally was homeless because of a hurricane that hit the other side of the Gulf.
Every time a hurricane is coming or has just left, a shit ton of companies around here get into a shit ton of trouble for having raised their prices artificially before and after when people need those resources the most. Like water bottles at $8 a piece kind of thing. It's horrific. Fucking horrific. It's why there was a big case of after Harvey, a shit ton of stores got looted. I had no sympathies, dude. All of those stores were jacking their prices up and whatnot right before the hurricane. I don't fucking care if people steal from you. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Wait, dude, I actually have a question. Do you think you have enough time to watch do a segment with me?
Oh yeah, you want me to do a segment? He said he's going live in 48 minutes. So as long as the segment's under 48 minutes, we should be good.
Okay, yeah. We can probably squeeze... It might be a bit longer, but I imagine because President Sunday's taking multiple callers, you can probably show up a little late, and it'd be all right. But yeah. Basically, the Completionist put out his response, and then Mutahar put out his response to the Completionist response. Whose do you think we should watch? Because we don't have a lot of time.
We should watch Muta's. I already know what the completionist response mostly was. It's still kind of bullshit, so we should watch Muta's.
So yeah, I'll give my background here. I have every reason in terms of who I've liked longer to be biased in favor of the Completionist. But even though Carl Jobst and Muta both follow me and I'm friends with them, I'm still inclined to be biased for.
You
Gerard.
don't want someone you like to be like this.
Yeah, I've literally watched his videos since I was 13, 14 years old, somewhere around there, right? I don't want him to be a bad guy, but something that's the fact that there has been money sitting in those accounts being claimed to have been donated to numerous organizations that have in fact never been worked with, and it was for 10 years, and it was only ever donated after this whole big deal was made about it, and now everyone's trying to claim, now everybody defending Gerard, what I've noticed is they're all claiming Muta and Carl were wrong in the first place to have ever called this out. And that's really sketchy to me when the only reason this money was donated was because it got called out and it was made public.
Yeah, that's... Yeah. All right, well, let's watch it.
Yeah. All right, here it is. My
Can you
response
throw it
to
in-
the Completionist. What's up?
Can you throw it up in a watch together so that
I was actually
I'm
gonna
not having to
screen
watch
share
it
it.
through some delay? Oh, okay, that works. That works fine.
Yeah. I can just put my Discord up on another monitor, and then I can just screen share it. And I've got really fast internet, Ethan. I've got really fast internet. So
More so, I didn't know if your graphics card can handle the double encoding. But all right, let's go.
I think it probably can. 2080 Ti is pretty strong. I've done it before. I think I've done this before. Anyway, so with that all said, me and Ethan are going to co-commentate this shit. Obviously, just say pause whenever you want to say something.
Yeah.
And I've sped this up to 1.2 times speed because it's 55 minutes, and I don't want to, keep you here too long. And we're not going to watch all of it. We're going to watch probably just like the first half for the juiciest bits, And then I'm going to direct people to go sub to Muta. Anyway, I'm pretty much leaning towards Muta has to be in the right on this, Muta and Carl. So let's...
I wonder if they were making a shit ton of money off the interest of having the money sit in a bank account like that. No, like
it really depends. Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about. I mentioned that, dude. That's what I mentioned because whenever you have money in a savings account, there can be a pretty significant interest rate that over the course of time with that much money, like even if it's a 0.5% interest rate per year, that's a pretty significant amount of accumulated interest that like disappeared because the only amount present in those tax returns is exactly what was donated.
I mean, even if the chatter says interest rates were piss poor up until 2 years ago,
but it's 10
having
years.
had a little, it's 10 years worth of interest rates, and having had having some experience with some people I know who are like disgustingly wealthy, they get better interest rates than the average person. And whenever there's like what was it, like 600,000 or something in a bank account, that's gonna get a way better rate than like your standard savings account.
If you're depositing a massive amount of money into a savings account, the bank is going to give you much better like deals because they see you as a more when you're more cash rich, banks are more willing to give you credit, and when you have more credit, you have the ability to turn that into being cash rich, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Like, and like, even if it was piss poor, I want every single bit of that interest being donated as well, because that isn't his money, that's donated money,
Oh shit, apparently my shit's capturing PC audio. Okay, good, so I just want it to be capturing opera. Cool, okay. My bad, chat, that was my bad, audio problem. Ooh, thank you for telling me. I wish you told me sooner. Thank you, G. Klein. Anyway, are you ready to start this? Actually, first, I gotta start the segment. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody, I am here today joined by my friend Ethan, who goes by RK online, though I'm gonna go ahead and let you introduce yourself and shout yourself out, because I think you might be getting into making content pretty soon.
Yeah, you want me to. Hey, my name is Ethan, otherwise known as RK Online. I'm not sure what I'd be doing for content, but I'm starting with a debate, unfortunately. But yeah.
Well, this isn't a debate, but we're gonna be doing one.
Well, yeah.
You're going to be doing one later, and I'm going to be reacting to it because I think it's going to be really funny because I've seen you debate, and I really want to see. I think the world needs to see you debate President Sunday. I think the world needs to see it.
Oh God, we'll see. All right, excited for this video though, because this should be the end of like the completionist drama, right? Like I can't see where else this goes, right?
I really don't know. Do you want to give like a little bit of like a background on this?
I'm not going to be the best source on it, but my understanding is that the Completionist has been running charities for about 10 years. It was recently found out, and Mutahar and who's the other person? Carl Jobst made a call out that none of that money had ever actually left the account. Now, it wasn't spent, but it never left the account, which is shady as shit. And the Completionist, I believe recently, like very recently, just donated it all, but that raises the question about, like, what about the shit ton of interest all of that money would have been making? You know, like, what's going on with this? Why did you do this to begin with? And was it only donated because you were caught, you know?
Yep. And of course now, the Completionist, after quite some time, has finally broken his silence with a video called My Response. I have not seen it yet, but based on the evidence I've seen so far, it's really shifty on whether or not, like, basically we don't have time to watch both videos, and so we have this option of, do we watch Muta's response, or do we watch the Completionist response? Now, I'll watch the Completionist response on its own in my own free time because I'm going to do that and I want to. And I think for impartiality, it's fair for me to do so too. But based on the evidence we've seen now, I think it's probably best to see how Muta responds to the Completionist's response and see if Muta's response is compelling.
Yeah.
So, let's check it out. Here we go.
And gentlemen, yesterday, Gerard, also known as a completionist, made a 20-minute response yesterday in response to the Open Hand Foundation situation, where he threatened a potential lawsuit against me. He questioned my reporting, my character, and made severely contradictory statements in this response alone. If you see me reading, it's because I actually have a full prepared script, because these are, again, incredibly serious situations, and I want to make sure that I explain our side, my side, to the best of my ability. So to understand, what I'm addressing is very serious, okay? This is not drama, this is not a joke, these are all very serious situations. Now, in this entire response that he made, he basically admitted that the organization held on to the donation money that they were raising over the course of the last several years. It wasn't okay, and they finally donated less than a month ago as of the upload of this video.
Oh, actually, this would be a good time to explain our background with doing charity stuff with Thankmas for Hightail community. Do you want to give like the background?
Yeah. So like, I forget how many years ago it was. I was talking to I think it was Violet and Connor at the time, two other content creators in like the Hightail space, and I was like, we decided we wanted to do some kind of a community event because we felt we needed a way to like make the community feel like a bunch of more than just a bunch of disjointed YouTubers about the same topic, and instead make it feel like a community. So we decided we were going to make Thankmas, which was based off of Jacksepticeye's charity stream thing he runs, where he runs a charity stream, donates it all, and then he has a bunch of other like streamers who run with his platform and donates it all. And the way that we did charity streams was that we never touched the money. It went directly to the charity, and it would tally up how much went directly through our links and whatnot. Like, the idea of doing a charity where the money is sent directly to you is weird. I'm sure there's times where it works, but like, I really hope that this event makes everyone push for that kind of a format for charity events.
Yeah, I've actually done it before where like I had people donate specifically to me because I wanted to do a charity event for Team C's, and I ended up raising, I think I remember the exact number. I think it was $4,117 I raised for Team C's in one stream, and I had them donate it just through where it would go to my PayPal because that's what I can like actively like access right away and donate. And then once the stream was done, like obviously the amount donated was on the little bar in this thing, so I donated that amount to Team C's, and then once you've donated, they generate this like PNG image, like a picture that says thank you in like your name that you inserted when filling out the thing for your donation of this amount of money. Team C's, yada yada. And then like I think it had Mr. Beast and Mark Rober's signature on it or something. And then I like copy pasted that, posted on Twitter, and I showed it to chat. And so like they give verification that like you've donated that much directly to the charity. And so that's how I did it, which was right away. Literally as soon as like the stream was done, I donated the money.
Yeah. I just don't see the point in holding it. All right, let's play it.
Yeah, his claim, from what I remember, was that they were still trying to find the right charity to work with, but he's also gone on record listing charities that they've quote-unquote worked with that they never did. So it's like contradiction.
During several recent IndieLand events, press interviews, and podcasts, I went on record saying where the money was going to and that the Open Hand Foundation had worked with various organizations. At different points, the foundation had been in communication with or considered several of them, but it was not appropriate for me to make such statements when final actions had not yet been taken. The Open Hand Foundation's goal was to make a large impact by donating the money to the right place. And a lot of the conversations that were had with various organizations involved the funds not being restricted or came with extremely high administrative costs. Look, any way you say this, action needed to be taken. And to that point, I'm sorry. I'm disappointed that I was not more straightforward.
So one of the big claims here is that he wanted to make sure the donation was something called an a restricted donation. So a restricted donation is one where the donator is in charge of exactly where within the charity the money is going. Because when you donate an unrestricted donation, which is like your normal non-negotiated donation, you don't know where the money's going exactly within the charity. It could go to paying CEOs, it could go to actually the research you want it to do or whatever cause you're trying to fight for, but there's no actual guarantee that's where the money's going. With a restricted donation, you can say this is exactly where I want the charity to use the money, which is ideal, and this is what we wanted. However, it does not take this long at all to make a restricted donation like this. It does not take a decade. He could have done this literally every single year, made a big restricted donation to these charities, and it would have been no skin off of his teeth. The only reason the money got donated was because Muta and Carl made it public.
Yeah. I just don't... Okay, so you could probably maybe make an argument of like 2 years of the charity or something being like searching if you're really stretching shit. How do you argue there's any universe where he should have kept it for a decade? Like at a certain point he would just have to cut his losses and make a donation anyway. If his argument was just, well, I just needed to find the right charities, like a decade? Come on.
Yeah, at a certain point you just ask your audience, like, what charity should I donate
literally.
to?
And why wasn't this something he discussed with his audience, If I was in a situation where I felt I needed to hold on to a shit ton of money that I didn't have the right to and I didn't feel comfortable with it, I would be actively asking the people who gave me the money, how should I use it? Like, I don't know. It just feels like in the best case scenario, he had no conscience during any of this.
Yeah, no, and you know what's weird to me? The idea that for 10 years this would go under his nose. Like, when I donate to charity, I want to, like, stare at that, like, balance I donated and be like, yeah, that's going somewhere good. Like, I want to see that happen. I'm not okay with someone just saying, oh, yeah, I donated. I want to make sure. I want to see. I want to be able to know with my eyes that money went to somewhere. And I can't imagine, if that was, like, truly his goal was for the money to be donated, that he would have been okay with just never having seen the money was donated. Like, he claims he doesn't know, but, like, for 10 years, you've never once verified the money was getting donated? From multiple charity drives you run, both Indieland and the Gulf Drive?
God.
Indieland's been going for, like, 6 years, and the Gulf Drive's been running for, like, 10. And is run by, like, the company that his dad runs.
What wasn't there something about not this is speculation from a person who's uninformed as preference. Wasn't there some speculation that this might be a family scam or something because his father ran the golf one, and that's also unaccounted for?
That's the thought as well, especially because his family's so involved, and on top of that, it's all in the name of his mom who supposedly died from the disease they're raising money for.
Yeah. So weird.
If this all ends up being like a massive fucking conspiracy of some kind, and all the worst possibilities end up being true, Gerard's like an actual monster, and so is everyone in his family.
Yeah.
Like, that's like beyond irredeemable.
All right, we should probably play Muta's video though.
Regarding the foundation's timeline for making donations, and that I made statements potentially implying donations were made when they had not yet been. It took too long for clear action to occur, and I apologize for all of this.
Now, I've been pretty vocal about waiting for a response from Gerard, and while I understand legal matters often put a gag into your mouth during incredibly sensitive situations like this, I was pretty surprised to see a response yesterday in general, but what was really wild to me was how some of the individuals, at least on Twitter, and again, I don't use Twitter as an intelligent metric, actually took this as a somewhat exonerating response, when it actually paints more contradictions in...
I'll be quick, but Muta is getting a lot of shit, and so is Carl. Like, people who didn't want the Completionist to be in the wrong have taken his response and run with it. And from what I've seen from people that I know are reasonable and have seen the response from the Completionist, it is not compelling. And it's upsetting to me that people's bias to want to forgive him right away means that they will take even the most shoddy response. Just there being a response is enough for them to say, it was wrong for Muta and Carl to have ever called this out in the first place. That really bothers me.
Yeah. Because like in like the worst case scenario, in like the worst case scenario, or like the best case scenario, I mean, where the Completionist actually did nothing wrong and this is all like a big misunderstanding and he really did intend to give away that money, he should still be questioned on that. In like the best case scenario, why is that 600,000 still there? So I don't understand how you could at all be mad at Carl or Muta in any situation. It's unreasonable.
Yeah, I just noticed, Muta has some pretty good facial hair. You notice how I've got, like, all these patches that need to fill in? Muta's is all filled in.
I'm not used to you having like much of a beard at all, to be honest with you. Like I logged into the stream earlier with Boaria and some of our other buddies. Kevils, you have no friends, by the way. And immediately it's like, holy shit, Zan has a beard, because we haven't seen you on cam for a little bit.
I did no shave November. That's why I didn't shave all of November.
Makes sense.
And I haven't shaved yet. I'm probably gonna like just not shave all the way until January 1st. And I'll, like maybe until the end of winter. Like once it's like warming up is when I'll shave. Because I was walking to the dispensary the other day and like the facial hair actually kind of kept my face a little warmer.
Nice.
It's kind of a boost.
So I'm here to offer my response to Gerard's response with receipts, something that I personally believe Gerard did not do at all in his video. I never saw one bank statement, never saw one evidence of money flow. It was an entire story of me just taking him at his word, which I will once again prove in this video that you cannot take Gerard at his word. He is proven to be somebody that is deceptive. So let me explain exactly how this works. Gerard provided receipts in his...
I would argue the most deceptive thing I can think of is the fact that he's multiple times claimed a list of organizations they worked with, when in reality, up until this donation, they'd worked with none.
His video, okay? If you look at the description to his... If you look carefully into the description, one thing you'll notice is it's mostly just links to the AFDD website, the IRS, and various definition websites when it comes to these specific donations, or I guess definitions of a restricted or an unrestricted donation, or how the IRS determines differences between private and public foundations. There are only 4 actual pieces of evidence provided by Gerard in these Google Drive links that are a autopsy report regarding his late mother, which honestly had no reason to come out. You've got a OHF termination of private status letter. You've got one letter that I guess, at least to me, looks like a continuance or something, which we'll get into, and an OHF audit letter by the IRS. So we're going to look into each 4 of these pieces of evidence and see just how much new information and clarification and transparency that they really provide. Let's go. So I opened up this letter over here and I read this very carefully, okay? So this is from the Internal Revenue Service, where basically they have a dear applicant. The applicant is Open Hand Foundation. We've received your notification of intent to terminate your private foundation under the IRC Section 507B1B during the 60-month period listed at the top of the letter. That 60-month period is starting from January 1st, 2016, and it ends December 31st, 2020. So again, in this situation, we're going to read all of it because this video will be long, but I'm going to fill it with as many receipts and contradictions as I reasonably can. This letter could help resolve questions on your foundation status. Please keep it for your records. I wish we saw this letter more than 24 hours ago. I wish this letter was posted on the Open Hand Foundation's website, a website that still does not have the AFTD, a website they gave $600,000 to over a week ago, listed in their beneficiaries. This is a website that should have had this information plastered. If your golf event can have your tax ID letter easily accessible, this information should have been posted for me and anybody researching this to logically assess. Then I wouldn't even have to question your private and public charity. In his response video, he really touched upon that point when it wasn't really even that massive of a point. All right, I noticed that they probably should be filing a 990 form, a 990 EZ, because they are a public charity, right? That is what they want to go as.
Dude, running a charity, is so complicated tax-wise. I don't believe that they could have just had somebody filing this shit on their own. They had to have been paying an accountant, right? Like, unless someone in the family... You know what? Usually companies have accountants. The dad runs a company. Maybe their books were getting cooked by some accountant or that they have at the company that his dad owns. I'm making very severe allegations here, but like
very severe.
I'm just theorizing. I'm theorizing. I'm making these. This is all fiction, science fiction.
Claims have no grounds.
No grounds. We're just theorizing. Just saying.
Why would they continue to file a form, the 990 PF, if they're no longer a exempt private foundation? And again, this letter, if I saw it, I would have just believed them. I would have been like, all right, it makes sense. You asked for a notice of change. And the IRS listened to it. They even said, based on your proposed activities and support, we agree you can terminate your private foundation status. Literally, you told them that you wanted to run Indie Land, I assume, at a lot of these events, and they were like, sure, if that's how you want to run it, then you're not a private foundation. You're a public one. So they even say within 90 days after the end of your 60-month period, you must show you've met the requirements as a public charity described in IRC section 509A 1, 2, or 3 for the 60-month period. If you show this, you'll be classified under that section for all purposes from the beginning of the 60-month period and thereafter. Gerard refers to the last section of this video, this letter, where he writes, you're required to file Form 990-PF, Return of Private Foundation, or Section 4947A1 Trust, treated as private foundation until you complete your 60-month termination and are classified as a public charity.
In March of 2016, the IRS acknowledged the receipt for termination of private status and indicated to the Open Hand Foundation the necessary requirements the foundation must follow in order to comply with the IRS code. A copy of those notices are also down below with supporting IRS documentation. Further, based on the acknowledgement of the private status termination, the foundation was now required to operate like a public charity as described in the IRS code for a period of 60 months. However, the foundation was also instructed to continue to file as if it were a private foundation. Any possible issues pertaining to such filings can only be considered clerical errors and are in no way intended to be misleading, fraudulent, or criminal in any nature.
Now, to understand, this actually adds even more questions to the situation. If your period ended December 31st, 2020, when you looked at the years 2021 and again 2022, according to their public filings here, right, that we have, what is seen over here is that this is still a P990PF, 990PF form, which again...
What it feels like is we and the average, consumer of this content don't have enough accounting knowledge to know what kind of documentation Gerard should have to produce to prove that he is in the right here. And so he's basically dumped a big list of links that, from what I can tell by what Muta's saying, is pretty much irrelevant to proving his innocence or not. It's basically just a bunch of IRS forms that say, yeah, okay, you run a charity according to what you report. None of it is actually the IRS verifying anything by what I've seen so far, at least.
It's the legal to layman version of gish galloping. He's saying a bunch of shit just to sound like he's correct. To anyone who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about or aren't familiar. I'm not super familiar with charity shit and running my own charity. There's a reason when I do charity shit, I run through someone else's thing. So I'm not all this confident with that. He's entirely banking on there being less and less people following this following this controversy as each response video is made, and that he saves his reputation with that. People going, okay, that's good enough, and not looking any further into it because they think it's a done deal.
Yeah, kind of basically trying to pull a Lance situation where it's like he responds to me pretending like I criticized him for something I didn't, because the thing I did criticize him for, if exposed to his audience, would lose him so many subs because, he was attacking the people that Illuminati fucked over. And he never apologized for it, deleted the video, hid from it, and he made a response to attack me and pretend like that wasn't what I criticized him for. And he's basically been able to get away with it and move on from it without ever facing accountability from it. But I've been told thank you for holding him to account from it, for that stuff from people that were involved with that.
Can confirm. Ugh.
Yeah, Ethan knows who. But don't say Ethan.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I don't want them to get harassed or have to get pulled into any drama. Anyway, we'll resume.
And according to the Internal Revenue Service, when you look at the annual filings and forms, I wish you put this link into your actual YouTube description. This would be important, Gerard. I feel like most people should be reading this. When you go to which form should I use? By going to this, they list numerous forms. The 990PF, which is for private foundations, but importantly, the 990, the 990EZ, and the 990N. Again, reading into who should file the Form 990. So one of the tips that the IRS has given, ooh, they're going tip crazy here. A public charity described under Section 170B1A4 that isn't within...
Dude, I love bureaucracy, dude. Look at this shit. Look at this. 170B1A4. 170B1A4. Or is this 6? 6, yeah.
6.
And so it's number, parenthesis, letter, parenthesis, number, parenthesis, uppercase letter, parenthesis, Roman numeral, because they have so many different, like, they have to have, like, a long enough chain to create, like, it's just, I love bureaucracy, dude. It's fucking crazy. How does this shit hold together?
I think it'd actually be really nice to like see a content creator whose focus on content is turning shit like this into really easily readable to the layman, like giving like 170B1A4 like a temporary name for explaining it. I think that would go hard as fuck.
Yeah, I'm really bad with Roman numerals. I don't know, like, dude, I went to school in this time where they didn't teach us cursive and they didn't teach us how to type, and they didn't teach us Roman numerals.
I'm good with Roman numerals. I can't speak. I'm great with Roman numerals. The issue is that they have really fucking terrible at a glance like readability, like terrible. Like you at a glance read the difference between like 7 and 8 quickly. You know, it doesn't have the same flow as like any other type of lettering whatsoever. It's like I and I. It's just too close.
Yeah. Like, I think 1, 2, 3, and sometimes 4 can work, but once we... And 5 obviously works, but once we start getting into 6 and 4 can be pretty easy to mix up, and then we're just getting crazy at that point. I don't even know, man. It gets crazy.
In its initial 5 years of existence, should first complete Part 2 or 3 of Schedule A, Form 990, to ensure that it continues to qualify as a public charity for the tax year. If it fails to qualify as a public charity, then it must file for a Form 990-PF rather than a Form 990 or a Form 990-EZ. So again, even looking into their letter that Gerard graciously provided, the 60-day period was from 2016 to 2020. Looking at the tax filings for 2016, 2017, 2018, one thing that isn't checked here, at least, is if the foundation is in a 60-month termination under Section 507B1B, check here. This is in 2016. You can see that in 2017 even, that tick wasn't filed. In 2018, that tick also wasn't filed. However, looking at the letter that Gerard provided, dear applicant, we received your notification of intent to terminate your private foundation status under IRC Section 507B1B during the 60-month period listed at the top of this letter. So even within that 60-month termination period under Section 507B1B, this box wasn't ticked. So why wasn't this done again? And why wasn't in 2021 and 2022 these forms weren't filed under a standard 990 or a 990 EZ? Unless, of course, they went back to this private foundation designation and they're filing under this. Again, Gerard mentions something known as clerical errors, like, hey, there's nothing malicious about anything. These are just clerical errors. I want to remind you that this whole investigation...
Dude, there's no such thing as a non-issue clerical error when it comes to tax documentation. It's the fucking IRS. They don't fuck around. They've got helicopters and a police force.
Like, you want to know another thing? If I'm putting any of my fucking money into a charity, they better not have any clerical errors. Like, how does you having clerical errors absolve you of any of the problems? Like, you still shouldn't fucking handle charity money at all.
Yeah, like, well, the IRS is known for being forgiving. Like, if you actually intend to pay them off, they're not gonna put you in prison.
Yeah, the IRS doesn't want to put you in jail. They want you to pay them, right?
Yeah.
So if you can be like, oh, I'll fix it, they don't
like
care.
Any
they
mob
just don't
boss,
care, as long as you fix it.
Like any mob boss,
Literally.
right? Yeah, like any criminal, they want you to pay them. They don't want to just end up putting you in the hospital so you can't pay them. You know, it's that thought process, right? But if you lie on your taxes or even make a mistake, there's wiggle room to say, oh, I made a mistake, let me refile. But you really don't want to get into a position where you have to ask to refile because you made a mistake. Like, you're better off, you're better off paying them more than you need to than less, because, like, if you pay less, if you underreport, then yeah.
Misfiling your taxes is something that should occasionally happen with like the layman, not a fucking company. God forbid a charity. You know?
Yeah.
Like that shit just shouldn't happen with a company.
And it is complicated. I'm not going to deny that. And it purposefully is. That's because like things like TurboTax have specifically lobbied government officials to make it so that our taxes aren't just done for us. Like as in they're just not just like taken out of our checks automatically from our jobs, and then like we don't worry about having to do our taxes. Because these companies want people to be intimidated by it and not want to, maybe they make a mistake and go to prison. So they pay a company to do it for them. And those companies rely on people needing someone else to do their taxes. If the government does it for you, then they go out of business. So they're lobbying to keep themselves in business. And it means we all get fucked. But I don't think that's the case here where there was just some clerical error. That's a cop-out. He's used a million excuses. How are there this many excuses for how this happened? It doesn't make sense, right, Ethan? Like, doesn't it come off as like it's just a child in the cornered trying to come up with excuses for why they? I don't know.
It is. How many things can I say that sound mildly like, oh, I could see that to the layman, and if I can do as many of those as possible, my arguments will sound like really fucking good. Like, look at how much evidence and reasoning he gave when none of it is definitive whatsoever.
Yeah. God, this is sad. I really like Gerard.
Yeah, it fucking sucks.
Was built upon looking at these various clerical errors. And again, the IRS, when I ask them to investigate or audit, it's not because of any malfeasance that I'm immediately, like, out of my investigation. It's me looking at these filings and asking even the IRS how they managed to let this go unchecked for so long. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in this entire situation, one thing I want to acknowledge now is the audit. Now, the audit was never the smoking
why he doesn't
gun
face the
during
camera
this
that
video.
way.
And you might be like, whoa, what are you talking about, Muta? An audit literally exists to prove if you've got money sitting in an account. As of a week ago, roughly, the Open Hand Foundation donated
I was making fun of him. I was making fun of the camera in the background.
$600,000 to the AFTD Foundation. Now remember, if you look through
his
the entire
exposure's
original investigations, even if you look into the very recent pieces where we looked into their golf revenues, Twitch revenues, Indieland revenues, the question that I was raising to the table is that, honestly, I just need to see if the revenues all match up. There's no accusations of embezzlement as much as Gerard would like to mention. It's just more me trying to actually get some answers. Remember, charities are supposed to be open books, and they're supposed to itemize everything imaginable. The moment when you have buckets just listed as expenses and whatnot, the reason why an audit is asked for is just to make sure that that information is above board and it's all there.
We believe we're done with selfish intent. They have directly jeopardized the safety of me, my staff, and my family, and that is not okay. I want to reiterate and specifically address that both the Foundation and I have been accused of...
The certified gaming accountant, okay.
Okay, hold on real quick. To talk about Gerard's like approach there, I don't fucking care that you feel like upset about this. This should happen regardless of if you're innocent or not, because your donators, like all the people who have donated to you, absolutely deserve to know how, where, when their money's being spent, and why. Like, this isn't something you have the right to be upset about. When you've not provided that and people go out of their way to ask for it, it's entirely your fault. No one has attacked him. He's seeing what happens whenever you fuck up a charity. Like, why is he acting like he's being like villainized or something? This is basic shit that every charity should expect to face at one point or another.
Yeah, and an IRS audit isn't like the end of the world if everything is above board. So
yeah, like,
why is he playing the victim? Like, an IRS audit, if that happens and everything's above board, that exonerates him. Why is he playing the victim? Like, he can play the victim once he's exonerated, right?
This is just a case of I'm getting mad that I have to answer for shit. Like if I was in a situation where someone was accusing me of misconduct with a like a charity and I had an IRS audit, that would be relieving, because now it's immediately not something in like the words of like YouTubers or people who aren't professionals. The IRS is going to audit me, it's going to get fixed, and I move on with my life, and then I look great. Then I look so fucking great, right? Because then I can go back to all those YouTubers who are fucking with me, and even though I don't think he should do this, I can play off that, right? Like there's no universe where he should be getting upset about this. It just doesn't make sense unless he's doing something sketchy with the money. That's the only situation that can be happening here.
Yeah. Apparently Destiny liked the Daily Wire movie Lady Ballers grade DHD. So I imagine.
Well,
Critical
Destiny's got to be a
Drinker liked it
contrarian
too.
as much as he can.
Yeah.
I doubt he even fucking liked that. He just knows it pisses off the people he doesn't like.
Based on what I heard him say, I just like randomly saw his review pop up and I was like, no shot. All right, well, I don't know what happens in the movie. I might as well hear what Destiny said. And it was like, dude, honestly, it wasn't that bad. Like the comedic timing was good, and like they did a good job of integrating the Daily Wire people. I was like, Jesus Christ. He said it was like good at doing what it was supposed to do, not like it wasn't a good movie, but it was good at doing what it was intended to do.
Okay. I'll have to see a review from someone who isn't like a total sociopath at some point, so I can actually take their word for it.
The Critical Drinker was harsher on it than Destiny. Yeah, I wonder if, like, because I saw in the comments, I was curious because I read the comments, like, are conservatives getting a little bit fed up? Because, like, I have to imagine that a bit of conservatives making fun of the message when they refer to, like, progressive messaging in media, like, I have to imagine that they see the same thing with conservative messaging, and when it gets a little too oversaturated, it starts to become as cringy as it does to us. And that was a point that Destiny made in that video, so I read the comments to see if there were any conservatives that agreed, and there were actually a fair amount that did. So I wonder if conservatives are actually starting to get, like, even the ones that do the grift are starting to get a little bit, like, fed up on the constant repeating of the same jokes.
Living in Texas and whatnot, and knowing a shit ton of conservatives, most of the conservatives I've spoken to, whenever like topics like I know a lot of people online, and so occasionally I talk to like people in my family and whatnot about like figures I know, and a lot of the times it's not even all that negative on leftist figures and on like figures on the right. Like and a good example is Ben Shapiro. They'll say, "Oh yeah, I like the guy overall, but I think he's so online," or I think he says a lot of dumb shit sometimes when he should just focus on the real issues, like. That's been a critique I've seen more and more in my day-to-day life surrounded by conservatives here in Texas. So it doesn't surprise me at all that that'd be how that would be received.
Yeah. I feel like the left this could really get sidetracked, but I feel like the left would bring so many people over if it was a little more open to legal pro-gun ownership.
Oh God, no, we will get sunlocked.
Yeah.
I've only got 9 more minutes till my thing starts, so we gotta watch.
Yeah, let's wrap up our segment here.
Forgery, embezzlement, and charity fraud. The allegations implied the
I want to hear what
foundation
this
forged tax returns
accountant
because
says.
they weren't physical signatures on them when we e-filed them, or that we altered numbers to hide income or expenses.
That holds weight though. That part, the underreporting part, is there, like the math didn't math. That was proven. That was proven. The math did not math for the prior years. I'm not talking about this year, because this year isn't finished. The return isn't filed yet for 23, because 23 is not over.
Got into April.
We're talking about prior years. The math for prior years doesn't math based on reasonable assumptions made by calculating the price per admission for the golf tournament with related, like they showed the banner, and it was like the diamond level supporters or whatever, which we know cost X amount of dollars. There were this many of them, and like a fourth grader could have done the math and realized there's money missing. So yes, you haven't proven anything about the years where it can be proven with I mean really, really solid. It's still, I say proven. There's very reasonable assumptions based on the information available.
And after they've donated $600,000...
So, people think you might have underreported.
Oh.
That's just full-on tax fraud through and through, undeniably.
Like...
That's what that accountant just said, that the math doesn't line up and that money's missing from that balance.
I mean, I don't know what much more to say. Like, the completionist is a fucking fraud, like Chat's saying. Like, the money's been stolen. There's nothing else to it. He can't defend himself, and what lies he can make up, or not even lies, but just like making the truth opaque he can give, right? Like, it's not compelling at all. He said absolutely nothing compelling.
It really does seem like a bit's been skimmed off the top every year, at least. and maybe interest that's also accumulated has been skimmed off. And the math from what I've seen does not line up, because when you consider the Open Hands Foundation, as they've lied, did not work with the golf tournament until I believe it was 2012. I may be wrong, it might be 2010. A lot of money is missing. 10 years worth of money has quite a bit skimmed off of the top, because one of the sponsors they claim existed that they were donating to didn't exist until after a certain point, until after almost a decade of that golf charity happening.
I mean, couldn't he be like really easily caught for fraud and all of this for just having said he's donated the money when it wasn't donated? Like, having said that at all, that's all it takes. Even if all of the money is accounted for, like, if you've not done what you said you were going to do with the money, that's fraud.
It's very possible. It's very, very possible. I don't know. Zan has predicted a lot of stuff that came true, including the end of the writers and actors strike before December. Oh, did I predict that? Oh, cool. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I don't really think I predict things. I think I just kind of make pretty educated guesses. But, like, my gut is really telling me the Completionist is in the wrong on this, and that I don't think he meant to necessarily scam people. I think he meant to, like, basically run the charity, probably end up donating the money eventually, but just skim money off the top and have that be a little bit of an extra cushion to his pocket, which is, of course, awful and fraud and a scam. But I think in his mind, he's rationalized it to not being as bad as if he planned to scam all the money. I think that's what he's thinking to himself, and that's how he's justifying it.
It's gotta be.
Yeah.
It's disappointing. The whole thing's massively fucking disappointing.
Did you ever watch Scary Game Squad?
No, I did not.
That was where the Completionist, Jesse Cox, a couple other content creators, but I know Completionist and Jesse Cox were two of the main ones, would play through scary games. Their playthrough of Resident Evil 7, so fucking good. It's gonna be hard to rewatch that stuff, you know? Good replacement is Neebs Gaming, though. If anyone's looking for a replacement for that type of content, Neebs Gaming is one of the best gaming channels there is. Really love their content. So
another really good gaming channel, if you guys just like shit like what's it called, like just friends playing games, like little party game type things, is Stumped. They do good charity work. I can confirm that. Great guys.
Yeah. Oh, and as for charity things that you can go donate to and support right now, the Yogscast every single December raises millions of dollars in their Jingle Jam. They've never had a scandal like this, by the way, because they donate the money publicly and they've been on the news and shit. The Jingle Jam, they've been doing it for I think about a decade now, honestly, and they've already raised over $1 million, I think, at this point. For this year's, and we're only 11 days into the month, but they do it through the whole month of December, just daily, all-day streams of raising money for charity and different milestones and charity goals, and they raise millions every year, every December, and it's really impressive, and they're running it right now if you go to see them on Twitch. So when this video goes up, as long as it's still December 2023, or if it's December of any year, they're probably doing it. So go send some support if you want to donate to a charity. Got anything else to say, Ethan? I feel like besides shouting out Muta.
Yeah. Fucking Muta's chill as fuck. I like him quite a bit on most topics. I don't think there's really anything else to say about the Completionist. I almost feel like I wouldn't follow any more about it until I hear a definitive end, because it's yeah, he fucked up, definitely. I can't see him being in the right in any way, shape, or form. I think that's it. Muta's cooked his ass.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those things I want to look at after a month of nothing really developing and be okay, so who got the final say in this that had the actual coherent response, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Muta. Go subscribe to Some Ordinary Gamers. Link down below in the description. I'm about to link him in chat, both chats actually. We're not going to watch the full video, obviously, because we don't steal content here on this channel. And yeah, thank you so much for watching. You want to shout yourself out for one last bit, Ethan?
Yeah, my name's RK. Go ahead and go check out my channel. If it's just called RK, at I'm Archaic, ARKAYIC, and that's all.
Nice. yeah, Ethan's a good friend of mine. He's getting into content creation, whether he likes it or not. And yeah, it's going to be pretty awesome. Have a good one, guys. He's about to do a debate. All right, so are you ready for your debate, Ethan?
Oh yeah, dude, it's gonna be easy. Especially since I'm gonna make sure that I keep him on the topic of like, I'm not here to debate any bit of the situation. I'm here to debate your claim that Xander was not pedo-jacketed. If you aren't blind and like having been beaten over the head for the past 6 months with blunt objects, it's very obvious. So I'm just gonna make him as uncomfortable as I can to defend the position. It's gonna be easy. I really don't consider it like hard. Like or intimidating in the slightest. It's just gonna be this guy's gonna be squirming and smarmy. We're debating specifically. We're debating. I'm gonna be debating President Sunday is his channel. I didn't really know he was a YouTuber. I had just seen his tweets. I liked his tweets on occasion. Because like he's a bit of a lefty, you know. So of course we're gonna agree on some things. But like President Sunday is not intimidating at all. Like I just can't see myself having a hard time speaking to the guy. It's going to be, you said this, you're obviously fucking wrong. Now tell me how you think in any shape or form you can convince me otherwise, because you can't. It's going to be really interesting for me to try to explain the concept of an implication to him. Yeah, you guys can watch the debate. Xander is going to be doing a watch party with, I think, A-Pillow.
Yeah,
I just got to wait for him to go live. He should be going live right now, actually.
Alrighty. I'm hyped.
Yeah.
Are you going to be streaming it on your channel?
Yeah, I'll be streaming it on my channel in a second.
Yeah. You know how to just
hold
hit
on
the
one
record
second. Hold on. He's telling you just move on from the fact that your ex-girlfriend stole your money. What a fucking loser. I'm gonna bully the shit out of this guy. Hold on. He's on.
Okay, what the fuck is he
saying? He's on stream right now saying, I get it. Your girlfriend did something terrible. Just move on. That's what he's saying. Holy shit.
Why is he bringing up my ex?
I don't know. That's what I dropped in on. What the fuck is wrong with him? Is he stupid?
I guess he's decided that I'm so irredeemable to the majority of his viewers that he can just say that and people won't think it's weird.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Man, people go full DJ Mule when they don't like me, it seems. It happens. Many such cases.
Why would he say that about you? Is he stupid?
Grab that clip and hold him to it. I'm
hold
excited
on,
to see that.
He said it like 40 seconds ago, which is 3 hours and 40 minutes into the stream. So someone, let me write it in our DMs.
Cool. That works. Is there a lore reason why President Sunday is a fucking moron?
What is he doing? I'd clip it, but I don't know how to clip on YouTube, guys. I do not watch streams. I'm so sorry.
Xander Hall's getting a lot of hate from random ass folk online. Jesus. Yeah, we'd be getting raided. Loner Box's community, I think. President Sunday's community, and then obviously Keffel's community. Reddit mod phrenology.
He's saying that you believe that any reference to your finances is the equivalent of a anti-Semitic remark in your world. Like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Is he just trying to be insulting?
I don't know.
Like, so he's actually just like, all right, he's bad enough that now it's cool to attack him for this.
He says he said you're spinning a sob story to make this about you. I'm gonna cook this fuck. Hold on. All right.
I'm excited to see this, dude. This is gonna be fun.
Hold on. Let me get my stream up. Give me just 1 second.
Oh jeez, this is gonna be funny, dude.
You guys are gonna love the thumbnail.
Holy shit, dude.
Public.
Why is everyone jumping Zan? Because a lot of people in this space hate me for a variety of reasons. No, probably mostly because they see me as competition of some extent, and to like try and eliminate me means they've got like less competition, I suppose. Also, Sunday seems to have always had a bone to pick with me, even before I even knew who he was. So,
yeah. Okay, so let me get the stream up, or it's up. Let me get the link.
Nice. Spam that shit in my chat so I can drop it in the rest. Everyone go leave a like on Ethan's stream.
I gotta complete to make external links clickable. Complete a one-time mention a channel. Type @ to mention a channel. Oh, okay. At Sander Hall.
That's weird that it does that.
What the hell? Hold on. Give me just a second.
If you send it to me in our chat, then I can just do that.
Okay, well I can't use my external link for my donos. Rip, no donos. It's in VC, it's in the bottom of the description, so I don't know if that's gonna work, whatever.
Yeah, if it's a Streamlabs link, like people donate through Streamlabs, they can click it and then they can donate through that.
Alright, there's the live link. YouTube chat should be working. Let's set this to live chat. Alright, hey everybody in here. Okay, hopefully the stream looks alright.
God, I'm getting tired. It's already 4 p.m. I've been live for 4 hours? Good God. Great Scott. This reaction to your debate will probably be my last segment of the stream. You on for some Lego Fortnite after or Fallout 76?
We will see. Hold on. I'm listening to what he's saying right now.
Pog.
All right, can I go ahead and say I'm ready for the debate?
I think so, man. Ready to dip out? You there, man?
Yep, I'm ready.
All right, man. I'll talk to you later. Good luck.
Talk to you later.
See ya. All right.
Talk to you later.
People who have no issue with jacking off to child pornography. This is in revenge because Demon Mama and Doe have been critical.
All right, everybody. So let's see if we can get him to get into a call.
Here's the crucial part, and not in an abstract sense.
Okay.
Their partners jack up to child porn. Do not
We're watching
about morality.
Ethan.
Literally.
Now.
Literally them.
Okay, interesting.
So
I'm gonna mute for just a second. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. This is possibly the funniest crossover I've ever seen. Recently, Shoe on Head, who is a good... Sorry, not Shoe on Head. I've mixed up names here. President Sunday, who has had quite a bone to pick with me before I even knew who he was, as it turns out, has recently accused me of falsely accusing Brianna Wu of... or not Brianna Wu, falsely accused of... He's covering Brianna Wu drama right now for some reason, so I have like things on screen. It's like distracting me because I'm trying to pay attention to what's on screen too. Sorry, you can cut it up so it makes more sense, Jerry. President Sunday has falsely accused me of falsely accusing Shoe on Head of pedo-jacketing me. And obviously, like, it's literally on her Wikitubia page. It's really come down to whether or not you interpret Shoe on Head quote tweeting me and saying Xander Hall and a list of other lefty figures all unfollowed me over pedo shit. Cool and normal, not gonna stop me from talking about it though. Basically comes down to whether or not you interpret that as being some kind of pedo-jacketing. I think it is. I think at the time, most people saw it as such. And now it seems President Sunday is just trying to dig for clout. And, like, he's, like, very desperate to try to dredge up an old drama that has had most of the context buried with time to force me into a position where I have to, like, retread it despite the fact that when it all happened, I was already shown to be in the right because everybody knew all the context, everything. And they're basically banking on most people not knowing what happened now because it's been about a year, which I think is very scumfuck behavior. So my friend Ethan saw this shit going down on Twitter, and he decided to start making fun of President Sunday by responding to him and debunking some of his dumb arguments in the replies. In response, President Sunday asked him to debate, and or I guess maybe Ethan asked to debate. I don't know which happened which. I was playing Lego Fortnite, and I was in a call with Ethan. Anyway, Ethan is now going to end up debating President Sunday. Now, I don't want to really spoil for you how Ethan debates, because I think you all need to see it yourselves to understand what it's going to be like. But he's currently getting prepped to join President Sunday's stream now, and he's live himself. There'll be a link down below to go to his channel and go send some support. Please do so. But with that said, let's watch.
It's so dumb. The only one who's had any spine on this is Demon Mama so far.
Demon Mama does not agree with Keffels for like being friendly with Shuonhead. She's just not as upset about it as I am. Demon Mama doesn't disagree with why I'm upset or my reasoning or the fact that I don't want to be friends with somebody if I'm uncomfortable.
No comments whatsoever.
So, by the way, chat, I'm sorry if my face doesn't move correctly. I have Bell's palsy, so I apologize if you see me making weird faces. So sorry. I'm hoping that we can get in soon.
I don't know. Maybe I'm starting from faulty premises. There is no personality here.
Deal with that.
No personality here. President Sunday confirmed.
DM talk about this. DM did a long stream and gave pushback. It's not. I didn't find it that satisfying. I think it characterized Brianna Wu in its title as a leader in a leader position, but she pushed back hard, and I think she did damage. And I think not like substantial damage, but I think it made people aware of it.
Hi guys.
So even in the comments on this channel, I noticed.
So when is he gonna let me get in? He told me to come in this time. I don't want to.
For the record, by the way, he keeps on trying to bring up me being associated with Brianna Wu, but like, as I've said, if I am asked to disassociate with someone because they fucked over a friend of mine, I will. And that whole situation is being handled in private. I've been asked by those involved not to, like, make a big deal out of it because it's being handled. Had I been asked to do otherwise, I would. So it's strange that these people think they know so much about my, like, personal life and, like, my friendships that they can say, well, you're a hypocrite here because of this. And it's like, you don't know my personal friendships. Stop pretending you do.
About
this one guy didn't know how much money I make. The left is naive about finance. Like, shut up.
The left is naive about finances, though. All right. Like, why is he so mad? He's getting pissy at, like, every word the guy says. He doesn't realize this makes him look fucking deranged, right?
He's desperate. He's very
I've joined his Discord. I'm going to see if I can get in the call with him.
Yep, it hurts your being able to get a job if you don't have a high enough credit score.
Don't worry, you're not getting a job anytime soon.
You're not going to get a job anytime soon. Like, dude, you're also making videos. You're sitting here streaming. What the fuck are you talking about?
Dude, he's such a toxic fuck. Holy shit. President Sunday's actually a piece of shit.
Give me a second. I have to find it. My hair is fucked. Sorry, chat.
No, it's actually, he's better than you,
Oh.
actually. He's slighting Gay
All
Fesh
right.
now because Gay Fesh
my fucking hair.
misrepresenting Karl Max in order to get victim points because
Let's see.
Xander Hall having a full pouch of victim credits is literally his only game.
Victim credits. What is he talking about?
Dog, how am I someone who uses victim status, dude? I just get shit and move on. Like, is he gonna try to say it's like my theme song or something? He knows that I didn't have any part in the making of my theme song, and I don't have any part in my community memeing about how much shit I get. I've been through some stuff. What can I say? Sometimes people feel bad about it. Sometimes it's relevant. I'm sorry if you've had, like, an easier life and that doesn't let you, like, look more sympathetic to the internet like you want to. Sorry.
High school girl is he's been talking about how credit, like harm to your credit, lasts a lot longer than a fucking year. The financial harm he went through is longer than a year. So coming in and talking to him and saying, Xander, why haven't you just fixed it, is at best tone deaf. You smarmy fuck. What is he going on about?
$1,000, and let's assume it's a bit more than that because like the complications.
It was much more than that.
20,000, okay?
It was more than. It was more than that.
At a certain.
Can I say that? Can I say that? It was a lot of money. I need to check Xander's. Xander, can you DM me? Can you DM me? I don't know if you're watching right now. It was a lot worse than Xander. All I will say is it's a lot worse than Xander let on. I know because I was involved in the situation. I was part of the reason that Xander got rid of her in the first place. I fucking hated her. It's a lot worse than just a certain amount of money being shown. Logs show almost $40,000.
Certain point, enough time has transpired where it's like, okay, but like life has happened since then, right? So, like, why are you specifically
$40,000. It was $40,000.
It doesn't matter. It's just like,
I just didn't know, Chad, if I was at liberty to talk about it.
Like, Keffels kind of went around about it wrong, and I feel like she kind of...
And Zan brought up Keffel's drug use, did he?
Xander bought... Oh my fucking god. Get me in a conversation with this guy right fucking now.
Does President Sunday support Israel or Palestine? I support the Palestinians. It depends on what you mean by Palestine. And I basically do not support the state of Israel.
Use me as a bludgeon there.
Where do I get in chat with this guy? Like, he told me, show up at this time.
It's not going anywhere, so it's like, just fuck it.
Is he just watching this stream?
Go to their content on that.
Much ground to stand on that debate, and then she saw something she could use. Like, oh, my friend got fucked over by this person. I can use this as a gotcha in the debate. And then she did, you know. As far as I know, only certain jobs check your credit score.
And you had nothing to say about it. You had no criticism for Keffels being underhanded that way until you started fighting with Keffels afterward.
Because it didn't seem like what she was doing at the time was malicious. At the time, the way I interpreted it is that she was debating someone, she found out that they'd done something fucked up, and she wanted to hold them to account for it. The way that I look at it now seems more like she saw a reason, like a way to actually win a debate she wasn't really doing well at. She saw something that was morally bad she could latch onto and use me as a bludgeon for. And this isn't even a conclusion I came to. It was a conclusion someone who mutually knows us came to and said to me.
Thank you. Thank you. Please talk to me, man. Come on.
Oh, is it happening?
Hi, Xander Hall. How you doing?
Yo!
How you doing, buddy? Why'd you block me?
You had nothing to say about it. Is he trying to, like, talk to me and be like, why'd you block me? Why'd you block me? Because you shit-talked me before I even knew who you were. At the time was malicious.
There's so many webcams.
The way I interpreted it is that she was debating someone, she found out that they'd done something fucked up, and she wanted to hold them to account. Is he trying to do a is he trying to do like a live debate through streams because he's so desperate to talk to me? Dude, this is my friend here wants to debate you. He agreed to debate you. You agreed to debate him. I don't care about you. You're kind of a slimy nerd who sits around a pile of books on the internet with very little relevance to me or my community, and I have never wanted anything to do with you. So debate the guy who does. What are you doing? This is embarrassing. Debate the guy who wants to debate you. All right.
Shit talking before you. What?
She found out that they'd done something
what?
Up, and she he's trying. Is he trying to do a lot?
Yes, of course I'm trying to. This is funny. Why wouldn't I?
What? Oh, he thinks it's funny, everybody.
Because he's so desperate to talk to me?
No, I don't want to talk to you. I think you smell funny.
Dude, this is my friend. This guy's saying I smell funny. He agreed to debate you. You agreed to debate him.
I'm gonna.
I don't care about you.
I'm gonna.
All right, he's gonna. All right, chat. We just watch.
Slimy nerd who sits around a pile of to talk to me?
No, I don't want to talk to you. I think you smell funny.
Dude, did you hear his voice crack there?
Chat, this is silly.
You smell funny.
You agreed to debate him.
I'm gonna. I smell immaculate like sandalwood.
All right, he's gonna. All right, chat. We just watch.
slimy nerd who sits around a pile of... to talk to me?
No, I don't want to talk to you. I think you smell funny.
Did you hear his voice crack there?
Chat, this is silly.
You smell funny.
I'm just looping his stream until it's
I
unwatchable.
smell immaculate. Sandra.
I like the recursive audio.
Why won't he debate the person who
Should be
wants to
fun.
debate him? Why is he scared to debate Ethan?
It's just echoing into eternity.
Yeah.
Why is he so scared?
God. I like the recursive
Oh my
audio.
god, wait, oh my god, did you see his face? Did you see the face he was making? He looked more ghoulish than glitter there. Holy fuck. I'm sorry, I've never really taken a long look at this guy's face and kind of like noticed how ugly he is. He's got this sort of like crossover between Glinner and who is it? You know the guy from that movie with the big bald blue guy, the nerd dude with the glasses? It reminds me of that dude who wanted to fuck the chick that the main character was fucking, but he got cucked. He's got that same kind of look to him and that same kind of vibe, but also with a bit of that sort of like Glinner grease. Dude, he's doing it. Oh, this is actually fucking hilarious. We're breaking him. We're actually breaking him. I can't hear him, so he's like unable to like engage with me and use this as like a way of debating me. So he just has to sit here and let me talk to his own audience as he hears me insulting him. And he just has to sit there and take it because he won't debate the person who's got the receipts and wants to talk to him, and I don't care to do it because I've got a stream to do. I know you're afraid of having those screenshots of Eudaimonia liking white nationalist shit get shown on stream. You're friends with a Nazi and it makes you look bad, so you've got to defend him. Yeah, I know. It really looks bad. Ooh, I should bring those screenshots up. You're going to really quickly close my stream? That'll make him close my stream really fast. Hold on. That'd be really funny. Ooh. Let's see how quick he closes my stream. Oh, did he already do it? He's already done it. He's already done it. Oh, he already did it. He already did it. He already did it. He already closed my stream. He's already watching something else. Look, he closed my stream. My stream.
I love white people.
Oh, did he already do it? Oh, no. He's just playing another clip. Okay. He's trying to hide it. He's actually trying to hide it. Holy shit. That's actually crazy. Wow. He does not want that screenshot to get shown. He's so greasy. This is so fucking funny, dude. This might be one of the most fun interactions I've had on a stream since when I talked to Infrared on stream and I sat there eating chicken nuggies while he screamed for an hour and I got drunk. I was literally just eating chicken tenders with I think it was honey mustard dipping sauce and drinking some kind of vodka pink something mixer and just listening to this guy scream over the mic about just the most incoherent political ideology you could imagine. And I was just like asking him more questions to get him to talk more because I didn't want the conversation to end, because it's possibly the most hilarious thing to listen to while you're drunk off your ass with some tendies to sit back and eat. This gets pretty close to that. All right, here, let's see if he hides the stream when I bring this up. Actually, I'll just bring it up anyway so I can jump scare with it. I retweeted one of these earlier. Well, you see, in order to call someone a Nazi, they have to specifically be anti-Semitic. You have to clarify that what you mean is a tradcath neo-fascist, or paleocon, as he's called himself at one point. Dog. All right, here. Cherry sent it to me. Open in browser. So this is back when he, back in 2022. Obviously not that long ago, May 2022. It's barely over a year ago. Quote tweeting Natalie Wynn, who said, "So maddening to have watched white nationalism spread from Stormfront to 4chan to YouTube to Steve Bannon to Tucker Carlson to the manifestos of multiple mass murderers and not taken seriously because they're not wearing," and she goes on to say, like, swastikas. Eudaimonia quote tweets this and says, "Yeah, that would be crazy if it were actually happening." And this is a liked by Eudaimonia tweet. And it was, of course, a reply to him saying, "Replacement theory is a dangerous conspiracy theory, but also Texas is going to be blue due to immigration in a decade, and Republicans will never win another election. Ha 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 ha. I wonder why, and also the interactions I've had with him in Shu's private GC, I wonder why I'd be led to believe that maybe his positions are a little extreme. He's also called himself a theocrat. And bro's constantly retweeting alt-righters. So I'm sorry if you're mad about that, but bro's a fascist. Thank you for showing it on stream, though. All right. Well, I'm moving on to the next topic Sunday, so if you don't want to talk to Ethan, then I guess you're afraid to actually talk to somebody who's got all the receipts ready and a conversation to have with you. But thank you for allowing me to tell that to your entire audience. It helps. It does. I noticed my view count go up and yours go down. Okay. Next topic. Damn, that's some good water. I love jug water. Jug water is where it's at. All right, everybody. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. As we all know, the primary presidential Republican debates are not actually a debate between people who are vying for the real presidency, or even a spot at being the nominee of the Republican Party for the real presidency. In reality, what it is at best for any of them, besides Trump, obviously, is a vie for a potential pick as vice president. It is a battle for second place. And that's pretty much all it is. Now, while I think that someone like Chris Christie, regardless of how much Republican support he might get, and he got a fair amount of cheers in the most recent debate, to be fair, he got some cheers, he got some dunks. I did not expect Chris Christie to get those dunks, but he did. He got some cheers. He got way more crowd support than I've ever seen him get at any of these debates, dude. However, besides the ones of them that, you know, like Chris Christie, who actually criticized Trump, the ones who are pro-Trump, the ones who are up there basically trying to out-pro-Trump each other, despite the fact that they are also running against him, those guys are basically all just vying for a chance at vice president. And knowing that Trump is basically guaranteed to be the Republican nominee because holy fuck, his supporter base is loyal. I mean, you can say anything about Trump that you want, but his supporter base is very loyal. I feel like in maybe the first couple years of his presidency, we saw a fair drop in his approval rating among his own voters, but it feels like it's kind of stopped getting as steep and it's kind of leveled out the longer we've had for Trump and his antics to sort of become known among his own supporters. Anyway, what are Donald Trump's stances on major issues to voters. If he's going to be the guy that it's either him or Biden, who's it going to be? Let's see. What are Donald Trump's stances on major issues to voters? Trump is polling ahead of his rivals as the GOP's top pick for president. This is obviously no surprise. Everybody expected this. He wants to launch the largest deportation effort in U.S. history. That would be hard, considering that we've had some pretty significant mass deportations before, but that's very scary, to say the least. He's vowed to close the education department and promote prayer in school. Well, that's just a fucking nightmare. Cool. Great. Love that. That's going to make a lot of the most insane of his supporters happy. Let's see what his position is on the border crisis and immigration. Donald Trump says that he will launch the largest deportation effort in U.S. history, paid for with redirected military funds, Reuters reported. Bro. So he's going to use the extremely overfunded military to fund ICE? I would assume he would be doing these mass deportations through ICE. I think you can all imagine how we should feel about that. Restore his 2019 Remain in Mexico program, which required asylum seekers at the U.S. border to wait in Mexico while their cases are processed. Okay. Like, that's just to make the racists happy. Great, cool, awesome. End what is called catch and release and instead detain all migrants who are caught entering the United States without authorization or violating other immigration laws. Still got a bit of COVID lung. Sorry. Dude. What? Okay, so what really upsets me about these things is there's really no other explanation than racism, right? I think the most realistic, objective argument you could make to say that immigration is, like, somehow a harm to the U.S. economy and the average U.S. worker and the average, like, American person. I think the best argument you could make is that it somewhat puts some pressure on the housing market to some degree. I've seen some people argue that seem to have decent data, but I take it with a grain of salt. I feel like there could very well be some additional data or context to said data that might debunk that conclusion. Outside of that, it seems pretty overwhelmingly agreed upon by economists that immigration is very good for this country, even illegal immigration. Now, not counting the crime of illegally immigrating, statistically, illegal immigrants commit less crime than native-born American citizens. And yes, this is per capita. This is accounting for the fact that there are less illegal immigrants than native-born citizens. But per capita, they commit less crime. And if you think about it, it makes sense. If you are someone who is in this country illegally, and you've basically broken the law just to have the opportunity to be here, presumably coming from a place you did not like, why would you ruin it by becoming a criminal here? You could have been a criminal wherever you came from. Why become a criminal here? It happens, but it's certainly less common, and it makes sense, right? On top of that, immigration brings a lot of money to our economy. That includes illegal immigration. Now, if you live in anywhere that has a particular... Ethan's debating him now? Pog, let's watch. Hell yeah.
Tend to treat skepticism or a general unwillingness to accept a piece of evidence as indicating what it's claimed to indicate as itself a claim. That's more just a judgment, right? I mean, yeah, technically in like absolute terms that would constitute a staking out a claim of some kind, but it's not really so much the case that that I'm going like, hey, positively this is absolutely not possible. I'm just saying like the evidence that is provided doesn't seem to establish what it is being claimed to establishes.
Okay. Well, all right then. I'm willing to contest that. All right. So I think reading off the tweet in question is basically where we should start. Like, there's no point.
Why don't you show it? Can you show it on screen?
Oh, you want me to show it on screen? I have it all pulled up. So Shoe's tweet. Am I what?
One moment. Is he back to watching my stream?
I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. I don't have any type of like.
What is that? I thought Xander Hall. I thought you had a thing going on. What's happening, buddy?
He's probably saying that because he wanted you to hop on the call with me. In all likelihood, he wanted that.
Are you on his? Is that you on his call right now?
On what call?
On Xander.
Oh, that's Pillow. Probably.
Okay, I don't know any of these people.
Yeah.
Okay. Weird. It's weird he popped on as soon as you came on. That's weird.
I don't think so. They're probably just watching this. It's content farming, all of it.
Yeah.
I mean that's the nature of all online debates.
Hey Zan, here you go.
Just debate him, dude. What is the problem?
Thank you for that. All right, sorry.
All right.
As you were.
Silly clip. All right, so the tweet. Hold on, let me see if I can open it. I'm trying to open it on stream right now. It's the 14th cited thing on her Wikitubia. That's what I have linked.
Mm-hmm.
See if Twitter will actually load. I had it linked earlier, but Twitter wouldn't load when I opened it. You can check my stream. I'm literally opening the tweet that's linked on Wikitubia right now. It won't load.
You got a stream?
Yeah, I'm streaming right now. He told me to document it.
Who did?
Xander.
Oh, I mean, yeah, always record your streams. Just, what's your channel?
Oh, my channel is at I'm Archaic or just RK.
Why don't I just pull it up? I have the clips on my channel. Hang on my Discord. 1 sec.
Okay, my bad.
Just show the
Also, clip. We're talking about the part in which she pedojack. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Screenshot.
I know the exact quote. It's that the link to the tweet specifically won't work. I don't know why. YouTube or Twitter shit.
No, I got it. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
Bear with me a sec.
Yeah, she deleted the tweet. It makes her look bad. She deleted it.
Oh my god. I need to not do the 3-hour stream before I do this next time.
I've been streaming for 4 hours.
Oh, she deleted the tweet apparently. My bad. I didn't know she deleted this tweet. The tweet is
the actual link. I have the screenshot here.
You have the screenshot. I was looking for the link to bring it up. I thought that would be better. So apologies. I have the quote. The quote is, "Too late. He did it and unfollowed me. Just like Contra, the Serfs, Hunter, etc. All of them over pedo shit. Normal and cool. Not going to stop me from talking about it. Right." And so I think that's pretty obvious pedo jacketing. Like what she's implying there is pretty obvious. It's.
Well, why? If they were arguing about gun control and she said gun shit, it would be just indicating the topic. If it was pedo shit, like maybe there are a bunch of people who have an issue
because
with her,
it wasn't pedo shit.
Her going really overboard with the pedo hunting stuff, in which case you could generically refer to that as pedo shit. There's nothing in that language.
So actually, what happened with the disagreement in the primary part of the disagreement, the topic was not necessarily pedo shit. It was a mishandling of her platform and a mishandling or a misunderstanding of what her speech can lead to. Something which she's acknowledged.
I think the general thrust of the Balenciaga accusation was that Balenciaga was engaging in pedo shit itself, or something creepily sort of adjacent there too, and she was calling people like Demon Mama and Xander Hall, specifically Demon Mama, I think, useful idiots for the corporation while they were doing that.
Okay, so you genuinely believe
that?
Not
fucking find the thing. I want to.
It's deleted. The only thing
it's
I
not deleted. I have a.
I apologize. I realized you meant the screenshot. No need deal. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's fine. I'm not mad. I'm just annoyed at this. One moment.
He's really angry.
Okay. So, well, let me go over the rest of the tweet, and I'll give you my argument for why I believe it's pedo jacketing. Okay.
Just wait a sec. Let's put it on the screen so people can actually see it first. Calm down. We're not. Nope.
Man, I've been waiting quite a bit. My bad.
He's building up.
You only got into the server at 4:11.
No, I meant for you to bring it up. You said you've been bringing it up, so I was just.
I was waiting for you to bring it up. You failed to, and now I'm bringing it up.
Yeah, I told you the tweet was deleted. I had it, and then you said no. I'll bring it up.
But
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
That's because I can't believe you were in all seriousness looking for the actual tweet years later. I guess it was 1 year.
Wait, why can you not believe that I would look up a tweet?
Why are we arguing about this?
No. Explain that to me. Why can you not believe that I was in all seriousness looking up a tweet? What does that even mean? Don't play mean girl. There's no point. Let's discuss things like adults. Let's discuss things like adults. Be normal.
We'll discuss things like adults. It's a little weird that you would come prepared for a stream thing about.
It's starting, guys.
I had
of a thing that took place.
I had the link. The link is dead because I had it sourced.
That took place a year ago. and you would be relying on a link to the actual thing and not just like a folder with screenshots. It seems like common sense.
I have a screenshot of the quote. Yes, I thought you would want a link.
Which I would be cool about if you weren't being a dick about it.
Being a dick? What? I told you to just be normal towards me. No, you got to be degrading, man. Come on, chill.
I'm not being degrading. What?
I've heard backpedaling like this before. Let's move on. Come on, man. It's obvious.
Oh, I'm backpedaling? What am I back? I didn't say anything.
I think it's rather weird that you wouldn't.
I'm just trying to put the thing on the screen here. It's just fighting.
Okay, put it on.
Where did I put it?
Come on, man.
Give me a sec. Wait, is it in P2 capture? Oh no, there it is. Okay, so I'm so stupid. Sorry, it's underneath my.
Ethan's good at getting people mad. Ethan's really good at getting people mad. You're about to see it happen.
What?
I've seen this man make people cry on VR chat so many times. President Sunday might actually cry.
Oh, I see. Okay, so it should be in there, and then center it. Why can't it see it?
Hey, Ethan Wood. Different Ethan from my friend who's on screen right now.
What the hell? Okay, let's try the Twitch one. There we go. Okay, now it's on screen.
Okay, cool. So,
boom.
To come back to it, she says the relevant parts are all over pedo shit, normal and cool. Not going to stop me from talking about it. Why do you think? So I think it's pretty normal in most disagreements to like unfollow someone if it's pretty bad, right? And why do you think she wrote normal and cool there? Like, what does normal and cool add to that tweet right after following that it was over pedo shit? Do you think there was no intent behind those words?
Oh no.
Well, it makes them sound like it was a ridiculous thing to unfollow her over.
Yeah? Why?
Like, obviously she doesn't mean normal and cool. She means the opposite. Abnormal and not cool.
Why is it ridiculous?
Okay, so you think
that doesn't give you carte blanche to interpret all of this was over pedo shit as contra the serfs.
Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. All I needed was that we were on the same page. That it was implying that it was kind of weird, right? Weird that they wouldn't follow her over this topic, right? So we've established that in this tweet, she believes that their behaviors were cool. Okay. So moving on, she then says, not going to stop me from talking about it. So I think that it's obvious that everyone wanted her to stop talking about it irresponsibly, but why is she framing it as if she's being told to stop talking about pedo shit when she's being told to be responsible with her platform, something she's admitted she needs to do before? Like, how can you sit here and tell me that you don't believe there's any intent?
I think she probably interpreted like the unfollows as being some kind of social pressure to not talk about. I don't know. I don't need her to be.
You don't know?
I don't need her to be. Excuse me?
You don't know? Like, what do you mean you don't know?
I was actually finishing my sentence.
Okay. I'm waiting.
I don't know what her psychology was behind that latter statement. The contention is very simple. The claim that her characterizing these unfollows as being over pedo shit is not sufficient to draw the connection to she's pedo jacketing all of the aforementioned. I think an excellent
if I
can I finish my
yes,
sentence,
you can.
please?
My bad.
A good example of this would be the fact that she's including the serfs as a collective here. She's not talking about a specific individual. She's talking about like a panel. She's saying that it's weird that over this thing which involves pedophilia, they're sort of falling in lockstep and unfollowing her over that. She's taking that as a slight. But that's not sufficient to characterize what she's doing here as implying that they're pedophiles, which is what pedojacketing is. That doesn't follow. It's just not there. Now you can ask her like, hey, you're just going to include like a reference to pedophilia and not disambiguate this. I'm worried about that. I personally wouldn't be in this context, but that's a fair thing to ask. But to jump to Shu is characterizing the aforementioned as pedophiles is a leap.
Did she ever rectify that or clarify that at all? Because if I came up to you and I told you, oh, this person stopped talking to me over pedo shit, it should probably be clarified a little bit more in depth, no? Like do you not have a moral obligation where if something is blurry enough to where it could be even misinterpreted as pedophilia, like you should correct that? Why wouldn't she do that in that case?
For those that are wondering why I'm having Ethan debate him, it's because I'm trying to get Ethan to get into content creation for so long because I really think he's got what it takes, and I feel like this is the perfect place for him to start. because he's wanted to bully this guy for a bit.
It wasn't pedophilia.
So let me see if I get this straight. Your plan coming in here was just to tell me no, that is pedojacking, yeah, and then walk off into the sunset.
No, my plan was that. What do you mean? Like it's trickier.
Your plan was to come in here with no screenshots, nothing prepared.
Hold on. No screenshot. No screenshots.
Hold on.
I told you I had screenshots.
No screenshots.
Yeah, I told you.
Screenshots.
No, I tried to get you a link. The link was deleted, and I said I had a screenshot of the quote.
That's not a.
Well, what?
Goddamn long.
It took me a goddamn. It took you a goddamn long time to bring it up. What are you getting on to me for about that? Come on, be normal, man.
I'm not the one. I wasn't the one preparing to make a case about specifically this with you.
What? Yes, you were. You said you were going to have a panel about this. You said you were going to do call-ins for this on Twitter.
Yes, but what I wasn't doing. Hang on. No. What I wasn't doing was assembling a dossier of evidence for you.
Is having the tweet ready, the tweet that we were talking about, like the one thing about all of this, really a dossier?
I know the threshold was pretty low, right?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, like, I had it ready.
You kind of suck,
and then
don't
you suck? What?
You
told me I did not have it ready. I told you I did have it ready.
You didn't have it ready. You had a link, and then you were scrambling afterwards.
No, I had
ready was the link.
Let me clarify.
You had a dead link.
I had a dead link and a screenshot.
Let you clarify. If you let me clarify.
Okay.
I'm shutting you down.
Can you see how like desperate to see Sunday as like winning here? The chat is. President Sunday's like chat that's like dead as fuck.
I had it screenshotted right above it.
I was talking over you, so I didn't. That's what kind of happens when you interrupt.
You're talking to what?
What they're saying. Exactly.
No. What? I was trying to understand what you're saying. What's up? Like you mumbled. You need to have the receipts. I do have the receipts, Naomi.
What's exhibit B? We disagree about the read on this text. You have no counter except it's obvious to you.
Hello.
Good for you. What's the next one?
Let's move on. Okay, so regardless of whether or not you believe she was intentionally implying that he was a pedophile after all of this, right?
Yeah.
And yes, like someone said in the chat, she had blocked Zan. So her action after saying those things was to block Zan, and she did not rectify the many people who did interpret this as that.
Someone's saying I should have asked your question earlier. Hang on, what was your question?
Okay,
earlier?
let me hear the question. Let me hear the question.
I don't know what the question was. I was saying something. You shut me down and then asked me a question, and I was trying to insist that I finish my sentence. But apparently that's an issue for someone in chat. So I just want to be thorough. What was the question you were going to ask?
Yeah, Naomi hates me now. Yeah, now I know Naomi.
Still with me?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were reading it out. My apologies.
No, it was spoken. I don't.
Sorry. Can you repeat yourself? I'm so sorry. I apologize.
Is he gonna be like rude? For asking him to
hello?
repeat himself?
We having internet problems? Hold on.
There's no internet problems on Ethan's end by the looks of things.
I believe what I was saying was that the bare fact that she says pedo shit in the conversation does not give you carte blanche to interpret that as her pedojacketing the people she's referring to. That would entail that any tweet involving a description of a disagreement over that topic would be pedojacketing. That's a bit of an oversight.
Okay, wait. Apologies. Glad that things are slowing down. Sorry, I'm reading chat. They said speak slower, so I'm going to speak slower.
Okay, don't read chat. Reading chat's a mistake.
You're right, actually. Thank you. Anyways, so whether someone says it, sorry, you're right. I gotta stop reading chat. I was laughing at it. Okay, sorry. Moving on. So you believe that just because it's talking about pedo shit doesn't give the people the right to, but people are going to regardless. Like, she knows this. She was talked about this all the time, that people are going to misinterpret her words, right? So if she's aware of this, why does she not rectify that? That's what I asked, though. Why does she not go back and clarify that no, it wasn't because like Zan's a pedophile when he's being like rained down with insults about this?
I don't care if he's been rained down with it. Why is it?
You don't care if people believe he's a. You don't care.
Why is it anyone else's problem if Xander Hull is insulted?
So it's not Shu's responsibility to make sure her audience doesn't insult him by calling him a pedophile. Like, it is her problem.
Even know it's... Well, here's a question for you. How do you know the people who are calling him a pedophile are her audience?
Do you think?
What does that mean for? What does
Wait. There's no way. There's no way.
Wait. What does that mean? What does that mean for them to be her audience? Does that mean?
That means their opinion.
I was asking a clarifying question to follow that.
Okay.
Does that mean that they were directed by watching her content towards insulting Xanderhal?
Yes.
Does that mean that they received that from a third party who was directed by that? And if that is the case, how have you established that connection? How have you established that history between the people who are leveraging the insults and Shu's video? How have you determined this?
Hold on.
I think that was a simple question.
Yes, it is a simple question. I'm quite surprised by such a simple question because I don't think it's much of a stretch to assume that a person who follows Shu, plenty of people who follow Shu after this have
How do you
come
know
in.
they follow Shu? Hang on. Who are you talking about?
People on Twitter.com, the website where all of your followers are public.
I'm not sure what you're getting at here. So
why is it a stretch to assume that they are her audience? And that they could have been informed and led to behave in that way because of her content and her words.
It's perfectly possible, but it's speculation at that point.
Is that really speculation?
No, you're confused. You're confused. What
He's
you need to
down
establish
to trying to
here
claim
to
those
make
people weren't
your
Shu
position
fans.
work is not that somebody somewhere could have, or even many people could have been motivated by her video to unjustly attack Xanderhal and call him a pedophile.
Yes, because she did not do.
What you need to establish is that there is such a connection that she has a warrant to go out of her way to stop that. Because unfortunately, she's actually not responsible for people taking a message that not there and using that to attack other people. That's not on her. So unless you can establish that, that took place, and you can establish it in such a way as you can make it evident to her, she doesn't have an obligation to do that. Nobody does.
So firstly, you can establish that like plenty of our fans are doing this because Xander, if you're watching this right now, please DM me and correct me.
It doesn't matter if they're It doesn't matter if her fans are doing this.
It doesn't. Seriously?
No, if it hasn't been established, it's an unknown.
It doesn't matter if you have an audience of people who are going out of their way to call someone a pedophile. Hold on. If it
hasn't been established, it's an unknown.
Listen to me. Hold on, please.
If it's an unknown,
please listen to me. Please listen to me.
If it's an unknown, I don't have to. If it's an unknown, then you're conferring an obligation on the basis of speculation.
If you had an entire audience, hold on.
If it's an unknown, then you are conferring an obligation on the basis of a speculation.
If you had an audience...
So if it's on the basis of a speculation, then the claim is not established. That's not a public thing. That's now you personally, in your opinion, you think that it's likely that X, Y, and Z resulted from this specific thing. But if you haven't proved that to another party who's skeptical of this, then you don't have a basis for saying that there's an obligation of this particular person to rectify it.
Can I say something now?
He's just gonna go silent.
It's an easy yes or no. Really easy.
Oh,
can I say something?
I'm waiting. Say
Okay. So, if you had an audience of people, right, who follow you, and you did nothing, absolutely nothing wrong, you've done nothing, right? And your audience started going after someone, calling them a pedophile, would you not have a moral obligation to try to clear that up with your audience who have a bias towards you in some way?
Well, who's my audience? What does that mean exactly?
People follow you, who follow you on Twitter. Okay, let's just say that they're your audience.
If somebody who follows me on Twitter goes after
they follow you on Twitter, they're active in your community. Okay.
Yeah.
For the it's a magical hypothetical.
Okay.
If you have an audience of people like that and you see them going after someone, calling them a pedophile, and you're wholly involved in this hypothetical, would you not have a moral obligation to try to clarify that if you know it not to be true?
What do you mean I'm wholly involved in this hypothetical?
Wholly uninvolved. You did not cause them to think this?
Wholly uninvolved. Sorry, you said wholly involved.
I apologize. I genuinely, if I misspeak at all, I will clarify. I have Bill's policy right now.
If other people who happen to watch my channel do a thing, I would consider it like a thing that I would do to step in, but I couldn't tell somebody else, no, it's your obligation to manage these people like they're your children.
Wait. It's not managing like your children. Do you think childcare and making a tweet clarifying something is the same thing?
I don't have any responsibility for what random people who happen to enter my chat at some point do. I'm not them. I have a
if you had a community of people who were somewhat like biased to you because they like you,
the word community is pulling a lot of weight here.
You don't think Shu has a community?
What we're talking about, what?
You don't think Shu has a community? What are you talking about?
What do you mean does Shu have a community? By
That's what we're making a comparison to.
I know. By community, do you just mean people who happen?
For those that don't know, President Sunday's trying to be super pedantic to defend Shu and her like hot Nazi husband, and is like desperate to try to like claim that somehow this very obvious pedo jacketing tweet isn't pedo jacketing.
Get like snips out of context or whatever.
If
or
we
we'll get like statements that have been twisted out of context, and will then go out of their way afterwards.
If
within
an hour of you making a tweet that could be possibly misinterpreted, once again, my position is still that it wasn't even misinterpreted, and you block someone and you see plenty of people who you are familiar with within your community, because I promise you that happened, people who you interact with regularly, going after someone, calling them a pedophile when you know them to not be so, you have a moral obligation to clear that up. Yes. I don't understand how you're disagreeing with me there, actually.
Why would you have a moral obligation?
To
clean up a mess that you didn't start.
Wait.
The only people.
If you can do good and you choose not to, do you think that's a good play?
Ethan, the only people who are running after who are running with the idea that this is pedo jacketing are not people in Shu's audience.
Prove that. Prove that to me right now. Prove that to me right now.
I don't need to. This is the same threshold of evidence you provided. Prove that they are Shu's audience who are going
I can prove to you that Shu's audience went after Zan. Zan, if you're watching this, just send me any amount of them that DM'd you and show me them following Shu.
It doesn't matter if you find people who follow Shu. I follow Shu. Okay. Am I Shu's audience? I never watch her.
If you would be the audience to her tweet. Yes, you would be an audience to her tweets.
But hang on. I'm really not, though, because I didn't see it. I saw all of this in the last couple of days.
Okay, so you didn't see it. But if someone within an hour of that original tweet comes in and says something to Xander, is there like, do you think it's unreasonable to say,
no,
oh, this person came from her?
It is not Shu's job. Shu and had a guy said something to me, and he referred to your tweet. It's not her job to go out of her way to clarify.
It isn't.
The tweet doesn't bear that context.
Wait. Are you serious? If someone you know was accused of being a pedophile by people in your audience, right? You would not try to clarify?
Was she not accused of being a pedophile herself pretty directly in the clips that she covers in her video?
Who? What? No, she was accused of having.
You don't recall the sequence of Demon Mama explicitly saying, like, hey, if you think that these slim.
Wait. I'm not talking about DM. Why is DM getting brought up?
If you think these slim leather, she's not even being brought up in this tweet. If you think these slim leather straps
after all this, by the way,
are
he's trying to fast forward time to a
like in any way like related to sexuality or whatnot,
to retroactively
you must be projecting a little bit. You must get riled up when you see this in juxtaposition with a child. Why on earth? Why on earth when that's allowed to fly? Why on earth when like the
what are we talking about? What are we talking about DM for?
You're not providing warrant here.
No, like, why are we talking about DM right now? Anyways, that video came after this whole situation. I don't understand why that's relevant right now.
Because DM and Xander Hall both have made the exact same claim about the same things at the same time, right?
We were both attacked during that drama.
Like, no, Xander does not claim that she's a pedo. What? Or that she believes that.
Xander Hall did not go out of his way to challenge that, right?
Yes, actually, Xander Hall regularly
Xander Hall went out of his way. Xander Hall went out of his way to clarify that if Demon Mama was implying that Shu on Head gets riled up.
Wait, why is Xander responsible? Why are we talking about Demon Mama? You interrupted me like 1,000 times. Don't even play this out. Come on.
Only after you started interrupting.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Anyways, so why is Demon Mama getting brought up at all here? Why is Xander responsible for Demon Mama's community? You've moved something.
Because the accusation against Keffels is that Keffels is doing some wrong by associating with Shu.
You need to all remember, President Sunday is doing this all to defend Shu on Head and eudaimonia.
He'll be right. What's the point of calling him a hypocrite here? You're not reaching anything.
If the statement is that he is owed this, then yes, by being a hypocrite, he is wrong. Because there's no norm of reciprocity then.
No, hypocrisy doesn't make someone wrong. That's not how that works.
Reciprocity. Hypocrisy does make you wrong if you're trying to draw some kind of normative obligation on the basis of mutual faith.
I am calling an obligation for her to do that, one. And two, the reason... Okay. Okay, shut up and listen for like 20 seconds, all right?
Tell me shut up one more time. I'm just kicking you. I don't need to entertain this.
Hey, don't let your voice crack too much. All right. So, point is that if one, why is Xander responsible for anything DM does, and two, if
why is
Xander,
Keffels responsible for anything Shu does? That's the question.
Two, if he is
Answer the question. Answer the simple question.
That's what I'm answering.
That's
what I'm
asking
answering.
you. That's already
If he is,
that's already been staked out.
If he is, that's what I'm answering. Yes. All right. If he is responsible for that, then you agree with Xander Hall on Keffels and what's it called, Shu's relationship.
I don't agree. I don't agree with any of these people. What is being claimed here?
Hold on. Can I know your overall stance?
Fuck off. What is being claimed here?
What?
Is that what is being claimed? What?
I asked to know your overall stance, and you told me to fuck off. I just asked you.
What is being claimed here is that Keffels owes Xanderhall dissociation from Shu on the basis of these tweets.
No.
Okay.
The flip side of this, is that Xanderhall owes Shu nothing, despite the fact that there was a much less ambiguous claim made that actually is pedo-jacketing her in a much stronger way. Now, I think that rhetorical statement doesn't actually stand as pedo-jacketing. My threshold is higher. However, we're taking the standard that Xanderhall is applying, that falls under the category easily. And so there is this claim that Keffels has a special obligation to Xanderhall, that Xanderhall is not required by anyone to requite at all. Case in point, once again, Xanderhall and his editor Cherry, like this with Brianna Wu, despite the fact that Brianna Wu explicitly called Demon Mama and Doe pedophiles within the last 30 days.
So, actually, I do know something about that situation, and that has been that Xander has not been approached to deal with that as of now, and is taking no action because of that.
I don't care.
You don't care?
Does that not change the? That's his. That's his editor.
No. That's Demon Mama. That is Demon Mama. You don't know what you're talking about. You can't say no and tell me that I know the situation. Xanderhall. Hold on. Listen, you don't even know what happened here. This is something you're unaware of. The public is unaware of. Okay.
No,
are you aware of this?
I know.
It's not his editor.
That's why it was happening in a secret group where they were
Demon Mama.
Creators.
Demon Mama is aware of this situation.
I know.
And Demon Mama asked Xanderhall not to make a big deal.
Why are you telling me what Demon Mama is aware of? Like this is supposed to be novel information.
Let me.
Obviously.
Hold on. So the difference between the Demon Mama situation and Xander's situation and the Xander situation
it's much worse.
Not that it's worse. No, that is not what I'm saying is different. That's not what I'm saying is different. All right.
No, that's what I'm saying is different.
Okay.
If you're going to whinge about this, how dare you?
So Demon Mama, right, and Xander have a similar situation happen. Kind of ish, to a lesser degree, where one friend has done something wrong to the other. Demon Mama asks Xander to do nothing about it, okay? The thing that Xander wants to have happen is that the person who is... Listen to me.
This is no bearing on me.
The person who is seen as the victim has the right to ask their friend how they wish it to be gone about. Xander has asked his friend, Keffels, to stop associating with someone he believes pedojacked them. Demon Mama, regardless of how you feel about the truth of any of this, Demon Mama, who has asked Xan to not make a big deal about it, has led Xan to, as not the victim, listen to the victim. There's no comparison made here.
This is actually what is.
There is no comparison made there.
This is actually what is taking place. Demon Mama and her cohort, who were actually very seriously threatened by what Wu did, are asking not to draw attention to something that would cause a lot of problems for them if it became like the subject of like a major discussion. And then using that, they've been really, really willing to acquiesce to a whole bunch of people continuing to be buddy with this person. That's what's taken place. Because that's
so the victim got to choose. I don't get what you're talking about here.
The victim got to choose. No, the precise point is that the victim didn't get to choose. We'll never know if there was actually a
choice there at all. Do you think Demon Mama's so spineless that she wouldn't stand up for herself there? Demon Mama's close friends with Xander. She goes to his house. They hang out with IRL friends. No, come on, man. They hang out in real life.
If her partners are directly threatened by the thing that she's boosting, and she's going to continue to do so, and Brianna Wu is a massive audience by comparison, what is she going to do in retaliation? She's going to get burned for this.
Dude, you aren't these people. I know these people. They hang out in real life. If she was just,
I don't care who you know.
If she was, I don't care, dude. If you are just if you are just tolerating a person as a victim because you don't want backlash, you don't go over to their house regularly or ask for hangouts and shit like that. That's not the case. You're making shit up.
Oh, I see. So if someone's in an abusive relationship, they don't like continue to text.
Are you arguing that Demon Mama is an abusive relationship with Xander Hall?
That's
no.
I didn't say.
Yes, you fucking did, dog. Holy shit.
No, I didn't. You're the one trying to claim that Keffels is doing Xanderhall wrong by associating.
What I'm clarifying here is that
made an issue of this first without
the
any
relation.
I think DM's gonna burn the bridge with the President Sunday after this.
In both ways, Xanderhall and Demon Mama's relationship are not the same dynamic as Xanderhall and Keffel's dynamic, right? And whenever I tried to explain that to you, your counter argument was that okay, well, she's being coerced into it by the situation. Please, come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. You did the same thing to me earlier. Come on, man.
Breathe. Find your chi.
Breathe? Come on, man. Listen, your argument was that they are the same. Come on. The second I put you in a corner, you start getting really upset. You can't think that makes you look good, man. Hello?
Come on, man.
Are you ready to be normal?
No. Ciao.
Chat, I've not been kicked because I'm right and he feels like he knows he's fucking wrong. And no matter how bad I look to you guys, he realizes he's wrong. He realizes he's bullshitting. That's why I've not been kicked. He's literally lying about the situation between Demon Mama and Xanderhall as an argument, and whenever I point out that that's not true, he can't even concede that. There's far too much fucking ego going on. Like, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, be real with me. Come on, be real with me. Come on, be normal.
Did he block him? Or did he kick him? No. Jumping Xan? Because a lot of people...
Come on, be real with me. Come on, be normal.
Did he block him? Or did he kick him? No.
He left the VC.
Because a lot of...
Come on, be real with me. Come on, be normal.
Did he block him? I gotta bring Ethan in. I gotta bring in the homie.
He left the VC.
I gotta bring in the homie. Dog, no shot. He got to the point where he was denying. You got to the point where he was denying a conversation that has not only happened between me and Demon Mama, but has been coordinated through. We have mutual friends and shit. Like,
I don't understand what that slimy fuck was bitching about when I said, hey, can you state your position on the Keffels drama so I understand the conversation? Fuck off. Are you fucking 6 years old, dude? Are you fucking actually a child? I was genuinely trying to understand him there.
I was actually bewildered at how far he went. I expected him to be reasonable. I've never really seen much from him, but I've heard that he like did well against Destiny. So I was assuming that he was at least going to like be somewhat reasonable, but he actually reverted to the point of arguing against the concept of hate raids. He reverted to the point of
fuck?
It was wild.
The thing is, all I had to do was tell him, like, it doesn't matter whether or not you actually believe she was pedojacketing or not. What matters is what happened after. And he genuinely fucking argued to me that he believes that there's no way to know it's her audience. You know, they just replied an hour after the tweet was made and follow her and are using her argument. There's no way to know it's her audience. That's an unreasonable assumption. I'm sorry, do I have to teach you basic fucking social convention? Are you serious right now? I tried to be amicable with him, but that guy's an actual fucking slide bag. What are you talking about?
Sorry. Okay.
Like, are you serious right now? What is an audience? What is this share? No, dude. I'm not debating you on like hard concepts here. We're talking like normal people. Okay? If you go up to any normal person and say, "Hey, someone who follows you and said something related right after you made that tweet said something about me," any normal person knows that that's related. That's how basic reasoning happens. And you expect me to take you seriously on any political topic when you can't traverse a high school social setting? Like, that's what that is.
I couldn't get over the part where he was so desperate to debate me, he started playing my stream, reacting to your stream, and he thought I was watching his stream, but he didn't realize I was just supporting my friend. I don't know, does he have friends? Because, like, a lot of the people in chat who get mad about this, it kind of, like, shows to me they don't have any friends that would, like, argue with the retard for them, for, like, as of, like, a fun thing. I don't know.
I'm taken back genuinely. Like, there was a moment where I went quiet after he asked me, it's just a simple question, and the only response I had was, I'm blown away you asked it. Like,
yeah. You did your, like, D&D DM voice there when you did that, whenever you said that.
God.
Like, the way that
that's
a character...
impressive.
Like, the way a dramatic character in one of your campaigns would just, like, respond condescendingly. Like,
Jesus
to someone who
Christ.
said something dumb.
Well, like, okay. So he wouldn't let me get any fucking points out. And whenever I interrupted him when he would bring up completely unrelated shit, that's totally the same as me not being able to speak at all. Like, why are you bringing up Demon Mama interrupting you? Is completely different than, okay, it's my time to speak, you know? Like, why are you bringing up Demon Mama? She's wholly irrelevant. My position here doesn't even pertain to Xander necessarily being right, but rather what should have happened. You can't comprehend that, dude.
Yeah, one thing that I guess I'll give you sort of like the rundown. I think you did really well.
His stream went down. His stream went down.
Did he
Xander,
end
last time I did a
stream?
bit... What the fuck?
Wait, no. Wait, is it like an actual just... Okay, I think it might just be tech difficulties. That's funny. That's actually a funny way to end it off. I actually do have another that segment I'd started is going to get spliced on as like its own segment, because that was a real segment I was moving on to, because I wanted to trick him into actually debating you. He was so scared to actually get into a call with you. And he was so... One thing I wish you did was actually... This is the one, like, shortcoming, was that he was very clearly afraid to let you make a point. When, like...
Yeah, I know.
So, like, he was so, like, aware that he was wrong. He had to keep
You're right. I did
make
I made the mistake of thinking his audience was intelligent enough to realize he was doing that. I thought it was exceedingly obvious that he wouldn't let me speak and he was scared of it. But I just got to trample over dudes like that. You're right. Their audience is going to dick ride them to hell and back. They're not going to think for a second, you know, it's a little weird that he's not been able to speak at all. And every time he has to speak, he started yelling. Like, come on. Also, tell me if my mic levels are fucked. I heard it on your stream, but this was when I did actually yell because he ended it. And it was funny as fuck. But is my mic blown out right now, or did it sound okay? I can fix it if not. I wasn't able to get that.
Fine on my end. You sound fine on my end, honestly. Yeah, no, I didn't really like send much your way during that debate because he pretty much had it under control. There were some points that he brought up where it was like, oh, okay, I need to send him some context on this, because he'd mentioned like Demon Mama hasn't reached out to Zan. I was like, no, that's not the case. Demon Mama has asked.
If I said that was misspeaking because we talked about that beforehand. My bad.
Yeah. Well, you corrected yourself fast when you saw the message. Yeah. Overall, you did pretty good. Like I said, he's very slimy, just like he looks.
When he started
doing those faces, it was crazy.
The actual saying that there was a difference between your and Demon Mama's relationship and your and Keffel's relationship was that Demon Mama's this helpless little doe who can't stand up for herself at all, and she's being forced into it by everyone around her, and she's so helpless. Like, no, Demon Mama's a strong person. I know her. She's not gonna fucking fall over and die at standing up for herself. And also, Demon Mama is not an abusive relationship with Xanderhall and co. She goes over to his fucking house and they shoot guns together. I've met Demon Mama and shot guns with her in real life and ate fish with her. We've literally hung out.
Yeah, we have.
You don't do that with people who abuse you. And then he drew a comparison between an abusive work environment, which would extend to only online, and an abusive environment in which you an abusive environment in which you can't escape, which is a relationship. You can escape an abusive environment that exists solely online, guys. I really need you to understand that. In his attempts to bend over backwards for Nazi dick that's owned by a woman who's taken like a billion fucking like alt-righters under her wing, right? In his defense for that, he has conceded the idea of a responsibility for your entire community and how they behave, even if you did not cause it, because you, as a person, morally should do the right thing. He has receded back to claiming that a person who is fucking like an abuse victim is incapable of standing up for themselves in any way, shape, or form, and that abuse online is equivalent to being trapped with an abusive partner who has control of things like finances. Like, what is he talking about?
Yeah. Oh, you didn't even get to the stuff where he was just like outright insulting, like with the most baseless shit. Yeah, he was being really.
Right at the beginning, he started being condescending, and he got real fucking upset when I said, "You don't got to be like that. Be normal. You don't got to be like that." And then I'd immediately upset him the whole time. Like, I find it really weird that you didn't come with like that. You would try to look for a tweet. Why is it weird that I would try to get the sourced tweet? Like, for context, guys, on that, by the way, I had the screenshot from the YouTuber wiki from her controversy page, right? And then I was like, oh, let me get the tweet to throw up on stream when he asked me. And he's like, okay. And I was like, I clicked it, it didn't load. And he's like, why did you look for that or something? And it's like, what? Why did I look for a tweet?
Yeah, there was some points he made that were completely incoherent. And that's something that some debaters in this space will do when they're really desperate. like really desperate, they'll just try to overwhelm you with nonsense points. There were some things he said there that just literally made no sense, and it was clear that you were like, what? And at points like that, it's best to probably just say, what are you doing? Let's stay on topic.
Like,
you know?
Like, I don't. Well, then he'll reply, like this guy's an actual fucking child. I don't understand.
Yeah. Well,
like,
to be clear,
come on,
his chat is about half the like current viewership of mine, and he has far less subs and far less views whenever. He
that's why you shouldn't
videos,
debate
so,
him.
Like,
He's trying to go after you for clout.
Yeah,
like
of
that's
course,
the only reason he cares.
Yeah, so I figured, like, if he wants to try to siphon clout off of me, why don't I let you siphon clout off of him and, like, use this as your starting point?
I don't want any of his viewers to be real with you. Then again, some of his viewers are literally in there saying, Sunday kicked him for not speaking American, lol. Anyways, some of his viewers were saying, like, let me find
Sunday
it. I just
xenophobic.
saw it. Sorry, type on.
Where did the last caller go?
Fast.
Yeah,
I really wish that Sunday hadn't picked this hill to fight on, to be honest. Even if he's technically wrecked, Shu doesn't need or deserve the defense. Like, even people who are as aligned with him as they can be are saying it's unreasonable.
Yeah. The most of the people in there that are there are people who now dedicatedly hate me.
Now his chat's arguing with him. You don't think that spending time to counteract claims of pedojacking is not defense? It's literally defending someone, and it's justified one, too. Like...
Yeah.
Like...
Is his stream dead? Did his stream die?
Yeah, his stream died. But right before his stream died, hold on, let me see if I can bring it up.
Is he back up? Maybe he started a new stream. Or no, he's back. Oh wait, is he? What? I don't even know what the deal is. Yeah, basically he's back up. I like that one tweet that he's trying to make a big deal out of. Read that tweet and like talk about it.
Oh, okay. So everyone, okay, I need you guys to understand I'm the biggest fucking harp on Xander when he has bad optics, okay? Like one of the things I argue with Xander about, and I get why he does it, is that I think he should block less, okay? Like I'm not like totally endorsing of all Xan does, right? He knows this very well. Anyways, he tweets out, sorry, deleted my last reply because wrong drug and I don't want to spread lefty misinfo. She was high on cocaine and benzos when I first told her what she did to me on stream. I found that out and I was willing to talk to her now, but fuck her. Imagine if this tweet just said, sorry, deleted that last reply because she had the wrong drink. I didn't want to spread lefty misinfo. She was high on like vodka and like wine whenever I first told her what she did to me, or she was drunk on vodka and wine when I first told her what she did to me. I found that out and was willing to talk to her. Like that's basic. Like I would like to talk to my friend while they're sober and will not hold things they say when they are not sober against them. That's normal. The only reason they take any amount of issue with that is because they themselves hate addicts. That's what it's got to be. If you read someone's addiction being brought up and assume that must be negative, especially when it's being used to be charitable towards them, you have to subconsciously have a problem with acknowledging that addiction is real and thinking that if a person is an addict, that should be shameful. And I think that like it's just kind of sad. These people's true colors always come out whenever they want to argue like and dog on a person. They always immediately go for this. Like I saw a tweet under Keffel's tweet that was Xander, a photo of Xander that I would send to Xan probably because he and I, the great thing about Xan is he can laugh at himself a little bit. And it was a photo of him like in front of a crack pipe or something, and it says "Your dinner is ready," right? And it's a mildly amusing photo.
The story behind it is I did a cooking stream where I made fajitas. Like chicken and steak fajitas, and then I did I had to do it to him pose in front of it, and then someone photoshopped into the pan like the super blown up low res like spaghetti noodles, and then someone edited on top of that the crack pipe whenever the Lonnie drama happened.
Yeah, and it says your dinner is ready, right? It's making fun of Xan for having an addict ex, right? Which for someone from Keffel's community, that's a little weird. But the first reply comes in and says, "Are you seriously mocking Keffel's addiction, thinking that the meme meant that Xander was giving her crack?" And then when they're like, "No, I'm mocking Xan," suddenly mocking addiction doesn't matter anymore. These people don't have principles. They want to feel good. They're fucking pathetic.
Yeah. One time Sunday went on Vosh's stream to argue Professor Flowers wasn't pro-genocide. He picks the weirdest hills to die on. I think he's just kind of a shitter.
I've noticed something from like everyone in that sphere, including Keffels, honestly, at this point, is that one of their first insults they like to go to is like, you don't have friends. Listen, if you think having friends is in any way, shape, or form hard, you're a fucking loser. I have traveled like something like 32 times in the past year just going out and seeing friends regularly, right? Like that doesn't cross my mind. But whenever you're like, you don't have any friends. Like, what, dude? That's an insult to you? And I realize what it is. You'll notice that the reason that fucking this smarmy bastard, what's his name? Professor Sunday, right? You'll notice
Sunday.
the reason he's defending Shu is because he's friends with Shu's shitty ass husband, right? You'll notice the reason that he was defending what's her fucking name? Professor Flowers was because they were their friend, as far as I'm aware. These people don't have friends, don't have a lot of close friends, right? And then whenever one of their close friends does something shitty, they don't have enough friends to get rid of them. They don't have a spine, they're lonely, and they have to stick to shitty people, and they have to defend them because their small circle is a part of them. It is a part of their own ego. So when that circle is attacked, it's attacking them.
Yeah. It really is upsetting to me. Also, you got a $4.20 donation. Nice.
Oh, thank you for the $4.26 donation. My bad, I wasn't seeing donos. Please dono more.
Yeah, you can. If you open up Streamlabs, by the way, there's a little page where it shows you a full feed of all donations, so you can read.
I almost
the message.
knocked my camera off.
You can read the message and donation there. I might even.
Wait, is my?
Your camera's on point. Your camera's on point.
Okay.
I was gonna say, you can open up on Streamlabs this like feed of donations, and it'll tell you. It'll tell you like.
I like whenever he started to say you came without proof, and I was like, okay, I'll show you my proof. And he's like, well, that doesn't matter anymore. And it's like, you took too long showing me the proof. So did you, my dog. And the reason we took so long was because you said that when I said, oh, I was gonna use the link, but I'll use a screenshot. You said, no, I've got it. No, I've got it. You told me, no, I've got it. Like everything that guy was arguing, not even just things that are like provable facts. Like everything he argues about is petty loser shit, man.
Yep, pretty much.
Jesus Christ.
And he wouldn't let you bring up the sources in his because like you clicked on the link, and I showed this on my stream, by the way. So when like I have your perspective on my end. To be fair, they're seeing his perspective, and they're not seeing you flashing up the screenshots that are relevant whenever you're explaining something. So to be fair, from my like stream's perspective, seeing your screen and what you were bringing up, you look better because you've got like all the receipts open. And as you've got them open, he starts screaming about how they don't matter now because you said, "Oh, I've got them," and you bring them up, and he says, "No, they don't matter." Like, yeah. Also, you got a lot of people coming to say stuff.
Like, he fucking went goblin mode on me, and I was genuinely trying to be as amicable as I could. And the second I get in there, he starts saying shit like, "Dude, it's so weird that you would look for a tweet," or like fucking weird shit like that. I just told him to be normal, right? And like then at one point too, I said, "Okay, so you've made this claim," and he's like, "Well, it's not a claim, it's true." And I said, "Anything you say is a claim. It can be true, but it's still a claim. Like, don't try to fucking actually me when you're wrong, dude." What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, no, he's just kind of like that. I'm really glad you did this because, like, for me, my thought process is this guy has been a pretty clout-hungry ankle biter for a while, and he's not very large, and I don't think he has much potential to grow on his own. I feel like the only way he's really going to gain much notoriety is if he continues to just kind of like siphon clout off of people that are bigger than him and better than him. So I figured,
like,
you know what?
The guy can
siphon clout off of him.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's not a threat. He can read English. He just doesn't understand it. Like,
yeah,
like that shit's pathetic. And here's the thing: Chat's been saying this. I've never seen Sunday behave like that. It's weird for him. And like, I agree with Chat. Sorry if that sounded too much like a mocking voice. I've been thinking about mocking this guy the whole time and had to hold back. Like, it was. Listen, I could have just been so much fucking meaner to him. I wanted to see if we could actually get the discussion going anywhere. Because
I've seen you make people cry in VR chat.
Dude, there's some fucking chuds on VR chat. But anyway, like, I just don't get it, right? I've seen his tweets. He seemed decently well argued, and I watched some of his content. He seemed like he knew what he's talking about in a lot of his content, right? He didn't seem all that imposing, but he seemed like he could get it. I just don't know why he acted like that. Like, listen, if my opponent is trying to say, I could just show you it, right? And I don't let them, that looks like shit. Because if they can show me something and I know I'm right, that's more things for me to debunk. That's more points for me.
Yeah.
Like, I don't get it.
Yeah, no, he was just like, I think that for most people that are looking from the outside in, he's just going to look very cowardly in that debate because he just kind of tried to you went in immediately like, okay, let's read this tweet, and then he started trying to derail it when the entire premise of the debate is on whether or not she pedo-jacketed me. Very interesting method. I think chances are Demon Mama's probably going to burn the bridge with him after this, because, like, he basically just outright tried to use her as a weapon against me, and she's not going to appreciate that, I don't think.
Like, what is... Listen, Demon... I've met Demon Mama in person, right? Very nice environment. And, like, we're not all that similar people, I don't think. So I don't know, like how much I would be like, oh, hey, Demon Mama would hang out. But I like her. I like her quite a bit, right?
Yeah,
like,
she's
a
awesome.
good person. And, like... In what way is her being like, yeah, I'll come down to the range with you and Vosh, and we can go shoot some guns, and then I'll take you to my favorite food spot? That's not what an abused person does. It's just not, man.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And, like, it's sad because, like, they're trying to, the fundamental premise that they are trying to solidify that they claim leads to me being wrong is this idea that I'm hypocritical for this in some way. But
yeah, and I told him outright, okay, say Zan's a hypocrite. Let's discuss the rest of this. I don't care. And he could not fucking stick with that.
Well, that's
not what I'm here to talk about, dude.
Yeah, well, his argument, from my understanding, is that because later on in this drama, after she pedo-jacketed me, and after I had to make multiple videos responding because I was getting absolutely rated to hell, she claims that, or he claims, sorry. Don't want to misgender President Sunday. Ooh, Risk of Rain 2. Don't want to misgender President Sunday. He claims that afterwards, when I made one of my videos and I talked about how can she be so quick to accuse, like, anything, like, that's even remotely evocative of something that can be considered kinky, being around a kid being bad or pedophilic, when she's literally tweeted about how... I think the quote from her tweet was, I've been to my fan meetups. I know what you guys look like. Y'all are fetuses, I believe is what she said. Like, very much acknowledging she has a young audience. And I also use the example of, I learned a lot about BDSM kink fundamentals because of Shuan Head's videos when I was younger. Because her and
Wait, was that what he was claiming was you pedo-jacketing? I told him I told him I don't care because that all happens after. I'm here to discuss the claim, and he would not discuss the claim. He just could not. He could not. He had to run from it constantly.
He's like, well, actually, what she did wasn't pedo-jacketing, but Zan pedo-jacketed her. And also Zan's a hypocrite because he's friends with Demon Mama and he works with Brianna Wu. And it's like, for one, me and Brianna Wu are not that close, for starters. Like, I've talked to her, and, like, we work together for political causes that are broadly very agreeable across the left. And on top of that, like, Demon Mama has not in any way indicated she wants me to burn the bridge with Brianna Wu. And if she did, and I make this very clear, I would. And I still, regardless of how it's handled, I wish I could have added this as well, but regardless of how it's handled in private, I do expect a public apology from Brianna Wu, because her accusations were public, and so everybody who saw said accusations should also see the apology publicly. And it should come after the private apology that's been worked everything out.
Like, the part where you started claiming that it isn't your moral responsibility to clear up, like, what your audience believes if all it takes is a tweet, and then compared it to childing her audience, like... No, it is not. It is not anywhere near having to take care of a child to say one tweet. Okay, it's just not. That's such a stupid comparison. I understand figure of speech childing too, but that doesn't apply, right? There's a reason that figure. I just don't get it.
That moment when he said that was the moment to outwoke him. By the way, your bitrate's pretty good. Like, your gameplay actually looks pretty.
Yeah, I can actually stream now. I tested it today. I can stream regularly if you'd like.
Oh hell yeah, yeah. You gotta, dude. You just gotta, like. I feel like what you should do is, like. I just realized how similar the health bars in this are to Lego Fortnite. Anyway, so basically, what I think you should do is, like, I know you prefer gaming, and I think you should mostly lean into gaming content as, like, your main thing that you're, like, as your basis. But then whenever there's some shit that you need to rant about, you gotta make it into content. Because all you gotta do, I don't know if you already did it, is just hit that record button. Because there's, like, a stream button and a record button.
YouTube will save the VOD, and I'm going to have Miko edit it down. She's already like, before I even spoke to her, I'm making a highlight video of this in my chat.
Oh, perfect. Well, that does work. One thing that I found is that when you natively record it while streaming, since you can, you separately set your recording settings in OBS Studio, which is what you should use instead of Streamlabs OBS.
I was using Streamlabs because I needed quick setup. I need to take a while for OBS.
I'll help you set
That's
everything up, and I can help you set up like custom. I think I made you that border for your camera too.
No, the current border is something I made today. It changes color actually if you look a little close.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. But yeah, basically, what I think you should do is basically like stream gaming, and then I will like honestly, if there's anything that I think you would find worth ranting about, I'll send it your way. I'll have like people in chat will send it your way. You can even look for it on your own, or if it just comes along and you just rant about it, record it, upload it as a video, and you can use vidIQ to literally like autofill tags for you that are related to the title.
The problem I have with like making content is I'm filtering myself very hard right now, as hard as I possibly can. I wanted to say much worse shit during that debate because I have trouble believing that guy has inner thoughts. I just do. Like, it's actually crazy.
You held back because my reputation, right? Because you don't want to... Like,
exactly, right? And I worry that the second I'm going to get to talking about a topic that I can talk about, I'm just going to be too mean on it.
Yeah.
Like, that's just going to be something I have to do.
Don't filter. Nah, but Ethan will say stuff that'll get him banned. Nothing that's like... Well, maybe some slurs, but ones he's allowed to say. But like...
Listen, don't out me too hard, man, and my family might watch this.
No, you got the pass. You got the pass, because you got all those cards...
all my famous cards.
Yeah, I stack up all of my slur passes on my desk, and the more that you get, the more powerful you get. Basically,
someone in chat said I look like their elementary school bully. I'm sorry, your elementary school bully looked like a homeless man. I'm so sorry. Y'all see how long my hair is, bro. I haven't had a haircut in like 6 months. I am like turbo depression maxing.
Yeah. I'm honestly going no shave November, I think, until winter ends, because I like the extra like facial hair just being there and offering a little bit of an insulation layer of air, because like it gets trapped in the hair. But I think going back to the debate, I think what I would have done at that point where he started to say like, oh, how do you know to choose audience? How do you know to choose audience? What do you mean by that? That's the moment where you outwoke him. You say, be serious, come on. Because a lot of people in chat were even saying this debate is really unserious, which is where you want to take the high ground while also being assertive. You say, come on, be serious. You know what I mean. Shuan Head is a very big YouTuber, and she has a pretty dedicated following. She even sold plushies of herself, and people bought those in droves to the point where she sold out multiple times. Let's not pretend like she doesn't have a dedicated community that would see a tweet like that, see that she's going against somebody in online drama, see that she associated them with the defense of what she has told her audience falsely is pedo shit. Because remember, this was literally just a conspiracy theory that never had any basis and
it never happened.
Never got substantiated.
Damn.
And she just decided to throw me, Hunter Avalon, Contra, and the Surfs in with that as a way of sort of slyly associating us with defense of pedophilia, where there really was none in the first place. My true defense of her was how her audience would interpret her boosting of this conspiracy right after an anti-gay terror attack that was the Club Q shooting that happened the day before, when all of her like mutuals that she had very frequently would like reply to and talk to on Twitter were basically just doing gay groomer panic, which is what literally inspired the Club Q shooting. So you did well.
I think it's really funny that she still follows me on Twitter. I think it's funny. Yeah. I mean, I think I could have done better with like a normal human being in the debate. Like, I would have liked to just, be able to speak to someone. Like, it was kind of embarrassing. I don't need to do my best there because he's acting like a child. Like, I'm sure he looked great to, like, the 80 or so people in his chat that agreed to him, but I don't care. You look like an embarrassment to literally everyone outside of your bubble, dude. Yeah. Also, someone says, by the way, Ethan's an honorary Mexican because I said so. I am a Mexican, guys. I'm the whitest Mexican you'll ever meet in your life.
He is Hispanic. 50%. He's just white. Yeah. Dude, white Hispanic is such an interesting group because it's like, it is a thing. Like when I went to fill out my CCW, well, that's what it is here, but CWL in Florida thing, they ask you if you're like Hispanic white or like white non-Hispanic. Like they clarify that.
I'm not even like, oh, my great grandfather was Hispanic. I'm like full on too. My mom's just 98% German, so I'm the whitest guy alive.
Yeah. God, you're getting Bell's palsy fucking sucks, man. It
Yeah.
doesn't look that noticeable now. It looks like
Here, chat.
Yeah, whenever you do a really neutral face. Yeah, I can see that left side of your face is a little like it's definitely like less, but it almost looks like you're always doing that sly DreamWorks smile now. So it actually fits really well for debate broing. It looks like you're doing the clearly you don't own an air fryer mouth.
Yeah.
You can actually do it now.
I can't get over the fact that people are using "you don't have any friends" as an insult. Like, are you real right now? Like
that was
when
just
Keffels.
I don't know if she meant it as an insult, but I'm gonna be as charitable as I can here. I think being as charitable as possible because I'm being more charitable to her than she is to me. What she might have meant is if you have standards this strict, then one day you will find yourself not having friends. Or I think that you don't have friends because at this point maybe you've cut like everybody off. And I certainly am quick to cut people off, but I mean, come on, Keffels is also a YouTuber. Like, I could very easily and shamelessly just, like, call in a dozen or so people to just, like, be in VC with me in my Discord and become friends with them, right? Like, I'm not to, talk anyone down. It's just, like, the fact that I have the friends that I do means a lot. Like, I see them as extensions of myself.
And as well, like there's not even like the problem of like, oh, well you heard it here first. Xander said his friends are just orbiters from his audience. For context, guys, Xander's main friend group is actually my friend group, and no one knew who the fuck he was. Right? They all just treat him like a normal guy.
Sometimes they remember I'm famous because they like semi-famous, whatever you want to call it, because they see a post involving me, and they're like, "What the fuck? Oh yeah." It's really funny. I remember the other day. Do you want to use an example? Because I don't want to dox anyone who doesn't want to be mentioned.
No, you can mention all of them. They're gonna get mentioned by me at one point or another.
Okay, so I believe it was. This is the person who really doesn't like getting mentioned publicly. You know who I'm talking about? Yeah.
Oh, dude, Maddie can suck it up. She's fine.
Okay. I just know she's gonna be mad. You just like me.
No, she's not gonna be mad. She's not gonna care that much because you're not attaching an account to her.
The other day, Maddie saw like a post on Reddit that like mentioned me in like a list.
No. It was on Kiwi Farms. Remember?
Oh, it was on Kiwi Farms. Yeah. So for those that don't know, Maddie is like very progressive and also uses Kiwi Farms as just like she's like sort of a browser of it. She doesn't post there ever, but
she's not a poster.
She looks at it, and she mostly just looks at like, she looks at mostly like animal abusers, like that one lady that I covered. I forget what her name is. Kiwi Farms is still up. Yeah, it's still up. It's just really hard to access, and it's also very insecure now because Cloudflare dropped them, and that's like the best like proxy service online. That's thanks to Keffels, which is actually, I'd say pretty based because Kiwi Farms does some bad shit, but they also do some good shit. I do wish that, like, the group of people on Kiwi Farms that are, like, going after people who like blend chinchillas and the people who are just transphobic weirdos that are, like, just, like, harassing people
I think that a lot of the people who gather on Kiwi Farms are even whenever they're attacking someone bad, they tend to be not great people themselves, and they're trying to justify who they are by, it's like pedo hunters who, like, either actually ruin cases or just... It's clear they're not chasing it because they care about it. It's clear they're chasing it because they want to feel like a good person. Like, they're doing a good thing, objectively, and I wouldn't get rid of them even. Maybe some pedo hunters who fuck up evidence, but, like, I wouldn't even call them good people. I just wouldn't.
Yeah, like, it's a complicated thing, but yeah, basically, when it comes to Maddie, she's just very much a watcher, and she sometimes just tells me, like, here's what they're talking about on there. And it's usually just some funny stuff that has to do with the political space and, like, not anybody that I really care about, but mostly with people on the right. Like, oh, here, this person on the right had some really bad shit leak about them. I'm like, whoa. But yeah, she's basically like my gossip pipeline. But she saw something about me on Kiwi Farms. It wasn't anything like bad or like super scandalous or even mean, honestly. And she was like, huh. Oh yeah, I forgot. Zan's like known because like to them I'm literally just some guy, right? Like I generally don't fill my friend group with people that know of me because it tends to be a little awkward because I can feel the imbalance in like how much they kind of like are into me, if that makes sense, right?
No, I get that. Like when I ran like I run like a Final Fantasy 14 free company, and a lot of people that in there are Zan's friends, or not fans. I can't speak. Sorry, guys.
Some of them.
A lot
are
of people
friends.
in there are Zan's friends and fans, right? Hold on, chat. I'm so sorry if my face isn't obvious. I got a shit webcam. I'll get a better one at some point.
Yeah, for those who don't know, Ethan has Bell's palsy, and that literally paralyzes half your face like a stroke, but longer. And so, like, when he was doing that debate, he basically had to, like, talk through slurred speech from, like, Bell's palsy. Half his face is paralyzed when he did that. And he's probably feeling a pounding migraine based on...
Yeah, it's not been great. And couple that with the fact that I'm already like a brain damaged dumb fuck, like literally. Speaking was already hard enough before my mouth didn't like the muscles in my mouth didn't work.
Yeah, I'm fine though.
No real victimhood here. Just a dude.
Yeah,
it's not a big deal.
You should have hammered him. Oh yeah, sorry.
I could have been a fucking cuck and said, "Come on, man, let me speak. It's already hard enough. Got Bell's palsy. Come on, man." But I don't want to be like that.
Yeah.
I got some personal boundaries I got to be above.
That's true. That's true. But yeah, that moment when he denied the idea of like there being hate raids coming from Seanhead, that was the time to outwoke him. I think that's when I would have used an example of okay. So if there is an edgy comedian such as Dave Chappelle who makes some edgy jokes about, say, trans people, and his audience goes way further with it than he does, and like people are like, hey, you need to like clarify what you mean by that. You need to clarify that you're not a bigot because people are taking it that way and they're acting on it. Do you think those people are unreasonable? Because I think what Shu did was far more direct than a edgy comedian.
Dude,
doing that.
He can't even unite his audience with him on that one. Like it isn't. It's barely a fucking implication. I understand. I'm going to say something that is going to sound ableist. You must hear me out. I understand that a lot of people on the left are a little like on the spectrum, right? I do not know anyone who like a single autist in this world who cannot catch that level of unsubtlety. I can maybe say, well, maybe someone's got a touch of autism and didn't see it. I get that happens, right? It's not even that. I think you could show this to an autist who has the worst social skills in the world and they can pick it up. There is no subtlety to there. There's no defense there of, oh, I just don't see it. Yes, you do. You gotta be a little bit fucking, what's the word?
Socially aware.
Uncharitable to be interpreting it that way.
No, sorry. Yeah.
Like, no amount of, there isn't a fucking, like disability in this world that makes a person that unsocially aware. There just isn't. You must be being uncharitable there.
Yeah.
I can't make an argument for you not understanding that. I just can't. You're lying. There's not much more to it.
Yeah, so one of the things that's best to do is to get meta with debates like that where, you know, they're dishonest. And you were doing it pretty well. I think you did it a bit, but if you leaned into it more, you would have just I think even most of his own audience would be calling him out.
If I had leaned into it more, he would have removed me for not talking about it. Like, that's the thing. That guy sucks to debate because he's just going to remove you the second it gets uncomfortable, like he did.
Yeah, that is true. I think you pretty much just won simply by the fact that he removed you, because like you weren't even yelling. You were just making a very good point, and then he immediately removed you. And my upload of this is going to get a lot more views, and people who watched this go down already knew that Shu was in the wrong and knew that it was pedojacketing. And so like he's arguing a really unpopular point. He might have just dusted himself there.
I don't understand that, dude. What does he have to gain? Like, I'm sure his Nazi buddy wouldn't even fucking care, dude. They don't want you to run defense. They don't give a fuck. Like, what are you doing that for, man? If you're gonna be a slimy bastard, at least know what you're fucking doing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's pretty pathetic and it's pretty shameless. I think that he maybe has had some good debates in the past, and I really had no opinion of him until I found out that he had been shit-talking me, like, without me even having known he exists. Like, he assumed that I didn't like him, and when I found that out, that he, like, shit-talked me because he assumed I didn't like him without ever having spoken to me and me never having even known of him. And honestly, I wouldn't have even disliked him. I had no reason to dislike him at that point. Finding that out, and then finding out that he totally just walked it back and, like, pretended like everything was all cool made me block him, because I knew he was a snaky, ratty kind of dude. that made him really mad. And from that point on, for like the last week or so, maybe the last 2 weeks, he's had a real bone to pick with me because I guess he's that block screen is like a trigger thing for him.
Not to sound too too charitable, but like I kind of feel bad for him to an extent because like he was mean to you online, sure, but like that ends overall. But like being him must suck. Being him must really fucking suck. He seems extremely fucking lonely, so much so that he'll embarrass himself to try to keep the shitty friends who tolerate him because they like having a lot of underlings. Like, I feel bad. Like that shit's gotta be, that's sorrowful as fuck. He seeks validation online from a rather small chat, right? Like, I don't get it, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what he does for a living, because I don't feel like he makes enough from streaming and YouTube to do this for a living, right?
He probably doesn't. Like another thing, he tried dogging on you when you said, "Oh yeah, like bad credit can't get you a job," right? And like whenever you said that, he tried dogging you on for it. Like, "Oh, you don't have to worry about getting a job. You're also streaming." Xander's just talking about why there's reasons to recover your credit. And listen, chat, if any one of you don't do this, I think
also, how's that a gotcha? Like, you don't have to worry about getting a job. Like, I'm successful as a YouTuber and have stable income doing this. Got me.
I think from his perspective, it's a gotcha because it's like, this isn't a real problem. You should have just moved on and not cared about your credit, which is a dumb fuck stretch to say the least. But like, if for any of you guys in chat who are thinking of becoming YouTubers, please keep like a resume up to date of shit you've done with YouTube. Please keep track of like what you've done for other people, because there may come a time where YouTube falls apart or some other bullshit, right? Where you might need to get a different job in like the media sphere. Mind you, YouTube is great for social media managing and all kinds of other shit. It's good job experience.
It is.
And it's like, being successful on YouTube does not mean you'll be successful forever. This platform's not been around long enough for us to see people who go their entire lives without necessarily ever blowing up, but living a moderate lifestyle. We've never seen that yet.
Yeah, we don't know if that's like possible for it to be like whether or not it's possible to like sustain this level of like for example, I've been roughly my level of like success income wise for about, I mean, it gets better, but it's been pretty like not steep. Like, it's just pretty gradual, which I'm fine with because,
you have money issues occasionally, like everyone does. It's not like you're super well off.
But it's typically whenever some shit goes along, like I have to move or like I get really sick and it forces me to take time off of stream when it's like, oh, I really wanted to grind. Like, so obviously getting COVID, that kind of stuff.
I don't know if you're going to yell at me for saying this, but I'm saying it because I think this is a good point for you. I think a lot of people also act under the assumption that like you're independent living when, in my opinion, you do way more for your adult mother than is what the average person would do at your age. How do I word that? Like, you care for your mom like she's a lot older than she is, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. You know, that's how you choose to live your relationship with her. But you are caring for another person. It's not just you. Your finances
aren't
existing.
She doesn't live with me, thankfully, but she comes
doesn't
to
live
visit
with you,
often, and she does expect me to buy some stuff.
You could honestly convince me with the amount of spending, flying, and being at your house that she does live with you. Not Dragon Zan or anyone in particular, but it's like, yeah, Xander spends money on other people. His finances don't exist in the vacuum of him and his streaming room. He has people he cares about, you know? Xander helped me out financially plenty. Whenever he probably wasn't in a position to, with things like my Bell's palsy, things like my cat, my beautiful fucking cat, Kiki. She started having severe seizures, and he helped me buy shit to keep her safe and whatnot whenever I was in a financially awful spot. Like, Xander does a lot of good, and he uses his money on other people, so it doesn't just exist in the vacuum of himself. It just doesn't.
Yeah, and you don't really get credit for any of the shit that I like. I don't really get I do some stuff off stream that's like, you know, charitable and good, but I don't really like talk it up because it looks bad to do so, and you're not really supposed to do that kind of stuff. And you know, I did it to do it, but because of that, people don't really know about it, and so I get this perception of just being, by a lot of people just perceive me as being this like clout hungry drama streamer because that's what they've been told by their, you know, fave.
God.
But yeah. No, I mean, I like helping out my friends when I can. It's just usually, like, especially due to how tumultuous. Like, it's mostly in some cases, it's been due to, like, my own poor life choices. Sometimes dating the wrong person's a bad choice. But overall, it's just, like, your early 20s are a pretty tumultuous time in your life. And so that also makes it hard to sort of, like, become established, you know?
I think another thing is that what's it called? When he was arguing, right, he kept doing this thing where it's like I don't care. Whenever he would ask a question to be answered, even he was losing an argument with you to a recording, mind you. So like you were talking about like he makes an argument of like why is this still a problem for him financially a year later, and then you start talking about your what's it called, your credit and whatnot. For those of you who don't know, Lonnie fucked Xander's credit really fucking badly.
Basically,
what
she did was okay. So here's how it worked. Whenever we moved into an apartment together, we got a Spectrum service for internet, right? Because we could get Spectrum there, and that's a pretty good service. Like, Spectrum's good. Not what I have now, because you can't get it here, but still, you know, it is what it is. Got Spectrum internet service, and they also offer cell service, but it was like, we just moved. Let's not drop money on new cell phones. And I still have my old cracked up cell phone from like back when I was in Florida, right? I really don't spend money on phones and stuff like that. I'm not much of a like luxury spender, to be honest. Most of my money that you could consider luxury spends are used on things that help the stream, such as like a new microphone, new monitors for like being, you know, making it better to see chat, stuff like that. New camera, that's big. Capture card, stuff like that. But let me finish. So
sorry.
Basically, what Lonnie ended up doing was, around the time that we broke up, maybe a month before, completely behind my back. Now, I had all of the internet stuff in my name, and it was attached to my card. But she had everything she needed at her disposal to call the internet service provider and set up a phone service under my name, or under her name, but also under my name and paid for by me and under my credit, if that makes sense. What this resulted in was multiple times I called Spectrum, and they said they could not remove her from my service. All I could do was simply shut down my service. All I could do is shut down the service entirely, but the amount charged would not come off my credit unless I talked to the credit reporting agencies, the four major ones at least. And so I had to like deal with all that shit, find out that there really is no way around it. I'm just going to have to pay that off. So that's what I had to do. I had to pay off what was owed, which is like $800 because it was an iPhone fucking X. And so, which was new at the time. And so,
are you sure it was just $800? I used to be a phone salesperson. That's way more than 800.
It was
way
a deal though, because like Spectrum is it's like internet and you have your phone service, and so they're going to charge you over time. And so time had passed, and that gets charged to your credit, right? So it's a payment plan, right? And if you don't make a payment plan, it gets charged to your credit.
Oh, Xander, you know, so having been a phone salesman, she actually fucked you in a way that I don't think you realize yet. Good luck buying your next phone, because the phone companies and myself even check between each other for shit like that, where it wasn't finished paying off.
Yeah, but it's under her name, and that it is also under her name. So hopefully, if I just complain enough, it'll be fine. But yeah, it should be okay. I think I'll probably be all right. However,
point is, she's a bitch.
Yeah, let me finish though, because I'm not done. So basically, I called all the credit reporting agencies because when I was first moving to Seattle, it was like quite the rush, right? Because I'm like, fuck. Okay, I want to get to Seattle quick, right? I could do it now. All right, let's go, right? And I also don't want to be living with my mom any longer, right? Because we don't have the best relationship. So the soonest I could move away, I was like, all right, let's do it. But the problem was, I very quickly learned, oh shit, places want you to have like pretty good credit. I think it's like a credit score of 700 or above or something like that in order to, maybe it's 600, I might be remembering wrong, in order to qualify, right? And so what I ended up having to do, because I already had pretty good credit, which meant that like I had really good credit actually, because I just had myself and a bunch of paid out credit cards that didn't have any debt on them and didn't have any unpaid balances. So it was like credit go up, credit go up, credit go up, credit go up every month, right? And so, it's 700s. People are saying 700 to 600. It's in that ballpark, okay? It might be like 710, 610 or something like that. Anyway, so that one thing, that one like few missed payments, because once I shut down the account, it still charged those missed payments, but now there's nothing else getting added. So it's like stopped now, but that still hit my credit negatively. So this meant that I had to call the credit reporting agencies and deal with it. But I was already in Seattle, and I expected to be able to get a pretty decent place on Furnish Finder relatively easily, which is, you know, my fuck up. So I ended up finding a really good deal with a guy that was like just a private landlord and renter that was willing to just look past the credit thing because I was willing to pay in cash, and I was like, okay. So basically the like renter place is pretty good, but I've only got like 6 months there, and I'm like, all right, well, I got to deal with my credit thing. So I had to deal with my credit shit, and that's what allowed me to get this place. Because, you know, you have to have decent enough credit if you're going to rent a place. It doesn't matter how much money you have in cash to drop on a place. I had plenty of money. I had the income. I had the things in my statements to prove it. If someone's, like, literally stolen your identity and fucked up your credit, there's not much you can do about it other than bitch at the credit reporting agencies to take it off.
What the fuck is up with these like so-called leftists and whatnot, like downplaying your situation with Lonnie as much as they do? Like, no one's gonna side with them, and I don't really see anyone aside from like their little inner clique side with them on shit like that. Their own fans will always comment some shit like, what? You know, like
why would you stoop that low? I'm really disappointed in you. That kind of comment will be frequent on Sunday's stream.
Yeah. I just don't get it, man. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah,
it makes me disappointed.
It's sad because
whenever I ask Sunday shit like directly too, he just could not fucking answer it. Like, are you seriously implying this or this person wasn't a victim or something like that? They can't stand by what they say. They'll imply it, which they don't seem to understand when someone else is doing it. All they fucking want, or they'll say shit like reading between the lines. Like they'll try to degrade Zan for his situation with his ex and whatnot. Like, I just think he should have made better choices with like who he dated. That's directly blaming. That's the same as saying, I just think like it's his fault he got stolen from. You know, they'll never say what they think directly ever.
Also, he keeps on saying I like to play victim, but there's so much bad shit that's happened to me that I've never once spoken about publicly, just because I don't like looking like I'm a victim. I really don't like to play victim.
I think one of your bigger fucking problems actually is that I think. How would I put this? You've got like the masculine thing of like not wanting to talk about a lot of your problems. That would instantly win you arguments where people are claiming shit because how do I word this? You care a little bit too much about like your problems, and you feel more ashamed of them than I think you should. And I think that a lot of people who claim like you don't have it hard are fucking bullshitting. They don't realize like there's so much shit you just don't talk about that I know about, where it's like, oh yeah, Xander had insert like something that feels life-ending happen today, right? That he can't talk to stream about because someone's gonna twist it in this or this way, or treat him like an asshole. He's a good guy who goes through shit like anyone else, and he has plenty of fucking problems. And if you really think he's weaponizing his problems, he would be doing a lot fucking more if that was his intention. If really anything, he has like mild ego problems with not allowing himself to acknowledge that he has those problems. Like he fucks it we ball a little too much.
Yeah, I fucks it we ball a little bit. Yeah,
a little too much. Man.
I do admit, I do have some friends that say, "Hey, man, you've been through some shit. You might want to talk to a professional about that." I'm like, yeah, literally. I will. Eventually. Yeah, no, definitely for sure. And you know, obviously we're doing the thing now, but like as far as like the claims that I'm hypocritical on the standard that I had for Keffels, to be clear. Everyone's talking about it like I made this ultimatum, but my first instinct was to, without any way for Keffels to, like, do this supposed, like, my side of the ultimatum thing, to burn the bridge because I felt betrayed. I never once gave her an ultimatum. In the past, I had told her what Shu did to me, and you know, we wrapped up that conversation because at the time she was losing a lot of subs from that conversation because it looked bad because everyone knew the context, and so she wrapped up stream and we just decided to drop it. She went to rehab. I assumed that, like, she had remembered it, but then people reminded me that she wasn't sober at the time, and I was like, okay, maybe I shouldn't have posted that tweet calling Keffels a snake because she wasn't sober whenever I told her what Shu did. So maybe she just has no idea what Shu did to me. And so that's when I started to try to bring things back. Friends that we have that are mutual friends in private tried to get me and Keffels to just bring it into private, and I agreed to. And Keffels did not agree to bring it into private when our mutual friends tried to. And that's when she, the next day, ended up making her drama stream about me burning the bridge. And then I came on, and she tried to debate bro me when I was just like, Keffels, I don't want to ultimatum you. I'm literally just here to explain my side of things because you're on stream mischaracterizing me. And at this point, I don't think there's any way this friendship is getting salvaged. And if it were, it would be because of like some my way the highway ultimatum shit that I do agree is abusive. Like, I think that's abusive if you just like straight up like throw that at somebody without there being any due reason. However,
I'm honestly gonna disagree with you there. I think that you had more than due reason, and I think that it wouldn't be abusive to tell her either fucking drop the bitch or be a good friend. You know, like I think you're being too charitable towards her. I really do, and I think you have been this whole time. She's acting like an asshole, just straight up.
Maybe
there's nothing even analogous to abuse to saying that you don't want to be friends with someone who is on very close and good terms with someone who called you a pedophile and they know it's not true. Like that is basic respect to yourself. I think everyone who's been telling you the bullshit of like, oh, you should have fucking just let it pass and you're abusive for saying that, for standing up for yourself. All of those people are being abused in their personal relationships, every last one of them. If they don't have the life experience to understand that having a boundary like that is basic normal human behavior, then they do not have good relationships in their life. And ironically enough, to Keffels and everyone in their clique, you actually are the one without friends. You're the one with vapid motherfuckers who sit around you using you for some kind of clout or some kind of good look like high school girls and nothing more. That's all you have. That's all you will have. And anyone who is realistic towards you and will actually stand up for you is going to fall through when they realize that.
Yeah.
You have time bombs.
Ethan is very much a content creator hater. Like I'm really trying to get him into creating content, but he hates content creators, the dynamics, the drama, the fucking interpersonal bullshit. He hates the grind. He hates, well, I don't know, maybe you would like the grind.
I like the grind. I like the grind.
Yeah, but he hates like a lot of the bullshit, and he's gone on rants to me about this many times. But at the same time, you've got the perfect like personality and you're entertaining. Like we've talked about this before, but there are so many people who come off as like, I think President Sunday applies, as just kind of like mumbling husks,
boring.
Right? Like you just meet people who don't really feel like they would actually be extras in the universe.
Dude, when I tabbed into his stream and he wouldn't debate me at the time he told me to show up, I felt kind of bad because I'm like, wait, all I have left to have as content for like my first time trying YouTube in a very long time is this fuck's content. This boring fucking monotonous, really bad, yeah. I don't care, man. I don't care. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, like you've got a personality that just inherently is entertaining. And I feel like, yeah, NPCs basically, yeah, just putting it simply. I feel like you're not an NPC enough that you've just got like the secret sauce needed to be a successful YouTuber, if that makes sense.
I think the problem is I'm gonna hate having to do networking shit. For context, chat, I used to do YouTube shit. I used to be way more involved with way bigger YouTubers than you'd probably think. And I stopped because I networked with a lot of them. They acted like snakes, and I decided, you know what? I hate all of you. I don't want to do this anymore. And so if I'm going to try it again, I'm going to be fucking an asshole to anyone who crosses me.
If that's the like deal breaker for you, I've got good news for you. Let me tell you how like my average networking happens now, okay? So for one, let's say, okay, this is an example that happened recently, okay? Do you know Mango? Really cool, bro.
Mango was the one who used to run like that one parody account on Twitter, right? Like it was like, fuck. I forget what it was. I think I know who Mango is.
Old friend Mango from like the Fortnite days before I did politics.
Oh, okay.
But my friend Mango, he's a trans man and YouTuber. And do you know the YouTuber Pan Pizza?
No, I do not. Apologies.
OG ass animation YouTuber, one of my favorite YouTubers from like back in the day, and I still watch him to this day.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, my editor became friends with this person named Mango, and through my editor, I became friends with this person named Mango. And I was like, oh, Mango's super cool, and we became pretty good friends. And then out of nowhere, all of a sudden, like we have a random interaction, and Mango brings up Rebel Taxi, aka Pan Pizza, know him by multiple names. Yeah. And I was like,
I know him as Rebel Taxi. Like I know that's what I've heard you refer to them as.
Okay, cool. And so basically, like I like there was a tweet or something mentioning him, and I was like, oh yeah, I know him, and he was like, oh yeah, He's my partner. I was like, what? I just like realized that after like months of being friends with this person, I find out they're the partner of like one of my favorite childhood YouTubers. And it just kind of happens because surprisingly in this YouTube space, it's so much smaller of a world than you expect. And once you become friends with a few people, you'll be surprised at how quick the like degrees of separation between you and some pretty awesome people that you look up to and that you really like how few degrees of separation there are.
Dude,
I mean, like,
no, the second you have any friends in the content creator space, you can talk to just about anyone. It's way easier than you think.
Like literally, do you know how my like networking with Muta happened? You know how like I'm friends with Muta, who we like is like the center of the drama of the day on YouTube. He noticed that I was criticizing him conductively or productively on his claim that the Pepe the Frog is a hate symbol. And I basically brought up the ADL page on it that he had referenced, and I brought up the specific paragraph that he had missed on how you have to pay. Oh, I'm sorry. How you have to pay very specific attention to the context of its usage to determine whether or not it's being used in a racist or anti-Semitic way. And I called that out, and I was like, I don't think he's racist. I don't think he's bad faith. I just think he might have missed this bit. And I think it's actually really integral to how we frame the discussion around whether or not Pepe is a hate symbol and how we frame like this one side of it. And he ended up seeing that and then coming into my chat. Actually, he DM'd me first and said he actually really liked the video and appreciated me doing a constructive call out that wasn't insulting or like mean or like there was no gotchas. There was no like I was just straight up complimenting him and being like, I like his content a lot. I just think he might have slipped up here. And I hope he sees this. And he did see it and he followed me and he thanked me for making the correction on Twitter, which is like, that's really mature. Like content creators don't usually do that shit. And I really appreciate that of him. And that permanently makes my opinion of him high. And then he straight up came into my stream. Then he straight up came into my stream the next day and donated $50. And then on top of that, Carl Jobs just followed me. Just straight up followed me because of my coverage of this stuff. So like, the networking just kind of happens.
I think a lot of content creators fall under, what's it called? I think Muta is one of the few content creators which, bar a few things, where he's a little like just has the average take on that I don't agree with, is like a genuine real fucking guy. But I really feel like a vast majority of them are assholes. Like, I don't want to sound like one of those fucking guys who are like, streamers, but like, working with streamers, it's fucking awful, guys.
No, you don't have to tell me, man. Listen, there's things we can't talk about on this show that I
literally.
Like, the funny thing is, I get accused of being like so drama mongery about this stuff, but like, you have much forbidden knowledge about like people I've like bridges I burnt completely. I've burnt bridges with people that don't even know I burnt the bridge with them. That's how secret I've kept it, basically. Like, I really don't like there to be drama, and the only reason this whole thing with Keffels is ever public was because a chatter told me about it, like, on stream. I reacted to it on stream, and I think this is my biggest admitted mistake, was immediately jumping to Twitter to call Keffels a snake and call her out for it. I shouldn't have jumped to Twitter. That was my mistake.
I think that it's probably a good thing for you to have that position because it looks better for you. But I think anyone criticizing your initial reaction to finding out a friend is close to someone who called you a pedophile, like he could have reacted anyway whatsoever. I don't actually care.
I know that effectively.
I think it's like a. Yeah. It's so weird, guys, that the victim of this situation reacted emotionally. Like, shut the fuck up. You're not a real person. You don't give a fuck about this situation. I don't want to listen to what you have to say.
I know that what she said was effectively like the result was effectively the same as if she just straight up called me a pedophile to her audience, but I think it's worth clarifying that she basically claimed that I was defending pedophiles because the whole idea was that like Balenciaga is a groomer, is pro-groomer, is pro-pedophilia, and they are signaling that to us internet sleuths via these like little hints. And she lied about some of the stuff that made it look a little more compelling, such as the idea that the photo shoots of the kids and the photo shoot with the purse with the legal documentation were in the same set. They were not. But like her claim was that was pedo shit. and that there was no real argument to be had as to whether or not it was pedo shit. And me claiming that it was irresponsible of her to say that it was pedo shit was me defending pedo shit. So she was disingenuously claiming that I was defending pedo shit when my entire premise was, that's not pedo shit in the first place. And I don't think this is the same as, like, say, a lolicon saying lolly isn't pedo shit, because, like, I'm literally there saying, I think this is wrong, particularly the photos of the kids in them, because I hate the child modeling and child acting industry, because we know, non-conspiratorially, factually, in reality, it is rife with abuse. Jeanette McCurdy wrote a very good book about it.
I think it's really funny that there are people out there like Shu who genuinely believe that the evil ass elite is sitting there like, do you guys want to play a game of Clue? Do you guys want to play Clue? Do you guys want to find find my pages? Like, they're not doing that, you dumb fucks. You're delusional as fuck.
Shu, you are not finding Slenderman's pages.
Literally. Like, listen, I used to work like retail, right? So I've talked to crazies. I worked in a Walmart for a third-party vendor, right? To me, it sounds like the fuckers who'd come in and say, there are people hacking my phones. The elite are after me. It's the same thing. Which is?
Will-o'-the-Wisp is a enemy in Final Fantasy, and that's also an item in this game. What the fuck? Is that like a fantasy creature?
That's just a generic fantasy thing.
Okay.
That's just like generic folklore.
Yeah, I figured, yeah. I've heard that shit before. Interesting. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's all good. But like if you talk to like a normal person, I just don't get the conspiracy theory shit. I do this thing. What's it called? I do this thing in my with any online discussion where I go try to gauge like what I think the average person is kind of like thinking with it, and I do this by talking to my mother. My mother is a Christian, like vaguely right-leaning, but very kind, very sweet woman, like average American type, right? And so I walked outside of my room before all of this, and I said, "Mom, what does?" And I quoted Shu's tweet, "imply to you?" And she's like, "Oh, that they're pedophiles." Like, I don't have to debate you on that topic, man. I don't have to debate that any of this is like reasonable to any person who is not like this very small online group in the grand scheme of things. It looks fucking insane, but unfortunately that very small group is fucking abusive as shit to everyone around them. So unless you sit there like Zan had to and defend yourself for days on end, you're gonna be like hit with abuse for the entire rest of the time you're online. It's just not normal shit. These people aren't normal. They aren't well. Yeah. I don't get it, man.
I mean, it's basically just the DJ Mule thing all over again, right? Like,
dude, I had to fight myself. I was gonna go on and say, "Hey, what's up, DJ Mule?" Like, that was gonna be how I introduced myself.
That you should have.
I was so close.
That would have gone hard.
No, he would have kicked me off immediately.
But yeah, if you guys don't remember, DJ Mule's video was initially, by at least his own audience, pretty well received. It wasn't until people started responding to it and calling out the lies in it that it very quickly went viral as one of the worst call-out videos of all time. And essentially, we're just dealing with the same repeats of history. It's funny that, like, it's funny that, like, President Sunday says he uses victim status by talking about the shit he's had to deal with, while also trying to join on to, like, the wagon of people who've done this shit. And it's like, okay, so you're kind of self-aware about it, at least.
I think it's really funny that he cannot acknowledge the proof of Shu's husband being a white replacement theory guy, right? Every time it's been brought up, he either dodges it. If you go look at the Twitter replies where people have sent him proof,
he doesn't reply to those people. He doesn't
say anything. Yep. And then he makes a follow-up tweet where one person blocked him after he did that, and he said, "See, they got no argument." And then when Xander, right, brought it up on his stream, and he couldn't just like block it out on stream because it's live, his response is to instead show Xander's jokingly saying white rights during the Lawrence Southern debate, something that I think wasn't great optics. But do you genuinely think that's the same as Sue's husband saying, "You know what? The white replacement theory isn't a bad thing"? Are you fucking kidding me? Do you think that jokingly saying white rights holds the same weight? Are you kidding me? And how does that disprove anything?
My thought process there is when I asked Lauren Southern, "Will you say trans rights?" and she says, "Okay, trans rights." And I'm like, okay. She says, "Can you say white rights?" And I'm like, okay. So if I'm playing to Lauren Southern's audience, I don't want to come off like I'm against white rights, and my audience knows that I'm just memeing here. And then because people online don't like me, they take the clip of me saying the thing that is objectively, optically best when you consider both sides of, like, the audience, and then they decide to get mad at me. Nobody but lefties are mad about me saying that. Like, nobody but extreme lefties who hate me are mad about me saying that.
Wait,
like,
hold
was
on,
I
hold on,
supposed to
chat?
say, no, white rates are bad? Like, what?
Chat, if a cat walked in my room, please tell me if that cat was black or normal.
It wasn't
it wasn't black. It
wasn't black. It wasn't black. Hold on, listen to me. It wasn't black. It was black and like brown, like striped.
Like a tabby.
Tabby striped, yeah, but darker.
Accidentally saying black or normal. Sorry, for context, I have a lot of
My
cats. I have 8 cats. I have 8 cats in my house. I have a tabby Maine Coon, okay? And the black cat in the house does not get along with her, but she doesn't get along with the black cat, but the black cat loves her. So they get into fights if they get near each other. So I needed to know if it was the normal one supposed to be here or the tabby, and I fucked up. I'd show you her, but I think she...
Yeah, Ethan will have a battle erupt in his room if he's not careful about segregating the cat races.
Yeah. Okay, thank God. Black or normal, clip me.
Yeah, you're off to a good start, Ethan.
Off to a great start.
Day one, baby.
The worst part is I have this problem where I replace the end of my sentence with the start of my sentence, or the subject of my next sentence with the subject of my current. It's really bad, and sometimes it makes me say awful shit, and I feel fucking stupid, and I can't even play it off as like I can't even pull the card that someone who has like Tourette's can, of like, oh, I mix it up. Like, no, I just said that because I'm a fucking dumbass and mince my words. Like, I can't even play it off where someone would be okay with it. I gotta just like be very careful with my words online.
Yeah. No, I what I think is like, so for me, whenever I first started streaming, you can go back and watch my old VODs. I really had a hard time communicating. Not like, not like disabled or anything like that by any means, but like I wasn't skilled at it, and I still have a lot to learn. But if you compare how I used to speak about a topic back then to how I do now, I'm way less circular, I'm way more concise, I use way more synonyms for words instead of repeating the same ones, and I'm just way more, I use a lot less ums, for example, but I used one there. But yeah, I mean, they happen, but I feel like I can do a pretty decent, like, ocean of talking without filling it in with one. And so with that said, just streaming, just getting the practice of streaming does a whole lot to help you improve your speaking skills. And you'll find that even in your like real life interpersonal relationships, your speaking abilities actually help out a lot. And they already do for you, I know. But the ones that you develop as a streamer end up helping a lot because people aren't really like, they don't expect you to be a good communicator. Like you'll find yourself being the better communicator in most scenarios in real life.
Okay, so I have a girlfriend, right, who has a very, very, very well-off family, we'll say. And I went over to their house, and I was just talking to them about my day-to-day life. And I don't know why her father loves me so much. He loves this bummy-ass dude dating his future engineer, amazing daughter, like top of the top, right? But he's the cool one. However, the rest of the family likes me like in a pretty degrading way. They'll say shit like, I just didn't expect him to be so well-spoken. He's just so good with words. This shit's funny as hell. That was the first time I felt like I got that kind of response.
And that's why you got to become a YouTuber, man. Because you got the secret sauce. You got the special juices, man. You can do it.
Not to sound egotistical or anything, but I think I could be really fucking good at YouTube. I just don't think I could tolerate others is the problem. They make me too mad.
Yeah, but like, think about how much content is literally just made by people who can't tolerate others, get mad by all the retardation, and just make videos on it.
True.
Yeah, think of like that can be sort of your way of looking at it, right?
You know, if I was 20 as I am now back in the Justin TV days, I would have made it.
Yeah, God. Oh. Destiny got in like right at the right time for the type of person he is.
Exactly. Like, listen, guys, there's a lot of times wherever I'm talking to a person who's like just a total fucking asshole, a piece of shit who shouldn't be spoken to. And I do have to engage with them better faith than they'll ever engage with me because that's optics, right? And it's just like, in nature, I could kill you. And I'm surprised you haven't taken care of that yourself. I couldn't imagine being you. Why are you this kind of a problem? You know?
In Rust.
Like, why am I... In Rust, like out in like the wild and Rust outside your bases, I'm really good with what's the little shotgun called?
Pipe shotgun.
Or whatever.
Pipe shot. Oh, Eoka.
Yeah.
Eoka. Yeah.
Eoka. Yeah. Like, I just don't get it. Like, I don't get a lot of the fucks who argue online. Like, I'm pretty confident, right? but I'm not at all confident on speaking something I'm not entirely informed on, right? How do some of these motherfuckers have the audacity to be like, oh, you know, Demon Mama's an abuse victim? What?
Yeah, feigning confidence wins debates for a lot of people. And so that's what he was
Until
trying to
they
do.
meet someone who actually knows what they're fucking talking about, apparently. Like, what the fuck was that play, man? Did he think I wouldn't be able to back up, like... He probably didn't think I actually knew her.
Yeah, you should have, like, very much repeated, like, I've shot guns with Demon Mama. I've had dinner with Demon Mama. I've hung out at Zan's house with Demon Mama. You dumb fuck. Like, I feel like
I would say that, but I think the better response was going with what I went with are you claiming that Demon Mama is a victim of abuse from Vosh's Xander's circle?
You did.
That's
actually.
What I went with.
That was the best response, because, like, him responding that,
that's
saying
a public
yes,
statement.
That's a public statement, and I don't think DM's gonna like that, because, like, DM doesn't really want to be evoked in all this, I imagine. Like, she's not able to speak for herself when she's not there. And so, like,
yeah, I feel bad having brought her up. Like, well, I didn't bring her up.
I
feel
feel
bad having
he brought her up. You had to respond, and I think it was completely fine.
No,
I think
actually,
he looks
I don't
worse.
feel bad, because I literally said, why are we talking about Demon Mama? What does this have to do with Demon Mama? I don't know. Demon Mama, in my opinion, is someone who I've not even always really agreed with. In fact, I found myself disagreeing more often than not on, like, the petty shit that happens online. Nothing to do with, like, fucking Destiny or anything like that. Don't worry, I don't consider that petty shit. But, like, she's so fucking nice. She doesn't deserve half the shit she gets, but because she's, like, one of the few people with like enough of a fucking spine to stand up against, like, Destiny and whatnot, she gets ungodly amounts of hate. She's a real one. Like, genuinely.
Yeah. I mean, literally, I've like, me and her went on, like, you could make a movie about a road trip that was the length and distance that we went. We went from Southern California, Palm Springs, all the way to Seattle, Washington on a road trip. We drove, and it was like she helped me move. Like, we're pretty tight, you know. Also, okay. I believe he was wrong when did he say that Brianna Wu pedo-jacketed Doe? Because I'm pretty certain that is wrong. If I recall correctly, like, Brianna Wu pedo-jacketed Fawn, and like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I want to make sure.
That wasn't something that I was as informed on as I would like, and it also didn't matter because we were talking about nothing to do with what we were originally speaking about. So I just wanted to move past. I didn't care for corrections there because I didn't know what I could say properly. I really fucking hate speaking about something I'm not entirely informed on.
Yeah.
On another part, why was he so, like, insistent that I came without research when I told him I have it right here, and then he would then repeat it? I was like, I have it right here.
It's gonna look really bad when because I was showing your screen and I had your stream up, and so you were bringing up the research and all of the relevant screenshots. You had them ready, and all it looks like from, like, the perspective of your stream, which I was, like, showing on my stream, and will be what goes up, but my reaction to it. All it looks like is him saying, okay, bring up the sources. You bring up the sources on your screen and try to start showing them to him. And he said, and, like, the people who watch the video will see those sources. And then he starts freaking out once you say you have them and gets mad and tries to derail the topic. And then every time he tries to ask for a source for something or ask for a reference for something and you bring it up and you have it, he tries to, like, very irrationally freak out claiming you don't have it when you do on screen. So it's going to look really bad for him.
He actually like primal, like Homo sapien, like us from 1,000 years devolved when at some points. I don't know why, or like 100,000 years. Like he like, I don't know. There's at one point where I just had him, hey, don't yell, like, just don't, like, what's the point of that? Yep. I worried that I was loud because whenever you came into my stream, I was loud, but I was also being loud. I've not got my audio and balancing down as quick as I would like. I procrastinated like a bitch on setting up my stream. Like, my profile picture was made like 30 minutes before the stream went up.
Yeah. Oh, also, this is big important. Whenever somebody says in a debate with you, calm down, take a deep breath, they're losing. This is a desperate strategy. This is when they know they at least think they look bad. And so what they're trying to do is draw attention to the fact that you're mad and you need to calm down. That's the moment when you say, listen, being assertive may be alien to you, but it doesn't mean that I can't breathe, okay? Maybe for you, trying to act assertive, like, literally takes the breath out of your life. Like, just come up with something that literally calls out what he's doing, you know?
I didn't even acknowledge it, but, like, at one point someone's like, he said, like, just breathe or something. It's like, what? I am completely fine speaking right now. I understand that even though I may have like literal paralysis in my face, I'm a better speaker than you, and I can speak more concisely than you. That's a bit much for you, but I'm actually speaking at a quick pace because I just speak that way. I don't have to sit there and mumble my way through a conversation because I'm not limp-dicked like you are. I'm a little confident when I have to say, because the second he was forced to think on his toes at all, he just made shit up. He just made shit up like saying, Demon Mama's actually not strong enough to stand up for herself there, and she's a victim in it all. Like, what? The fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. And no, like, absolutely. And also, the funny thing is, I'm not friends, like, on a personal level with Brianna Wu. Like, we work together for political... Yeah, we work together for political causes to fight against Republicans and shit. But, like, besides that, I don't really, like, have that much of a connection to her. I guess I occasionally, like her tweets or whatever, if it's something, like, good that I think people should probably see, I suppose. But if Demon Mama took issue with those things... I feel like, especially at this point, she knows that she could tell me and I would go nuclear. I am quite known for going nuclear. The thing is, people are like, why Zan go nuclear on his friends? And it's like, guys, this goes the other way. I will go this much nuclear for my friends. I am just a nuclear person.
I don't know. I've talked about this with some of my friends, as you know, recently with some shit that happened with Val and his real life and whatnot. But I feel like a lot of people aren't as kind to their friends as they deserve to be by being an asshole to those who are mean to their friend. You guys don't realize, even if it's out of your comfort zone, just being mean to someone who's treating your friend like shit and telling them off will make your friend love you infinitely more than anything else you can do. Standing up for them like fucking Disney movie style against a bully is the best thing you could ever do to foster a friendship. It's just so easy.
Yeah, and I mean, just giving advice, too. And it's always funny because, like, your friend group doesn't know a lot about what I do. And so you had a friend come in, and I'll let you name them if you want to, who was doing a project that involved, like, trans healthcare.
Oh,
and she was like, do you know anything about this? And I was just like...
Oh, I wouldn't blame you if you felt almost insulted. It was
a school project, and I was just like, I'm about to be smurfing.
I think it's really funny that his chat would like, well, you don't have any friends. Guys, this chat, all right? I have so many friends that I got really annoyed keeping up with all the social circles, and I forced them to all hang out with each other and become friends. I have a close-knit group of 30 people I talk to daily. I'm not even joking. That's why no one in there really knows Zan, because he's just, like, he's just another guy.
They know me as Alex and not as Zan. Well, they know me as Zan technically, but, like, yeah.
The guy who yells at Fortnite sometimes when we play it, like really like a normal person, not like content creator. Like, I don't know. I don't get it. He's a normal guy to everyone around him.
Yeah. Like, I don't really spend time with my fans, and I have a healthy social life. But I don't really think it's worth really dignifying that meme with much, like, attention, considering that, like...
Oh,
dog.
Listen,
like,
I don't gotta dignify it.
It's pretty public that I've got a pretty healthy friend group. I mean, like,
my scatterbrained ass will forget about this in a week, if even. Like, it's just silly. They're silly. I don't think they understand when you talk, like, when I talk to these people at the very least, I've got nothing to lose because I already don't take you seriously or believe you to be worth just about anything, right? So by speaking to you, I can only gain humiliating you. That's what I'm there for. You're a bit of a joke when you act like that. If you think you get me with some gotcha, I know you're lying to me. I don't lose shit. I don't even have a reputation online to account for at the moment. Like, you're just kind of worthless, dog. Why are you speaking to me? I think he's actually a dumbass for taking that debate. It could only go wrong for him, and he knew he was lying. I don't know why he didn't just step back.
He was scared to do it, too. And I think that, like, the extended, like, bit of him, like, after agreeing to do the debate, not wanting to, and then, like, the way he handled it, and then the way he ended it.
He did not want to debate me. Yeah, he did not want to talk about it.
He was not, he was not down to talk to somebody who knew what they were talking about. And you only knew, like, maybe 60% of the context.
Yeah,
and so, like, if you knew all of it,
I went in there knowing all you need to know he's a fucking liar, though. That's all I cared to research, and that's what I got. That's what I came with. And then he's like, "You don't have any research," and wouldn't let me fucking show it. What a dumbass. What a sad sack of shit, man. I could not imagine waking up every day, sitting myself in that smarmy ass fucking room, and thinking that, or thinking like that. I couldn't imagine being that way. That shit's fucking sad.
Yeah, well, he is going to alienate himself from a lot of people with this one, because he's taken a pretty losing issue. I mean, this is something that even Vosh, like, literally called Shuonhead a stupid bitch over publicly on stream in a whole segment. Like, and people also called me hypocritical for saying I won't burn the bridge with... How many times have I said before Vosh called out Shuonhead and before all that shit happened that I might burn the bridge with Vosh? Can you think of, like, how many times I said I am considering it?
Dude, I've never heard someone... if you guys think Xander felt betrayed with the shit with, like, Keffels and whatnot, Xander... tell me if I'm wrong, considers Vosh a way better friend, like a way closer friend, you know? When Vosh announced that all, and yeah, when you guys hang out in real life all the time. Like when Vosh didn't denounce that shit, right, immediately, and he wasn't aware of the full context as far as I'm aware. So he just thought it was like somewhat
yeah.
He was a little late to it. So when Xander was under the impression that Vosh was aware of all of the context and whatnot, and like wasn't doing anything about it, I've never heard Xander sound that hurt about another content creator in my life, ever in my life.
Yeah, no, he's been one of my friends for like the longest here.
And he was going to act on that because Xander has some amount of principles. And if anyone throughout any of this conversation has even for a moment been hate watching or something and think I'm like dick riding my bro or some shit like this, like, no, this is the bare minimum. If you wouldn't act like this, you got to work on yourself, man. If you wouldn't stand up for yourself, you're never making it, ever. You'll never make it.
The thing is, you know for a fact that even if it's bad for like my YouTube career, I will burn bridges with somebody that I could easily just suck it up and farm clout from because it goes against my principles or it doesn't make me feel right. Yeah. And hell, I even mentioned in the Keffels conversation, I wish people like actually did it. Like, I was serious. Like, it's not that like I'm like, I don't consider Vosh a good friend or like, oh, I want to end my friendship with him or whatever. It's more so like this is a standard I have for everybody and I'd apply it to him too. Like if Vosh was ever like, hey, this person you're friends with is a shithead, you should like, I'd be like, oh, okay, man, like you've done a lot for me. And like, yeah, they fucked you over. Okay, I'll do that. Like, and you know, I'm fine with people being in private cordial with another person. I think that's different than being friends. But Keffels was outright like, talking about how Shu was like her anchor whenever like before she went into rehab and stuff. I think it's pretty different from like, yeah, Zan, I agree. I'm not going to be platforming her or shouting her out in a positive way anymore. Like that was really fucked up and no one can make an excuse for that. After you
know what Keffels could have done to just the biggest dick play there, and you wouldn't even have to accept it. Keffels could have been like, you know, Shu, I really, really like you, but I don't like this action. Can we rectify it? I have plenty of friends who have done shit that is just wrong. I've had friends fuck up. Of course I have. Everyone has. And I don't stand for that shit at all. And I tell them, hey, dude, I want you to fix this shit. I hold my friends to that shit. Why doesn't she? Because Xander, if Keffels was like, you need like Shu, you need to rectify some shit with Zan, would you have been open for like any amount of dialogue there? You don't have to be, but like, would you have?
I honestly would be. If the idea was like, you're both my friends, and I would prefer if we could at least try as working it out. I think a way of working it out that could have been like a potential like ending C that would have been nice, or ending D. I forget what the GTA like secret ending is. GTA 5 secret ending is. That's actually the best one, and the happiest ending would have been like, okay, Zan, I completely understand why you're upset. I actually that is pretty fucked up what she did. But here's the thing: how about considering Shuon had wronged you, if she was willing to talk to you and work this out and make it right? In like, you know, maybe apologize for what happened and whatnot, and maybe like make a tweet to say like, hey, people interpreted this tweet about Zan a certain way, and I want to be very clear, I do not think that he's a defender of pedophilia or whatever. Like if that was what she offered, I would feel way better about just straight up being like willing to look past it. If she was willing to just like not do like the public, I call it dick riding of Shu, but it was pretty dick riding. You know?
Yeah, it's dick riding. I mean, another thing with Shu, it was pretty clear she was being super fucking emotional when she tweeted that dumb shit out, right? Could you imagine if she was just like, you know what? Actually, I take that shit back. Let's fix this. You know, that I don't know. I almost have more respect for people that I've met who I didn't like initially and they fixed themselves because they were doing something stupid than I have respect for people I've liked the entire time because I've seen proof of their character. I would honestly say I'd like Shu if she tried to fix that shit.
That's actually why I like Hunter Avalon so much, who recently went through some fucked up shit, so send some support his way. But I've seen him go from, like, shitty chud to based motherfucker all while based MF, all while like actually taking a hit to his finances and his career success to meet his principles because he learned things he didn't know before. It changed his worldview, and he refused to just follow the money. Like that I respect the hell out of that.
I am upset.
Yeah.
To say the least. I think it is. The reason I'm frustrated, mind you, these weren't really my friends. Like, I'm not happy that like Xander got fucked over, right? But you know what I'm really upset about honestly more than Xander getting fucked? These are the people I have to represent the things that I believe in. Like, that's what I gotta live with, man. People who do shit like that. Like,
you
seriously?
have to be the change you want to see in the world. You gotta be the voice that like we aren't lucky.
Can y'all tell he's been begging me to stream for like years?
Yeah. Dog, this is the perfect start for you. I'm so glad you actually did this because it's like
I honestly wasn't sure if you would want me to do it because I know that sometimes you like keeping a lot of the problems private. But I was so fucking mad about Sunday acting like a dumbass. I DM'd Xander. I was like, Xander, please let me fucking argue with this guy. I won't take your rep, I promise.
Yeah, basically.
I seem like someone who's been streaming for years. The truth is that I've been practicing, I swear. I have a friend, Miko. She's a mute and my editor. And so every time I'm talking to her, it's like I'm talking to chat. And she totally wouldn't kill me for having said that.
Yeah.
She's watching right now for context.
Oh, cool. How's your viewer numbers doing right now? How's your stream?
16, that's decent enough for a person who's literally never streamed before. It was at like 30 during the actual debate. I don't know how long I'll stream. I'm just playing. I'll probably stream as long as you and I talk. I'm just playing some Risk of Rain 2 while you watch it.
Back when I streamed 2B2T in Fortnite, 12 viewers was like, holy shit, I gotta sit up and be really entertaining. This is real. I gotta keep these people around. Like, I remember what that was like, just like, I've gone from like the 2 or 3 viewers that I would average to like, okay, all right, shit's getting real. And then like last stream, I literally had like 1,300 viewers at one point.
Yeah.
It's like,
I think if I started making money off of streaming, as lowly as this is to say, when I'm just coming from being the guy who wants to talk about things he believes in, if I was able to make money off of streaming, I would do it all the fucking time, like with no complaints whatsoever, because then I wouldn't be worrying about like, oh, I got to move out with my girlfriend soon. I've got to figure out my life. I got to start building credit. You know, like, well, I still got to start building credit, but like, I don't know. Streaming for me feels really rough because I just want to be able to make it.
Yeah, I think for you, it would not be as hard of a grind as you think. And I feel like you could just, I feel like you've done it. Like basically imagine like you're scared to swim across a ice cold pool, but you've got to do it, right? You've got to do it. Come on. You'd be a perfect content creator, and it's such an easy dub for you. Like, you would be such a successful content creator if you really leaned into it. And so you've basically just with this one stream put one foot in the water on that first step. And you could just like immediately pull it out and be a pussy and be like one of those people who goes for it and then puts their foot in and goes, ah! Yeah, you could be that person. Or you could be the person who just goes balls deep, just goes all the way in, fuck it, we ball. You just walk into the deep end and you swim across and you just get it over with. And next thing you know, you're successful. You've made it. You don't have to do the fighting through the
I could, and I will be grinding it. Don't worry. This isn't me saying like, oh, I'm still not sure. Like, I am going to. I told my girlfriend I would, you know, and she seems cool with it. But like, man, content creators are cunts. And you want to know something that adds on to how I feel like they're slimy, right? Someone says in chat, and I'm going to paraphrase because I'm playing Risk of Rain, so it's annoying to read chat right now. They said in chat, like, the worst part about it is that Keffels is acting so unfazed. Like, if I'm having a situation like this where I'm falling through with a friend, even if I'm 100,000 billion% right and they've been wrong to me, I don't feel good. I don't smile and make 8 streams about it. I say, yeah, this sucks. And, you know, in Xander's case, he's trying to clear his fucking rep. That's why he's still talking about it. I'm sure Xander feels fucking great having to speak about how one of his friends fucked him over, like, multiple times. No one should be sitting there fucking content farming that, man.
Yeah, it was pretty much over if she didn't make a whole drama segment about it, pretty much. Like, I get that I made a tweet, but did it really require a whole, like, stream segment to talk about the tweet where I like, hastiously called her... Hastiously? Like, wait, is that a word?
What are you looking for? Oh, fuck him.
Hastily. That's the word.
Hastily, yeah.
Fucking hell,
Dude,
my brain on COVID.
No, guys, you guys don't understand. This happens to us all the time. One of us will forget a word, and then the other one cannot no longer remember it. It fucking gets beamed out of both of us at the same time.
Yeah,
I knew the word too.
It's literally like when Ice King sleeps and he gets the red beam like sent to his brain.
Yeah.
But it's sucking things out of our brain. Yeah.
God.
I remember that being like whenever that happened, and Fiona and Cake, you were like, "This is how I come up with my DM ideas."
Dude, it is. No, I plan my Pathfinder sessions through my fucking sleep. I swear to God, I lucid dream plot lines and I write them down the second I wake up. God.
Yeah, he does that. He literally has like a journal that he... Did you take it to Seattle when you came to visit me?
No, I wrote it. I told you I wrote in it, and remember when I read you my lore, but I keep it on Google Docs, actually.
You literally explained an hour of your fucking lore. It was insane. I remember just sitting there, like, just being like...
Oh, you know what I kind of want to do? You know how people make, like, Warhammer 40k videos and whatnot? I kind of want to make that for my own setting. I feel like I can make it entertaining enough, and I know that my own editing skills and I have like 3 dudes who can edit for me, and who will edit for me. I know that they can make that shit entertaining.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, no, I think it really is as simple as you boot up stream and start playing some Risk of Rain or whatever game. Like, we could play games together and you can stream it, and that'll bring people in because I can shout you out and I have an excuse to like add it in my Discord, and you'll immediately get quite a few viewers if I'm there. And then it's like just us playing a game, and like whenever something political or like just something that's worth like ranting about happens, you're really good at ranting. Just rant.
God, Miko keeps telling me the same thing. For context, Miko's my editor I was talking about. So Miko will tell me, she's like clipping something I said just to have it, and that she wishes that she could have compilations of it like it's YouTube. She already treats the conversations I have with like you and Stu like a fucking like Oni Plays video or something. Shit's funny as hell.
Mm-hmm.
God.
Yeah, we have a good time. I feel like, yeah, if we just kind of like bring that energy into your content, like you're basically going to be unstoppable, like unironically.
Yeah.
I mean, take it from me. I've made it as a YouTuber.
Ooh. How did Xander become an oracle? Listen, guys, Xander's not an oracle. He's just like observant. I feel like a lot of people acted like you like fucking pulled a rabbit out of the hat whenever you talked about the Afghanistan situation. It's like, is everyone actually just that dumb? Like when you
now
and I talked about it, it just made sense.
Now I'm wrong about that again, according to Keffel's community. I was getting shit about... the quote was, Zan is pro-imperialism as long as it's in the name of women's rights. My response to that is, please look at the polls of what actual Afghans who live in Afghanistan wanted in regards to the U.S.-Afghanistan pullout. The vast majority said, well, yes, they want the U.S. to leave eventually, though a surprising amount said they did not want them to ever leave, because, like, realistically. The vast majority of them said they do not want the U.S. to leave until very specific standards have been met with the Taliban for their negotiations. And one of those standards was for the women's right to work, vote, go to school, and I believe also own businesses was the other one. Women lost all these rights as soon as the Taliban took Afghanistan within a week. I was completely right, and you can't give me shit about it.
One of the groups that leftists take nowhere near as seriously as they should are Muslim women. Like, for what? Because I gotta guess it's like pushback for the fact that conservatives are like racist as fuck. Islamist, yeah. My bad, I misspoke. Sorry.
Yeah,
chat.
Islamist basically is like the radical like. Pushes the online, if somebody is like super heavily pushing Sharia law and they're like, I love being a part of Sharia law and I think everybody should have to follow Sharia law, like we're talking like the people that Sneeko pretends to be, they're called Islamists, not just Muslims.
Yeah. Well, regardless, I feel like that's not taken as seriously as it should be because Muslims were treated like shit by conservatives for such a long time that lefties now feel the need to like push back in total opposition instead of recognizing that, wait, this is still like a hyper conservative religion. It still sucks.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think most lefties are like generally pretty. I think you're mostly referring to like the mainstream liberal left there. I think most leftists are actually like, besides weird polytheistic pagan religions, pretty anti-theistic. And I think most of like you'll notice that a lot of people in my chat don't say "oh God," they say "oh gods," and I don't know if it's like genuine belief or mostly just like a meme because they recognize religion as more of in that way is more of a social construct and like a fun thing. But yeah, I know a lot of people in my audience are just like pagan polytheistic, and yeah.
I don't mind when someone I know is like religious or whatever, but like the second it affects anything to do with how we interact, I don't care. Leave me alone. Stop. Like, God.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely.
I've passed up pussy because it was Christian before, guys. It just ain't worth it.
Yeah, I lost my virginity to a Christian girl.
It's so over.
Yeah. Well, listen, okay. To be fair, listen, this girl was the archetype of the muddy bikini-wearing girl in the GTA 6 trailer, okay?
I can make exceptions.
Okay, yeah, okay, yeah, now you know what okay, yeah, you get it, now you get it. That was, yeah.
But in all seriousness, though, this is gonna sound crazy. I do not think I could keep it up, bro. I just could not keep it up during the act. I would feel too pissed off. I think they're too dumb.
Yeah,
couldn't do it
for sure. No, I definitely think that that like as far as like being able to have relationships with people who are more conservative leaning, that's something I honestly couldn't do in my real life unless they were like. There's a few people who are more conservative that I'm cool with.
I think that people who are like a part of minority groups in any way, shape, or form who are with conservative, how the fuck was I supposed to do that? Who are with people who are like more conservative and whatnot, don't respect themselves all that much. I'm not gonna be mad at them, but like, don't pretend like you're doing things well for yourself because you're not. And I'm sure there's gonna be someone in chat who hangs out with like conservatives because that's their closest friends or whatever, or like they're dating a conservative because that's who loves them. But you're worth a lot more than that. You can do better than that. I'm not going to harp on you all that much. I don't think totally positively of you, to be clear, but I do think that you can and should do better than that. Finding people who will love you and care for you who you are with no compromise isn't actually all that hard.
Yeah. I honestly can't think of a better place to like wrap up my like this topic in the stream. I don't know. Are you going to stream for a while after?
Depends. Chat, would you guys want me to? I'll just talk. I mean, we could keep Xander in here and just talk and just move into my stream if you guys want.
Yeah.
Or if Xander wants to go,
you know what we could do? So I'll end stream and I'll host you. I'll raid into you and I'll stay in call. And if you want, we could play some Lego Fortnite.
We could play some Lego Fortnite.
Or Fallout 76 if you have it installed.
I do not have it installed. I could get it installed for next time if you want. I've never played it, but I've seen good things about it as of late. It's kind of lately. It's like lesser No Man's Sky itself. Not to say that it's lesser improved, but it's less improved its rep. But I've heard it's improved the game pretty fucking well. Yeah. So if you guys want, I can hop on Lego Fortnite with we could get like Stu in there if Stu's willing to hop on.
Yeah, we can put a call together. I do have to pee pretty bad, and I got to order some food, so it's time for me to wrap up my stream. Yeah. And I'm going to become a guest on Ethan's stream. Ayo, do you need a third for Fortnite? Can we add Hash too?
Well, if we're playing Lego Fortnite, we're going to be on our full multiplayer world. Like, I wouldn't be able to add him because it's full. Because we got. Sorry, Hash. I would, but we're literally full on keys. They should expand the keys. I want 16 keys.
Yeah, 16 keys, 32. They gotta change that. They literally announced coming early 2024 big updates.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. Actually, can we get some links to my channel real quick? I forgot to do that. I can link it.
Oh yeah.
God.
Oh gosh, I have to pee. I've been sitting here a while.
Yeah. Sorry, man. Dude, he made me wait so fucking long to get on stream, and when he had the audacity to tell me I took a while, bro, I jumped on that. I jumped on that so fucking quick. I do not know why he thought to say that. That shit's crazy.
Yeah. No, you were just sitting there waiting, and I think that'll also make him look bad, considering that's all caught on videos. You just sitting there waiting for him, and then he like, what took you so long? So he's basically just trying to make you look bad. Dude, he got to the point where he was like attacking me for the Lonnie thing and making fun of me for it, and like just the most low blows.
He's a spiteful high school girl, man. That's all it is. Like I've dealt with a lot of spiteful high school girl cliques, and that's what these orbiters who hang around shit like Bad Bunny, DJ Mule, or like Shu, they all feel like that. They're fucking losers, and the only thing they're good for is being gay little henchmen. Okay, chat.
Well, it's okay. Yeah, listen, the gays use gay as that term.
Chat, you didn't hear this. I'm bisexual. Okay, you didn't hear this. The
outed.
That's something I don't want to be too public, so don't bring it up, okay? Please, thanks.
Nobody's
gay
gonna
little
know.
henchmen to like loser clicks, right? It's that's all they're good for. It's kind of sad. God.
Yeah. No one will know.
No one will know.
This is a very private conversation. Yeah,
very private, very private.
Seriously though, I do think that there is a pretty substantial issue with like people on the left just kind of being willing to stoop pretty below where their principles are supposedly at whenever they don't like someone who like I literally just decided I didn't want to be. The entire crux of this is I decided I didn't want to be friends with Keffels anymore. The only reason anybody would be jumping on this is to try and farm clout off of it, and they're not even involved. Like, it's actually pathetic that this is even happening in the first place.
I respect like I'm sure it probably doesn't feel great for you to read on occasion when someone's like, why is this even a conversation, right? But I kind of have a respect for them because it's like, yeah, these people don't want to fucking read that. Why should they care? This is an interpersonal bit of drama. I think that people like me should absolutely care about how you're being treated, but at the same time, why does the average person who wants to keep up to politics need to have Keffels make a stream saying, Xander, stop talking to me? Like, who the fuck cares?
I can be friends or not be friends with who I want. Well,
literally, it's holy shit.
Well,
like
depends. Maybe not be friends with whoever I want. I cannot be friends with whoever I want.
Yeah. Also, chat, you may have noticed during the debate, I have the worst habit of reading absolutely every message that comes by. I put you guys on the dedicated screen I used for one of my mute best friends. So I read every fucking message if you guys want to chat in there. I love reading messages in chat. It's my favorite thing ever.
Hell yeah. You guys got to send some donos to Ethan. I'm going to read these donos and I'm going to wrap up my stream, but then I want you guys to go send some donos Ethan's way. You got to give him a little taste. Yeah, him a little taste so he keeps streaming.
Here, hold on. Right before you do that, chat, do you want to see a screenshot of my my bank account balance real quick? Just if you need a little bit of a broke boy piece of motivation. Let me send it in Discord so I can open it as original.
Make sure you cut out anything you don't want to show to the world.
Oh yeah, I did. If you guys just need a little motivation to help a brother out, there you go. I am not very well off to say the least.
My man is oh man.
I am broke as shit right now.
I've been there, man.
Yeah, it's not fun.
I've been there.
Oh, Larry, thanks for the 100th subscriber.
Dog.
God.
That's rough.
Oh, I'm so fucking broke. You don't actually have to donate if you guys don't want to, but I am broke. That doesn't change.
Yeah. Hell, no one's even gonna be able to no one's gonna want to hack that.
What are you gonna break in for?
Yeah, who wants to steal that 50 cents? You know, like Jesus Christ.
Do you plan on making a server? Okay, so I used to do YouTube and I used to have a server and it made me want to kill myself. However, $100 dono goal. I'll make a server and dedicate myself to that and actually manage it, and I'll force my friends to moderate. $100 dono goal. Let me put it up.
That's what I do.
Ugh.
Anyway,
how do I do Oh wait, it's already up. Never mind. Okay, yeah. If you guys hit that dono goal, then there you go. I'll do it. I'll make a server and moderate it properly, and I'll hang out there. Oh yeah. So
Kaylee,
if you gotta hop off for a second.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna read these donos, and then I was gonna wrap up. Kaylee, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Says, hi Zan, I'm a trans girl in closet who's been watching for a while now. My parents believe in QAnon. Just wanted to say you've helped me through rough times. Aw, thank you. I really appreciate that. I hope things get better with your parents, but related to this situation, if the time comes and it's for your own safety, there is absolutely no shame in cutting them off. Do not let these people convince you that it's abusive to do so, okay? Cutting them off would not be abusive or wrong. The people I'm dealing with online these days would say that there is something wrong with it, but I'm fighting against those people and their arguments for a damn good reason, because if you apply that logic to situations like yours, I do not like where it leads.
There are a lot of people out there who are kind of lonely who stick with people who keep them lonely. It's like I was saying earlier. A lot of the times you're going to find if you feel very alone and you're trapped with like parents who fucking hate you, that exists. Genuinely making yourself more lonely in the short term and losing those people will let you be more open and free to form genuine bonds. Sometimes you got to hurt yourself a little bit in the long run. You just got to go through with it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, people thought it was weird, but like I'm able to do this like dissociative thing where I'm just like, I've got to do something that's going to be emotionally tough, but it's for my own good, such as breaking up with Lonnie. And I'm able to just like suck it up, tough through it, say what I've got to say, and then I can feel bad about it after I've broken up with her, and I no longer have to deal with that anymore. Then I can feel bad about it. So people thought that was weird, but it's like, I think it's pretty normal to be able to just be like, all right, this is gonna be emotionally difficult.
Yeah.
Here we go. You know, like funerals, like a breakup, anything like that, you know? Anyway. Oh, sorry. Two more minutes.
You go.
Pepper T21, thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs to Pesky, Lord Rose 97, Cosmo, Gotskiko 2, and Jan 6. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That is a very kind $25 right there. It says, my ideal game is a zombie survival game with Fallout style settlement building. Well, the ghouls in Fallout 76 are basically zombies, so I mean, and it has the Fallout style building of your settlement, so pretty much that's your game. Pepper T21, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Said, sorry I didn't know who he was. I just saw Scooby. Take this as a penance. Thank you. I appreciate it. I can't watch that video, though, right now, because I have to pee really fucking bad. Anyway, everybody, thank you all so much for watching. I love you all very much. And as always, have a good one. Thank you for your support. Thank you for watching. And I love you all. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye. Go watch Ethan. Go watch Ethan. I'm going to host him. Stay here, and then I'm going to host his stream, and then you'll be able to watch him. Do it.